All right, good morning, GDQ. Welcome into Friday morning. It's going to take us into the afternoon here. We got a big of a doozy one going on, so we'll keep introductions straightforward because we've got a lot to talk about with this run. Don't want it to hold up too much time, but I'm Woadyb. I'll be your runner. I'm a predominant Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth runner, but I do run a lot of other Final Fantasies. I'm also an Onimusha runner, so got a big variety of games under my belt here, and I'll let my couch introduce themselves as well now.
Hey, I'm the Sid. I also run Rebirth, same category, and I also run Remake and 16. Kind of flip-flop between the two depending on what I want to grind down.
Hello, I'm HeroicSpiritGamer. I'm mostly here to wrangle this big dumb idiot, but otherwise I'm just an RPG enthusiast. I love the Re-Trilogy so much, and I'm very excited to show off the best game that's come out in I don't know how long.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me on the couch this morning. I know it's very early, but you know what? We're gonna have fun with this, and you know time will fly before we even know it. It'll be the afternoon. So we're gonna jump right in. We are doing a new game, easy category. We're gonna skip the bonus item check; those are not allowed. Default camera, no speaker sounds. Pick an easy, and time will start once I select our combat style. We're gonna do active. Classic tries to create more of a turn-based style of combat where the characters will do all the fighting for you and you only control the ATB actions. But you know more on that here in a little bit. So let's get this show on the road. Let's do a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. All right. Let's get this adventure of Cloud and everyone on the road.
Yeah, but
Wait a minute. What is Zach doing here? Yep, that's right. If you have not played this game, this might be very confusing for you. And funny enough, when the demos came out, we actually didn't know about this section. So when the real game came out, a couple people who played the demo decided to skip the opening cutscene thinking, oh, it's just going to be what I saw in the demo already. And they were like, do not skip it. Do not skip it.
me, that was me.
You actually did, yeah.
It was a couple people, actually. There were a handful of people who were like, oh, no, I skipped. I didn't realize it. But we are playing as Zach. You know, it's going to be very confusing, but I'm going to let people kind of experience the story for themselves and find out why this is happening. But the battle here is just very straightforward. We're really just trying to group up these enemies as much as possible so we can kind of take them down as quickly as possible. Because Zach doesn't really have a whole lot of actions available to him other than just basic attacks and then his combo charge move with his triangle.
Yeah, the section's kind of like a glorified tutorial, more or less. They want to strip it down as much as possible so you can get used to just the basics of combat. Unfortunately, it makes this a place where a lot of runners choose to waste double-digit minutes on a minute-and-a-half long segment.
Hey, if that's not like sub 114 in my my PB attempts, then I'm probably resetting it.
Yeah, it's such a low-hanging fruit, but it's a maddening allure. Like, all right, well, I'm not losing 5 seconds here.
And from Zach, we head to Sephiroth. I know, it's like, where's Cloud? Like, whose story is this game even really about? But this battle is literally just one fight with Sephiroth, and then we are finally joining Cloud in Nibelheim. So if you're familiar with the story, Rebirth takes place after the escape from Midgar, or leaving Midgar, depending on how you view that kind of like exit point from the OG story. And they've made it the Calm Town, though it kind of happens in the background. So we jump straight into Cloud telling kind of like, you know, why he knows Sephiroth, what Sephiroth's deal is, and kind of like when everything kind of changed. Here we kind of get our first experience of like this gameplay loop that Remake has you do, where what you're going to do is you'll enter a town. The game will want you to do things in town, usually involves interacting with like objects, or a door, usually talking to a character or two. And then the game will finally be like, all right, go take a nap, go meet your comrades. So there we had to climb the water tower, visit Cloud's home, but not actually go in, and then go talk to Tifa's teacher, Zangen, and then we were allowed to finally rest. And so now we are on our way to Viridian City. No, that's a different run. We're actually on our way to Mount Nibel. Here you see our first bit of movement tech. Normally the game wants you to follow Tifa there, and you kind of slow walk because you know it's a modern age game. They do aim for more cinematic storytelling to kind of just really bring you into the environment of the game. And so instead, a runner found that if you just aggressively roll at the very beginning there, you can get near the rocks, which will trigger some terrain actions, which is new for Rebirth, where Cloud can kind of hurdle over small rocks and ledges, which was absent from Remake. And so as a result, we can kind of cut through the woods to where we can break into an actual sprint. Another bit of movement tech, we're going to stare down only time we do this, because Tifa will warp ahead of us, and it will kind of create this weird slowdown yet again. And then same thing, we're just going to kind of run. What we're hoping to see is a lot of this running animation. Sometimes, depending if we get too far from Tifa or too close, you'll see kind of slows to a bit more of just a very light jog versus a sprint. Sometimes he'll just awkwardly stop anyway. And so it's just a balance of like being close but not too close to kind of get a sprint out of it. And then we'll kind of finally get into a little bit common there. You saw the little awkward kind of run and jog stop point.
Yeah, movement in this game can be a bit frustrating in certain parts where, like, yeah, they really want you to take a very, very specific line a lot of times. Want you to move in a specific way, and we usually don't want to do that because it wants us to move slow in those segments. This fight here is pretty nice. We can actually use the cleave, which is holding the square button will activate a finisher. In Remake, the spin or cleave would push enemies away. And the deadly dodge materia would do the same thing but pull enemies in. They've eliminated a couple of materia by auto-including it, so the deadly dodge is more or less in the skill set, and the holding square will pull enemies in, so it's a very strong tool that we use through most of the run with enemies that are like medium to lightweight. The grasshoppers there can be a little bit frustrating. Normally you want them to group together and just braver them, but they decided not to pull in right, so we bravered one and then had to finish the other one off manually.
Yep, but then for this fight, I'm just going to wait to see what the Velocitwing does. Okay, he did the air bullets. We're going to dodge a little bit, and then we're just going to beat it up until we get ATB. And then we can finish it off from there with a triple slash. Because the Velocitwing will do either a charge move, which is what we want to see because we can counter it, or a wind bullet, which we usually don't want to see because then we have to just like awkwardly dodge, kind of like right now. And from here, we're just going to beat up on our little kind of like lizard creature. We got a double wind bullet. Velocitwing does not want to play nice today. That is totally fine. Here we are going to hold on to ATB because we need it going into the next fight to kind of instantly take out two of them, because we're going to dodge forward, do a triple slash on both of them, which will finish them both off in a berserk stat. The berserk status, if you've seen me a couple times in these fights, Cloud will do this kind of like downwards like thrusting animation. He does that when he's in the Punisher mode. So Cloud's combat is of two styles. He has the operator mode, which is what he defaults to, in combat, which is kind of more of a like an agile, like all around kind of like high movement, like wide range of like kind of attacks and stuff. Whereas Punisher is more slow moving because he doesn't move very fast, and he does like, he slow walks because he's anticipating that he's going to possibly counter people because he can. In Punisher mode, he can counter. You'll see me do that a lot in a lot of the battles with Cloud. It's just, you know, it's important to help do damage and, you know, prevent damage. But at the same time, when you're in Punisher mode, you do have the ability to hold the square button, and Cloud will basically thrust his sword down, and if he hits the enemy, does have to land, what will happen there is you'll be able to get a boost for 30 seconds of, or not 30, sorry, 10 seconds. It's 10 seconds.
You flipped the numbers.
Wrong
Yeah,
buff.
yeah.
I flipped the numbers. Yeah, wrong buff. That's a different buff for later. But it's a 10-second buff of about, it's like a 30% damage
you do
boost.
30% more at the cost of taking 30% more. So that deficit is actually a benefit, which we'll discuss later.
Yeah, Cloud is featured in a lot of combat. You know, we'll get into a lot of that throughout the run. Basically, we have a lot of teammates that we're going to have join us at some point, and the game does incorporate a lot of like forced team restrictions, but Cloud does still tend to be featured pretty heavily into those party comps there. A couple things that happened during that description was some other like movement tech. So when we're going to flee from most fights unless they're required, Cloud won't do a lot of the fleeing, but because he's the only one we have here, we had to do it with him. What I did there was I was mashing triangle and circle very quickly, and it was basically Cloud was going into Punisher mode, and I was canceling it with a dodge roll, and you can do that really quickly to do this kind of like funny like ballet dancing, like, almost like sword dance move, and it just lets you get out of the like range of combat a lot faster.
Yeah, combat movement and like getting into fleeing is normally that canceling your dodge roll with something. It's different for each character, but we'll talk about that when we actually get options. This fight right here, we just do a poke right off rip. We want to get a counter if possible. That's the strat that a lot of people go with. The main thing is you just need 1 ATB, Berserk Stab, and a fire there, and more or less should clear that fight. Sometimes the damage range can be a little bit annoying, and you'll hear runners bemoan it, but it's more or less 1 extra poke and you're done.
He said,
yeah.
I hope I don't suck.
Yeah. I was just about to like get into the vacuuming joke.
Yeah, really don't want to blow this one.
So luckily the little random vacuum segments here, as long as we touch the area, the animation will just fully go through. So we're trying to just barely tap the areas as we're going by, moving to the next ones. We'll have a little bit of movement tech that Woody was referring to earlier at the end of this area. There's some slow walking with Tifa when we head over to the bridge before that, kind of staple cutscene of what creates this whole dynamic in this area. They'll actually force us to slow walk over to the bridge, but if we go off to the side and walk over these rocks, we'll get a static jump animation. And what I mean by that is the jump is always the same amount of speed. So instead of slow walking, we're doing these little hops that save a bit of time. We're going to be using those kind of all throughout the course of the run. Most places we'll get like 2 or 3 of those. Very late game, there's one area where we can save a ton of time by doing that. It's also very hard to do, so we'll talk about it when we get there. And it's right before a boss, so I'm sure a lot of people may know which one I'm talking about. Yeah, but
maybe they do, maybe they don't.
Yeah. That's my personal policy, to stay as far away from the story and just stick where you are, because I know a lot of people are like, oh, I can watch the early chapters and not get spoiled, so especially with the PC version coming out, which I think is towards the end of the month. So
over input.
Yeah, we're going to fire up a couple of spells here since we're going to use them. We want to use Thunder of Magnify to clean up most of the enemies in this area, and it's just simpler to add the Ga spells to take care of the Zoo. Aerga for Zoo, Fireга for the boss coming up. That way we can just access them immediately. The shortcuts are a very powerful tool that we want to use to speed up the course of combat. If we really want to make sure something comes out, we will use the tactical menu, which we have to hit X to open. But a lot of the time we're going to be doing combat like this, get an ATB, fire off an attack, and say, peace, I'm out.
Yeah, because at this point, so in like the original game, like Sephiroth joins you, but you couldn't control him. He was kind of like an uncontrollable character. In any fight you got into, they of course decided to allow you to control him. There's like a big boost in like enemy strength and power at this point, which is why like the game kind of defaults to like Sephiroth, who's a lot stronger than Cloud at this point. And so as a result, we use Sephiroth for most of the fights. All right, looks like we got the combat. Let's see if we get the flee animation without the bug. Yep, we did not get the or something with like just the range of it. So there's a couple fights in this game where if we get into the fight, there's this chance that the game will just not let us actually finish the combat. It'll just continue saying flee, and then we'll have to either kill the enemy or retry the fight. And that is actually one of those fights. For this one, we need to kind of dodge away from the
Nice.
like Vagabond enemy thing. Like it's got such a complicated name, Vagarapolis or something. And because it does Screech, which will interrupt, it's one of the rare things that interrupts Sephiroth in any of his ability moves. So I had to dodge away there to do the Magnify Thunder or Thundara to actually take him out. And we do Magnify Thundara because it's actually the fastest animation cast between all the other spells.
Technically Arrow is better because like the screeching enemies are actually weak to it, I think. And it also pulls them into Sephiroth, so if they don't do enough damage, but the difference is Thunder just casts immediately. Arrow creates a little hurricane and then explodes. One of the other things that Woody was talking about with the characters as well, which some people may not fully remember with the OG Final Fantasy VII, since like every variety of the route now just straight up skips Calm. Cloud's also level 1, so you were more like, whenever you got stuck in a fight, he would just sometimes get killed over and over again, and Sephiroth would just keep reviving him. But we actually have a playable Cloud here. And they do give us a ton of material since this is intended as a tutorial area. There's Comet, Gill Toss, and Magnify, Level Boost. There's a lot of cool materia around here to kind of mess with, but unfortunately we can't take it with us, so we just leave it here.
That's the only fight we need Aeroga for.
Speaking of...
awkward positioning.
Nice.
I think I got it. All right, cool. I mean, if I had to do it, they're
Yeah.
easy to take down.
So
Not the biggest deal.
a lot of the combats in this game, like Remake, we had to take like almost every fight because it would block us from climbing a ladder, opening a door, hitting a switch. This game, since we can initiate combat whenever for a first strike to get a little bit of ATB, it also means we can squeeze past some fights, and by some I mean quite a few. So it is something that's very nice that you'll notice us doing a lot throughout, especially in easy mode. We're gonna skip almost every fight we possibly can because it just works out way better that way. Normal, I think the route ends up having to grind a bit and grabs like one of Chadley's materias. But we'll talk about Chadley more when we get over there to that point.
Yeah, I mean, even then for that, like they're only taking the fights because of like what they need to purchase.
Yeah,
So
a little bit of money grinding too. Yeah, because even with the easy route, the money's a little bit tight. Everybody kind of has a bit of variety. Like I buy an extra Empower materia, so there's just enough like quick cash where you can have a little bit of variety in the route. Surprisingly, easy isn't like a unified route. Most runners have some. Early game, we really don't have too many deviations, but by the mid to late game, there's a lot of wide variety. Everybody kind of approaches things in a different way. And the times are fairly comparable to the point where like you can kind of do your own thing and still be a reasonably good runner. But coming up here, we actually have Materia Keeper. This little fella's weak to fire. So we're just gonna get in his face and build up the triangle command on Sephiroth. We haven't been using it up till now because we could just get rid of everything with a magnify. When he has his triangle command full, he has a bunch of different abilities that he gets access to as long as he hits enough times before he gets damaged. Telic Fury is a great thing. It's combo extender, does a lot of extra damage. Also gives you free limit every time it lands, every time you use this triangle command. We use a Fire God there to kill, and that pushes us onto this phase. Here we can just jump up with his warp command, break the leg, which will knock him off the ceiling. Building up a little bit of ATB here to push the phase. We want to push the phase by doing enough damage, but not do enough pressure to cause a stagger, because we want to hold the stagger for the next phase. With easy, since the stagger values are so much lower, same with the HP, there's a lot of times where we don't need the extra damage of a stagger and we want to avoid the animation. One other thing you may notice is the cutscenes are kind of playing weird here. Recently, they just added a ×2 or ×1.5 cutscene speed up, which since most everything in this game is a cutscene, we can just skip it. Luckily, it applies to boss cutscenes, so this saves several minutes throughout the course of the run. You know, probably like up to 10 minutes, but it's a pretty nice chunk of time that makes things a lot easier. This end phase, we can tank Trine and then charge Firaga. We can double Helix to cause the stagger and then Firaga. There's like a couple of different ways to do it, and they're more or less interchangeable. But double Helix is by far cooler.
Yeah, I get to show off the new synergy abilities.
Yeah.
That were added to the game, which we'll be doing a handful of that throughout the run. But, you know, we've gone through some of the major combat section in this game. Now it's going to be a lot of plot driving. Why don't we check in on our host with some donation reads?
I think we might be able to do that for you. People might be liking Final Fantasy just a little bit. All right, $50 from True Geek, who says, every music incentive this GDQ has been wonderful. Let's add another that's sure to be just as amazing.
Force of Will sends in $50. Hype for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth speedrun. Also, I got to hear No Promises to Keep. It brought me to tears when I first heard it.
$50 from the Mugry Million saying, so looking forward to that Rebirth run. My game of the year 2024 for sure, and I can't wait for the third part. Here's to many more awesome runs and games until the end of GDQ. Greetings from Germany.
Alvis Draw is donating $25. Heard about the No Promises to Keep incentive, and I have no choice but to donate towards that. Once again, thanks to all the GDQ crew and all the runners coming together to help make the world a better place, and also making this beginning of 2025 so exciting. Good luck on the rest of the marathon.
And $25 sent in from Layla K saying, had to donate during my favorite game ever and buying tickets to the saucer with Aerith. Looking forward to seeing the speed strats. By the way, y'all, we do have about $5,278 left on that Sing No Promises to Keep incentive, and you're looking at Woadyb right now. Don't you want to hear him sing the theme song of Final Fantasy Rebirth? No Promises to Keep? You want to hear this, right, y'all? You got to make it happen.
Can't promise it's going to be anywhere near good as Zim.
Yeah, it's a high bar to clear.
Well, yeah, it's right there in the
feel you.
name. No promises.
Yeah,
You're good.
exactly. I have no promises to keep about that. But while basically we're running through Nibelheim, if you're familiar with the story at this point, we're just kind of, Sephiroth is finding some things out. He's kind of beginning to not feel so, well on things, and he's learning the truth of stuff. Fun little tech here. We get ahead of this villager, and if we look at him, he just doesn't want to get anywhere close to us. So we never slow down because he gets too close to us as a result.
You normally have to slow walk that whole way, but because we did the movement that exact way, we get to jog the whole way. And like there were so many runs where I was unsuccessful in fending him off, where I'm just like, curse my existence. The other thing too is for anybody that's played the demo and has actually played this, you're probably wondering if we do the demo skip, but the category doesn't allow it, mainly because like the fun parts of gameplay in Nibelheim are skipped, so it just kind of truncates into like 30 minutes of running around instead of like 5 and then 5 minutes of gameplay. And so it isn't something that we do, but casually you can do it for sure.
Yeah, the essential ruling. So if you play the demo of this game, after you do the first combat, the game asks, would you like to skip to the village? And essentially it skips everything up until you're past like the Materia Guardian fight. And so as a result, it was basically like, if we vote this in, one, we have to hope the demo never leaves the PSN network, or it will create a disadvantage for like future runners. But also it would turn into like a run that's like 30 minutes of running around before there's like really any like reset heavy RNG stuff. So we're kind of like, that's, we'll leave it in. It's like 12 minutes of combat. It's fine.
It's definitely less annoying than the stripped down combat where they're trying to like the very basic tutorials. And there is some tech to it, so it's pretty nice. Especially like in normal, you can make some branching decisions. Like the level boost I mentioned, you could throw it on Cloud for Fire. Probably wouldn't use it, but level boost is actually really good materia. I wish we had, we could route that in.
Actually, so coming up here in a little bit is probably the award for the best NPC I think I've come across in like any video game.
This guy.
We always get a good laugh out of this. This NPC is going to bust through this door, kind of just stand there confused as like what's happening around him, and then you'll kind of see just barrel just fall down.
I love it.
The realization finally hits, and he's like, oh my God.
Busts out of a burning building and then immediately proceeds to start walking.
He's just kind of like, what's up? Where's everybody at? And then he's like, oh my God, everything's on fire. Unfortunately, Sephiroth's a little angry, if you will, and is kind of taking it out on the village here. So we're trying to go check on our mom now. So this kind of ties back to some of that like cinematic storytelling.
Yeah.
I think, for here, we're gonna still got a little bit of crawling and walking to do. Let's maybe get like, I don't know, like 5 more donations in the meantime.
5 more. I think we might be able to do that. How about Purple Kirby, who has donated $15 and says, greetings from Germany. So glad to see this event happening for such a good cause that hits hard at home. My mom is 10 years cancer-free thanks to early detection, and I'm under supervision for the same cancer right now. I had to donate to Final Fantasy VII. No promises to keep, since I put so many hours into it last year.
Hey, can you tell people are really excited for that incentive? Good news, you've got like 6 hours to warm up your voice for it.
I think I only got like 4.
True. $10 to the Prevent Cancer Foundation from Deedlit.
Hey.
Greetings from Woady's very essential and definitely not superfluous moderator. It's 3:30 a.m. here in Los Angeles, but I'm not tired at all thanks to the hype for this amazing run. Woady, I hope you savor this moment. I know you're going to kill it with your skills and commentary because you always do, but before you get too far, I have something very important to tell you. It's...
Classic D-Liv. Yep, that's one of my moderators, people.
do you think that donation was a honk shoe or a...
Probably a honk shoe.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you for the vibe check. Midgar Angel has graced us with $75 and says, Final Fantasy VII is my all-time favorite game. It has changed my life. Thank you for running Rebirth.
You're welcome. I'm happy to run it.
Yeah, same. I love running the game. One of the things about the play, too, actually, is the song. We're actually going to sing that during the play rather than during the end credits. So if you guys want to see a little bit more of the play, it's high value, in my opinion.
Let's go ahead and get 2 more donations. We're just running around calm now.
Peter D with $50. Hey, Cloud. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was one of my favorite games of last year, and I can't believe we already get to see it run at a GDQ. Good luck, Woadyb.
And a anonymous, presumably German donator sends in $100 and says, "Greetings from Germany, less than 3."
But maybe in another universe, they're not German.
Oh my gosh.
What other countries should we see greetings from, chat? Get in your donations at gamesdonequick.com and let us know.
Also, send in your Final Fantasy puns. Let's keep the pun train rolling here.
Literally, please, you have 2 hosts that love puns up here.
Well, we're back in the present time. You know, we were kind of done with our backstory here, so everyone's kind of joined up together. Here we get introduced to kind of the big mini game, Queen's Blood. Spoiler alert, unfortunately, we don't do any of it in the run because none of it's required. Now, I will say, if you want to see a little bit of Queen's Blood, you should vote for Cloud's Card Carnival mini game to be the winner for that incentive, because that is basically Card Carnival, but it's it's Queen's Blood, but in like a puzzle like system. So you get a little bit of a snippet for it, at least, if you want to see some Queen's Blood. But now the game is wanting to introduce us to a bunch of like gameplay mechanics. If my couch would love to maybe kind of talk about some of the general elements of gameplay we have here.
Yeah, so we have a couple of different things we got to cover here. Actually, we have a lot of dialogue we can have with characters. That first one there with Aerith, because of the donation incentive, we're going to go out of our way to talk to Aerith and Tifa at every opportunity to start building affection. Affection is usually only important in terms of just determining our final party for the end of the game, but since we wanted to offer Woadyb rather wanted to offer the date incentive, he went out of his way to do a little bit of extra work to make sure that this works out. Luckily, Tifa and Aerith is pretty reasonable, and Kate Sith and the boys, which is usually with Kate Sith, Vincent, and Sid, are the normal route, because when you don't have enough affection with anybody, that's the ones that you get. So you can see those almost any run. We're going to visit a couple of stores here because the game's trying to give us a tutorial. We want to skip the tutorial because they're incredibly slow, efficient, but incredibly slow. We want to grab a couple power wrist guards here for a 5% boost in attack. We start with 1, so now we have 3, and then we have earrings as well. We'll upgrade those later, but those are more or less going to be the only accessories we have. We also went to a folio vendor, which effectively replaces the weapon mechanic in this game. We still do level up weapons, but the stats automatically level this time. We don't have to deal with the individual stats. And the abilities are interchangeable, so we can swap them on and off. We get like a list of 10 by the time you finish the game, and 100, max out your levels. And you have 4 slots to pick from. But for the most part, we'll have 2 slots and about half of the abilities by the very end of the game. The folios kind of take the other half, where it's the special effects on the characters. Luckily, those aren't weapon dependent anymore. There's several really cool ones. They'll boost damage of special attacks by 5-10%. You get like a 5% refund when you use ATB. A lot of it ends up being more important than the Rulers of the Outer World, but Folio does offer a lot of things that make combat much, much simpler, and will allow you to gain ATB and do a lot more damage, and gain limit faster too. There's a lot of cool stuff in there, but unfortunately, we're not going to get too deep into it. There's just a few really overpowered things that we will grab about mid-run, because we're avoiding as many fights as possible, so it takes a little bit longer to get enough experience accrued to pick them up, and going out of the way to grind early to pick them up is just not a big enough time save.
Yeah, we're only going to folio like 3 times for the run, because the menuing is on the slower side, and because the theme of this game is really heavy in like the idea of like bonds of like friendship, and just bonds in general, really. And so to level up your folios, you need party level experience, and to get party level experience, you get some from like boss fights. So we have some just natural like leveling up from that, but then also like leveling up your characters will give you the points you need to actually pay for it. Yeah. But then we need to do like side quest content.
Yeah.
So the big difference, and we're almost to that point, is that Rebirth adds in this whole overworld mechanic that Remake did not have, because the streets of Midgar are very linear. You know, it's a very kind of like oppressed city. There's not a lot of room for anything, whereas like now we've left Midgar. We are in the world of Final Fantasy VII. And so they really wanted to go big with that, and so they added all these like side quest content. Like there are these like towers you can activate, which will like reveal locations on the map. Then you can fight like rare enemy species. You can activate like research life spring crystals. There's all this like long-winded
digging.
Yeah, there's like digging with chocobos. There's this like long-winded proto relic side quest featuring a fan favorite of the Final Fantasy series who you can get a glimpse of in that Rulers of the Outer World incentive, because he ends up being one of the bosses in the 5-round fight we have to do with that.
Yeah, like a lot of the big change between Remake and Rebirth is mainly how Chadley's menus function. Chadley had like a mix of things. The VR was more or less restricted, at least in Chadley's terms, to getting summons. We do still maintain getting summons that way, but they require traversal to get them depowered or fully powered for the materia that we get. But if we explore the world, it'll like bring them down. We're not going to bother getting any summons. But the point I was getting to is map exploration gives you points, which allows you to buy materia from Chadley, and also unlocks more VR fights so you can get extra materia from him. Versus the Remake version where Chadley was kind of designed where it's like, do this thing and then I'll sell you a materia. And most of those could have been completed very easily in normal gameplay. So with the new game route, things were routed in such a way where we were trying to make those objectives to get the powerful materia like First Strike, ATB boost, things like that. But because the game now rewards world exploration versus combat interaction, we're only going to get one materia from Chadley. Well, two, but the one that we're actually going to get is extremely powerful, and I would recommend any player to get it and use it ad nauseum because it's extremely good. And we'll talk about it when we get towards the actual fight.
Let's head out into the grasslands.
Into the great wide world.
I can shoot. No, wait, wrong.
Oh no, what have I done? What have I done?
Wrong song. It's not a Kingdom Hearts run. But here, we talked about like earlier with like fleeing combat and like fastest form of it. So Red 13 actually has the fastest form of like in combat fleeing to get us like out of it and traverse the map as quickly as possible. Basically, whenever we can, we will switch to Red 13 and we'll mash a combination of square and circle back and forth, because it will basically cancel his attack animation and he'll start rolling, and it just makes it a very quick kind of animation. Tifa is second in terms of her fleeing speed. We'll use we'll use her if we want, but it's usually try to use Red.
Yeah, Tifa's like,
as much as we can.
If Red's not in the party, Tifa's the choice. Usually, yeah, because it's like Red does punch parrying and Tifa does the like uppercut canceling. The problem is if you've seen Remake movement with Tifa and you're wondering, no, Red can't be faster. They heavily nerfed her movement and some of the way that her kit works, but we'll explain it as we go. Don't want to jump the put the cart before the horse kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they've taken some of the materia and they've like fully removed some things like parry and deadly dodge, and they've basically just incorporated those skill sets into just general combat now. So that's why it's not like maybe doesn't function in like the similar vein. That is the most grouped up amount of squirrels I think I've ever seen.
I would be so juiced on getting focus thrust here, even though it's not important at all.
Okay, I still got the proficiency bonus. I was like, I don't know if this is going to land properly, but I'm glad it did. But to speak on my comment just now, one of the big things going through the grasslands, or at least for the early game here, is so weapons have abilities, and the way the gameplay loop in this works is that you need to use the abilities to learn them, and then once you learn them, you can use them with any weapon. And so there's a couple strong abilities, Focus Thrust for Cloud and Focus Shot for Barret, that we would love to learn. Then Tifa also has Dive Kick. So between those three abilities, because all those characters are going to change their initial weapons at some point, we really want to learn those moves. And so and we have a small window of time in terms of optimization to do it. So the current route takes that first fight because those moo enemies are very easy to stagger. Because Barrett's thing, because with each weapon you need to do a specific thing to gain a like 30% boost. Because you got to get 100% to learn the ability, and if you get the proficiency gain, it's a 30% boost on top of the initial gain.
So the way that the weapon skills work is every time you use a weapon skill, you get 10 points. It's 100 points to learn an ability. When you get the proficiency bonus, you get 30 points. Each time you activate it, you get 30. So with like focus thrust, you can actually get multiple activations. Theoretically, which there's no like good setup for it, is you could activate focus thrust once and stagger 3 enemies with it, and you'll get your 100 points in one go. We actually do that with Rude and Elena. We get 2 activations in one go, but we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get there. A lot of the weapon abilities are very strong, but magic just kind of overshadows a lot of them. So a lot of these are just set up, like focus thrust, focus shot's pretty obvious. In easy, it's a lot easier to stagger enemies, so we definitely want to use them and learn them as quickly as possible. Dive kick just does nice damage, and it's easily available. There are far more, like, I'm sure people that have seen Remake have seen Star Shower. Unfortunately, we have to, like, jump through hoops for that. And Tifa's gotten a massive buff to Omni Strike. Her uppercut used to be busted in the previous game, and they moved, like, all the A to B gain and some of the other parts over to Omni Strike, so Omni Strike is just way overtuned. So we really only need Unbridled Strike with her. The dive kick is just to, like, capitalize on the multipliers.
All right, and so we've now headed. So normally the game encourages you to go visit the purple dot on the map because it's trying to teach you about what are called discovery points. It's like, here's some points of interest that, you know, add like maybe a little flair to the story, or like, you know, can kind of add some subcontext to certain things. And so we're encouraged to go to this like farmhouse, and then they tell us about like, oh, you know, going across the swamp, and then we go to the swamp, and then the game's like, oh, you need a chocobo, and so we go to the ranch, and then they're like, oh, I don't have any chocobo, but Pico has gone missing. So we see our kind of first mini game with chocobos, and so most of the chocobo like kind of mini games involve like catching a chocobo without them noticing. So, and I threw that rock in the wrong spot. Hold on.
I almost thought you were going to get the glitch where it's just like, yeah, you can't throw it.
Yeah, I try to hold off on like holding it. There we go. Now I got his attention. Thank you, Pico.
This minigame's kind of fussy. It just like, sometimes it won't let you throw the rock. Other times you get caught by the birds just while you're in the grass.
Well, luckily with the bird catching thing, like if you get spotted by that, so that second bird we rolled past, I got lucky. It didn't decide to turn around. Sometimes it will turn around. If it does turn around and you get like you've been spotted, if you just keep mashing circle, one of two things will happen. You'll either end up in the grass and you're safe, or you get spotted, and if you've gotten far enough and you retry it, you'll spawn past in the grass by Pico anyway.
Yeah.
So while, you know, you lose a little bit of time, it's not like you have to redo like the entire mini game, because there's like checkpoint systems throughout.
Yeah, for a marathon run, it's like a minor inconvenience. For like a actual run, you're like, I didn't want to lose like 20 seconds there. Why?
That's not 20 seconds.
It feels like 20 seconds. It's like, get out of here. I just need to restart. But yeah. So actually, we're going to run into Chadley here now. And he's going to introduce us to the first part of the world exploration system that Woody was alluding to earlier with like the towers. We're forced to turn this tower on, and you may see why we don't really want to do any world exploration. The tower here is going to play a fairly long cutscene that we can't speed up. Ooh, that's a nice tech. I really consider jumping on that to get the extra animation speed. Here we are. Yeah, movement optimization is like one of those small things that can kind of elude you sometimes, but we have to watch this. I tried like fast forwarding it before, and I was like, please, please, please. Please. I kept hitting the button hoping it would work at some point, but unfortunately no. Chelly has a pretty long dialogue string here, but as long as we skip the cutscenes efficiently, it's pretty quick. We're going to pick up the Fire and Ice materia here. We actually got 10 points from turning on that tower. So we buy Fire and Ice here, and that makes it so we don't have to worry about getting extra Fire and Ice materia. The only downside to the end materia, because there's Fire and Ice, Lightning and Wind, I think Petrify and Poison. And there might be one other that I'm forgetting, but those,
No,
they
those three.
so
Yeah, it's 3 of them.
So the difference is the main ones take like 300 and like 900. Don't forget E-skill. Or, yeah. When you exit here, like it's a little bit faster to go talk to Chadley and pick up E-skill. It's the material I was talking about earlier. It's like a minute and a half to do this combat. But enemy skill is extremely potent. It comes equipped with Sonic Boom, which is probably one of the best abilities in the game. When you use it, whether you hit or not, you will get a bravery buff and then a faith buff, which is a little bit delayed. The reason I differentiate that is because some fights that is a problem. Not usually though. Bravery and faith give a 30% damage bonus to physical for bravery, magic for faith, and then it can also be factored in with berserk as well. And when I was talking to one of the other runners, Vinny, Close to War, he actually mentioned that these percent bonuses actually take place before the multipliers, so it ends up doing even more than just that 60%. TLDR, you stack Sonic Boom and Berserk, and Cloud's damage just goes through the roof. It's going to be the main reason we can push through a lot of these fights in the way that we push through them. So this is absolutely important. We already saved the time, I think, by the end of the mines that it costs to pick it up. It's incredibly potent. And for a casual player, it's very useful. The only downside to it versus using Empower is it only lasts for 30 seconds, so you have to reapply it fairly frequently. But the fact that you get both in one can be very helpful because if you're using Elemental, the magic bonus is nice if you're doing like a physical build. But there are some characters that actually do hybrid damage. Barrett's one of them, which I'll talk about that when we get to the boss, that he'll be fighting mainly in a moment. We need to trek through the bog here. The big movement tech here is brake sliding. Some you may have heard of, you may have not. If we hit the brake here, the Chocobo's movement will be set to a certain speed, and we won't be affected by the swamp water. So we can actually maintain full speed versus that speed right there.
And you only lose a minute on that Chadley fight.
Oh, is it a minute?
It's not a minute and a half, no. It's a minute, yeah.
I guess I must have misheard you the last time you mentioned it. I never timed it because everybody's like, once I realized how powerful Sonic Boom was, I was like, there's no justification to not get it.
Yeah, no, I've timed it. It's a minute. You lose 56 seconds doing it, but you gain it back by the next 2 boss fights.
I mean, I guess you could.
Because it's just crazy powerful.
So we picked up the high caliber rifle there. That's pretty nasty power bonus for Barrett. Actually, if we put it on here, it's going to be a little bit too much gas. The other weapon we picked up when we were going towards the swamp also was a Sleek Saber. We need a little bit of extra damage here to make sure that we can do the strat that we want to for this boss fight. We're doing a little bit of setup for this area and the next few areas. We'll have to make some more changes later, but our main character, or our main team setup, when we have the option, will be Cloud, Barrett, Tifa. Surprisingly, Barrett's a very good support character, really good at getting staggers set up. Cloud's obviously going to be a very big damage dealer with the Berserk plus Bravery/Faith combination. And as I mentioned earlier, Tifa's Omni Strike is incredibly potent. We're going to start this off with an Omni Strike, or a Overcharge to build some ATB on Barrett. And then we're actually going to be taking a lot of counters here. We want to eat a certain amount of damage, but counters also build a ton of ATB. We're really not getting a lot of the damage from them. This early coil is a little bit scuffed, but I think we're good. Yep. The problem is once coil happens, the head is the only thing that we can hit. So it can be very hard to make sure that ice and the focus shot there land, but we are good to go. Also, we're about to go for a spin, so be ready for that.
It's the only time whatever you're about to see happens.
Yep. That happens because of the fast forward mechanic. There's a couple of places where the camera kind of glitches out and just does not like whatever's going on. It's not a big deal. It shouldn't come up too often. But yeah, that's the only downside of the fast forward feature. We're going to reapply the bonuses here from Sonic Boom. And now we're going to be setting up those Omni Strikes I was talking about. So Unbridled Strength will automatically upgrade our uppercut to an Omni Strike. Omni Strike gives about a 20% damage multiplier bonus to staggered enemies, so it goes from 160 to 180. The main thing is, though, it gives you about 2/3 of your ATB back. So an Omni Strike and an uppercut will more or less refill your ATB, so you can loop those ad nauseum as long as an enemy is staggered. You get less ATB back if the enemy's not staggered. But yeah, this is Unfortunately, this is like one of the hardest bosses. Woadyb giving me the aerial Braver. There's actually another sub-mechanic where Braver does more damage in the air. I was like, when are you going to show it off? He's like, I'll show it off right here. Will that make you stop?
Hey, I go for speed. Not every time you need to be flashy.
Yeah, it's rarely comes up, but, you know, if you're like, well, I hope this kills, you know, you can try and get airborne and launch a Braver from there.
Here we see our first example of what we call save loading. So a bunch of times throughout the run, you're going to see me go in, make a save. It's not because I'm making a safety save, because thankfully it's a modern game. There's a lot of auto-saving anyway. It's actually because if we save the game and then we load the save file, there are certain parts where what are supposed to be like slow walking conversation, like dialogue moments, will just not happen. So the dialogue will not happen. Or it will happen in like a sped up form and the characters will like run. So like normally you walk through the beginning of the Mithril Mines there, just kind of having a conversation, whereas when we did the save load, nobody decided to have that conversation because the game thinks you've already done it. And then so it unlocks the running animation. And we'll do that like multiple times throughout the run, especially towards like the end. There's a very significant version of that many chapters down the line that saves like over a minute and some change.
Yeah. It's more or less the same function with Remake. It's just kind of spread out throughout the run, because with Remake, it was more or less, a majority of it was at the very, very beginning of the game, and then you just kind of stopped using that tech. So we want to take these fights here, not because we want to take the fights, but we want the optimal movement. So if anybody's seen Remake, you'll notice Tifa's moving much slower. I think the devs kind of saw what we were doing with Tifa in the previous game and were like, that's not okay. And then they made her more busted trying to fix her. Omni Strike now, getting the damage multiplier and pretty much getting your ATB refunded for the punch. The only downside is you just have to do the unbridled animation over and over again. If you're really keen, there's some cool weaving you can do where you like you True Strike to lose ATB and then refill it with Omni Strike. You get really high multiplier super fast. It's a pretty cool setup. Unfortunately, we won't be getting True Strike. We won't be getting much of anything, actually. And surprisingly, it's not that difficult with what we get. You would think we're a little bit more strapped, but these first couple abilities are really all we need. The one from high-powered or high-caliber rifle is incredibly important, too, but we never change off of it. There's like one choice at the very, very end of the game, but the weapon I'm talking about is only like stronger for 2 fights, and then you actually level up. And it becomes weaker than high caliber rifle, which I find really funny. These ogre fights and a lot of these fights here are pretty safe to skip. Sometimes if they're in the right position, we can just book it straight for where we want to go. But sometimes they're in bad spots like that. We're a little bit too close to the ladder. So we do some extra movement to make sure we can get by them. Or at the very least, we can reset out of the fight and get a better load position so we can get by them on the next try. We're going to be heading into Rude and Elena here, which is why we actually put the Buster Sword back on. We did mention earlier that we wanted to learn Focus Thrust and then proceeded to take it off without using Focus Thrust at all. Focus Thrust, we're going to get those multiple activation, the bonus activations here. So we're going to stagger Elena in phase 1, so that's going to be 40 points, 10 for use and 30 for the proficiency. And then we'll be using it again in the next phase, in the final phase, and then following up. Oh, that's unfortunate. Normally we want Rude to punch here. What we're really looking for is just get the stagger on Elena. Normally you want to set up. If he punches, you can punish your counter, free ATB, BB. But luckily enough, Woadyb recovered it very quickly. Normally I kind of get caught off guard by that. But yeah, we want to just get 2 moves done with each person because we're actually going to be using a synergy ability. One way to distinguish is the synergy ability is done through the tactical menu, and the synergy skills, you hold the guard button and then do a button input to activate it. But Cyclone is extremely good at pressuring enemies. We used it in Zolom, but I kind of walked past that opportunity because it's a little bit better. We want to set up to get the stagger here and then use a limit. Ideally, we wanted to use Sonic Boom here, but we should be good as long as we set this up right. Ooh, Rude's going to be a little bit tough, depending on what we have. If we have arrow on Aerith. That could be a really good comeback mechanic here for Rude. I still have it on in my route because I do this all the time.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's some misinputs on my end, so this is the only reason why this fight's not over yet.
Honestly, this is not an easy fight. I've reset several runs here in the recent history. I think my PB has a reset here too, unfortunately. But yeah, he's weak to wind, so Sonic Boom is actually very strong here, and so is Arrow. But we made it through.
Yeah, that'll be my one unclean fight.
Yeah, just showing how Focus Thrust can be a little bit jank too, because you may have noticed we just kind of slid off the enemies. That does happen, and it's hopefully that's the one place.
It's uncommon. It's one of those like moments where it's like, it can happen. Usually when you time it properly, you should never see that happen. But
it's like picking a bad angle and timing it improperly too, with Focus Thrust sliding. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you would think that it'd be harder as we go through the game as enemies get tougher, but honestly, the amount of skills we unlock and the tools we get, actually, there's like a sweet spot where it gets easier, like a middle point of the game until it gets particularly more challenging, I would say, right?
Yeah, I'd say the early portion is a little bit rougher because you're limited for options. Once we get to about the mid-game, routes start to diverge, and I think like most of the runners, mid to high level, all kind of have different routes. So this is not really, surprisingly enough, like I know a lot of New Game Easy games kind of have a homogenous, everybody does the same thing route because there's no better way to do it. It's just a matter of like executing and better RNG. But for this run, fortunately, there's a very wide breadth. So most of the time I'll be trying to live cast Woady's fights because we do everything a little bit different. But they're more or less equal, which is the surprising part. The fight execution can vary heavily between runners.
So this is where we have a gameplay break. So I was talking about this earlier where the game is going to force parties on you. So they decided to separate Barrett and Red from the group. And so they decided to check in on how they're doing. And so that's why we are now playing as kind of Barrett and Red here, traversing through the mines, trying to meet up with the gang and stuff. Why don't we take a moment to check in on our host team there with some maybe like 3 donations while we're just running through the mines.
Absolutely. By the way, we are less than 5,000 away from that no promises to keep singing incentive, so y'all keep it up. I know you think that you have time, but I have news for you about that. And by the way, $50 from Man What saying, I love Final Fantasy, I love AGDQ, I love fun incentives. Greetings from Australia.
Yep, and that cue in from Jay is a perfect time for this $25 donation from Dank Yeager to PCF. Walking city streets with one cobblestone.
Oh my God.
Start warming up those vocal cords. Much love from Australia.
Not the lyrics in the donation.
I mean, if we're lucky, we'll get the whole song, and then they'll get to hear it twice over the course of donations and then the incentive.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's true, yeah.
Between the two of us, Woady's the only one brave enough to sing. There's no way you could convince me to do it.
Well, it's a good thing I enjoy karaoke.
Yeah.
Well, that incentive is pretty convincing to me.
Let's get one more donation.
All right. Matrimony has generously donated $25 and says, I am a new Rebirth runner and was lucky to meet Woady and the Sid this GDQ. They are so nice and welcoming and so darn good at this game. Let's make sure we get to see Woady sing and do the hard endgame boss fights.
Coming from the back couch there.
Yeah.
Hey, the snakes moved out of the way.
We spent quite a long time chatting. Oh, yeah. So this snake fight, if you didn't know, you can skip it. Theoretically, skip it.
I mean, we're not skipping it. I'm going to fight it. I'm just going to say 18 seconds.
Maneuvering it to a more optimal position. There are a lot of fights you can do this kind of with, but this is important because when we do go back into that room, we have to wait for the other party to open the gate for us, and it takes quite a while to open. So if we do it this way, we can save the snake fight for the other side. The thing is, we would like to learn Focus Shot, and we have a couple opportunities to do so, and this is a very good one to do it. If we can make the snake fight after this minecart while we're waiting for the door to open, we can get the Focus Shot plus the proficiency bonus, so we should be able to learn it here. Every time I went for learning it here, the snakes would catch me, so I just was like, no, I'm going back to the old strat. But Woadyb is going to actually learn Focus Shot here, ideally. There is a bit of variance, because sometimes red will kill one of the snakes that you're trying to Focus Shot, but we have plenty of opportunities to learn it. The main thing is that we're going to want to swap weapons before the boss. Luckily, Focus Shot isn't part of the strat, so it doesn't matter if we don't learn it now. But we're going to be putting on the high caliber rifle, which is an extremely massive buff. It's Barrett's best weapon for the most part.
Best for the run. He's got better weapons for casual play.
For a long time, it's really good. But yeah, it's not like his best in slot weapon. There's other ones that you get from side quests. So we're going to be overcharging just to get rid of one of the snakes here and build up some ATB. We want to make sure one of these has about half the pressure bar here, and then Focus Shot. Good swap. All right, perfect. Normally, red can get really aggressive there and start knocking the enemies around, so your Focus Shot misses, or worst case scenario, kills one of the snakes. We want to grab this free lightning material because it's right in the way. A lot of the bosses are weak to lightning. I believe Elena is weak to lightning. The next boss is weak to lightning, and so is Bottom Swell. I remember
Actually, no, that's the boss after this one. I forgot we have a boss literally in front of us.
Yeah. So Mithril Golem here can be quite a frustrating boss, but luckily high caliber rifle and its ability bonus round is going to make our lives a lot easier. So bonus round is an extremely powerful skill that takes Barrett to the next level. In the previous game, it was very hard to get anything done with him. Bonus round, however, is extremely powerful. It will fire a bonus round every 4 regular shots, or after every overcharge shot. So the thing is that his regular shots are based on physical, but his bonus round damage is based on magic. So the Sonic Boom is actually even more important for him than it is with Cloud, because it'll boost both. But the bonus round bullets also apply a ton of pressure to bosses, and I mean that like literally on the pressure bar rather than like figuratively. And it also helps gain ATB, so bonus round, it kind of elevates Barrett from a meme character to a very serious and functional part of the party. We do a lot of ATB management here to make sure that we can just spam relentlessly. And we also make sure to use attacks at a certain time so that when Mithril Golem is trying to hit us, that the keep value of the move will keep the move active instead of being cut through by the enemy's attack. TLDR, in easy, most everything will keep through 90% of the attacks. There are a few that like stun us or always will stop, but you'll see us using special moves a lot and then just getting punched and standing there and be like, so what was I supposed to do in response? But yeah, Mithril Golem is a really cool fight when you see it done properly, which that was.
So I told you, that was my one unclean fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing, too. That was a very good recovery coming out of Rude and Elena, because sometimes messing up one boss fight can kind of cascade, and that fight was extremely clean in comparison. So it was obviously, that's a really highly required skill for a top-tier runner, is to be able to recover so that one mistake doesn't turn into 2 and 3 and 4. It only is one mistake.
But we have made it out of the mines and to Chapter 4, essentially, at this point, which is the Junon region. But luckily, we just need to go straight to the town in any new region we visit. So there's no... the game doesn't have any sort of like, hey, you've made it to this new area, go do a couple things, and then go to the town. The game's pretty lenient, allows us to just go straight for the town, which is kind of what allows this run to be kind of as low as it is, even with a lot of the like mini games and other kind of like forced like happening sections that you have to do, because we don't have to do anything in like the world map at any point. So while we're headed to Junon here, let's get maybe just like 3 donations.
All right, by the way, how does 4,528 to go on that? No promises to keep incentives sound to y'all. It sounds great to me. And Finney and Gavin have sent in $25 saying, good morning, GDQ. About to go to school, but enjoying this run. Good morning to you.
$100 from Nanakiemi to PCF. Whoa, it's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth time. We all know it should have won Game of the Year, right? Woadyb, you are going to do great as always. Has been awesome seeing your progress as a runner since you started out on Final Fantasy VII Remake. You will do great. As a Scot, I have to vote for Kate Sith for the date scene. It is so good.
It was a great date scene.
Yeah, it is. Kate Sith and the boys. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No worries. And Arlo Free has donated $10 and says, "Hey from Ireland, I hope the run goes well and I hope you feel good, you feel is how that is spelled, good at the end of the 6 hours. Take care and good luck with the run."
Thank you, Chad. I'm glad you were paying attention to Woody's directions. Please, keep them coming.
Yes, I'm not hearing enough Final Fantasy puns. And it doesn't even have to be the, this game. There's 16 mainline games and a ton of spin-offs, so,
Yeah.
I could Clive with some more pun donations.
There you go.
Yeah.
And we're all just going to have to sit here and bear it.
I mean, we got a long stretch after this next boss, so we have plenty of time at that point.
Yep, we're entering our next town gameplay loop I've talked about, where we have to do some things in town before we can continue the story. This town, all we've got to do is essentially talk to 3 people. We can talk to 4. We don't need to. We're standing here because we're going to talk to Red first, because you can't talk to them until they're in their positioning.
Yep.
And so, Red will be the first one because Barrett is still headed to his spot. He's probably just there now. Yeah, Barrett's in his spot. And then Tifa should be getting to her spot a little bit after we kind of match up with her. There we go, and then we'll talk to Barrett while Aerith is still kind of getting positioned before we can actually kind of talk to her.
And plus, Barrett's right where we want to go anyway.
Yeah, we want to rest in the inn here, or attempt to rest in the inn here, but unfortunately there's some trouble at the docks, and somebody's in trouble, though. A bit of a change from the original game. So if you recall, originally Priscilla was being attacked by Bottomswell, though in this game they have renamed him to Terror of the Deep. We still have to call him Bottomswell here, but since there's a character who was optional in the original game that isn't going to quite be optional anymore, and so they've needed a way to kind of bring her into the story, and so Yuffie is actually being terrorized out on the water. We won't quite see it because we're not watching the cutscene, but she is the one that has been attacked by Bottomswell, and so we are trying to put the fish in his place. And so phase 1, we basically do a couple thunder attacks, and then once pressured, Tifa is just going to go on a punching spree into an Omni Strike loop here.
Honestly, me, whenever I see fish, I just start punching.
Just start punching away. That's probably the best way to tenderize them. So one of the things you may notice at the very beginning of the fight, too, Cloud kind of got 2 Punisher counters. There's actually a mechanic that's not really explained, but if you take a Punisher counter and then hit the block button again, you can kind of reset it. So any bosses that do multiple hits back to back to back to back, you can scam out a lot of Punisher counters pretty aggressively. It's a super cool attack, but unfortunately it's so fringe that it doesn't always show up. Use a focus shot here to get the stagger, which is where we would have gotten it if we didn't get it in the cave. Throw out a couple of Omni Strikes here and just finish things up.
Yeah, at this point, we have enough of our main base toolkit that you're going to start seeing kind of the same loop when it comes to combat, at least generally speaking, with just trying to get pressure going in some way, whether it's dodging an attack or Punisher counting or magic or whatever we're going to do, followed immediately by a bunch of damage to just increase that pressure gauge, or even just focus thrust or focus shot in order to just jump the bar. And then there's a number of different things we can do there. And then once they're staggered, just pound on the damage, as we've been alluding to with all of the kind of skills. One thing we haven't really seen yet that I'm sure we will soon is a lot of the more synergy skills, doing things like power cleave and spellbound blast and that sort of stuff. We'll get to that part soon.
Yeah, we don't have access to that until chapter 5.
After
this.
Yeah, because the thing is the next battle segment, we're going to be solo, so we can't do team attacks. I think we may have enough levels to purchase it right now, but because we don't have anybody with us yet, the synergy skills and synergy abilities are like the tent pole of the new game run, honestly. Mm-hmm. It's what keeps things going at a very consistent pace and makes ATB building a lot easier.
Getting ATB built on 2 characters at once while also doing damage and also having some level of immunity to damage and getting pushed out of things is just a great combination.
So one of the other things, too, I mentioned it earlier, but every time we have a chance to talk to both Aerith and Tifa, because of the data incentives, we're going to be picking up the affection value. Normally, we only deal with talking to Tifa because we're only worried about manipulating the final boss fight, and the affection values affect which order characters come in, and Kate Sith and Aerith are seated where they always are, like in some of the... I guess it wasn't really like that in Remake, but in Remake, the way you did affections was the penultimate fight with the Whispers, depending on how much moves they used, who got kills, et cetera, would determine who came in the final boss fight. This one, fortunately, we have a normal affection system, which is side quests with characters, dialogue with them, performing synergy skills and synergy abilities also builds affection as well. And then there's a few like fringe things like the dates themselves actually build affection with a character as well. Fortunately, you'll always get the same order. If for those wondering with New Game Plus, you'll always get the same order. If everybody's at 100% affection, it's always the same. Unfortunately, that's the one that everybody uses for the run. But for a new game, we have to do the manipulation.
Well, luckily with the way it's routed, like the risk factor is super low.
Yeah.
And, like the variance... It's not routed so hardcore that like you have a high risk of like messing up somewhere.
Yeah.
Like because it's all baked into what we do. Now we are doing extra things. So normally like when you saw me went into the room and talked to Aerith there, we would never do that in a normal run. But this is a special occasion. We're helping raise money for a great cause. So to help offer that incentive, we do the extra things for that. So it's a special route for GDQ, but here we have Mr. Dolphin, one of the many games. Basically, it's Wave Race 64, baked into your Final Fantasy VII. This is pretty straightforward. This kind of first half of the lap, we are just going to collect all the balloons, just so we can help build our speed. Did miss one there, that's fine. Not a huge deal. But as long as we keep collecting them to where our speed goes up, we can get faster and faster. When we turn the bend here is where we're going to kind of start to ignore some of the balloons to go for a slightly faster route because we can actually sneak behind the ship here on a bit of a straightaway to not worry about it. Normally I would pick up the balloons I kind of missed there, but it's fine. We're just going straight for it, and we should finish it off kind of about here. There we go.
Does anyone hear an echo in here?
Wrong dolphin. Fun fact, if you fail that mini game, you have to redo the entire thing. And luckily, it is the same 2 inputs every time.
Yeah, that's... I may have reset a run over that.
Of course you did.
That's impressive to hear. I was like, I've never, jinxing myself now. I'm saying this after I did it, so I didn't do it on stream, but I've never failed that mini game.
I wasn't paying attention, and I was like, oh, these are both X, right? And then I like hit X, and it immediately failed. I was like,
X triangle.
yeah. I was like, oh. I think it was back after I came back from doing 16, so I hadn't practiced everything.
You went from one game with QuickTime events to another.
Yeah.
At that point. Just not as many.
The QuickTime events in 16 are so interesting because everybody thinks you have to mash. You can literally just not touch it and never fail. You can just do like 1 input a minute and you still pass it. It's the funniest thing to show off, but it's so hard to show off in a marathon without it being super slow. Just like...
Well, we've infiltrated Junon here, and we're going to be running around for a little bit. So why don't we check in with how our viewers and hosts are doing with those donations towards the No Promises to Keep?
I think we might be able to do that for you. Primo has donated $25 and says, for the best gal Tifa and for 6 awesome hours of Final Fantasy on the best game ever. Good luck to you on your run and greetings from Germany. By the way, I do just want to say really, really quick that you may think that we have until the end of the run for No Promises to Keep, but that is incorrect because it's during Golden Saucer. So keep it up, keep up the energy. Let's keep it going.
$10 into PCF from Satis Salad. I just had to donate for No Promises to Keep incentive. Excited to see this performed live tomorrow by Lauren Allred at Carnegie Hall. But if you don't want to wait for that, you could get it today. You could get it right now, chat.
It's possible. $10 from Dark Ant. Love FF7. A game that took me 65 plus hours. Beating it in less than 7 hours is incredible.
And $250 from Aquastar831. Starting my Friday workday early, getting to watch my man Woadyb running Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Putting this donation towards the Gold Saucer date incentive, gotta choose my girl Aerith. Thanks GDQ for once again running such a great event for a great cause, PCF. Good luck to you.
Thank you, thank you. You know, I've seen the data incentive numbers. I'm feeling bad for Aerith there. It's it needed some huge swings, y'all. Like, I mean, Tifa's kind of running away with the show there, and I know Kate's it's kind of falling up pretty good there.
Yeah, the date's right out there. And Kate, to clarify, just so everybody knows that may want to see Vincent or Sid, they may or may not be with Kate Sid. So
Yes, the Kate Sith date does actually include Vincent and Sid as well. Just to give you that heads up, if that helps entice the donos for the Sid and Vincent fans. I was checking out the recap, and you know, there was a question of like, when are the bathroom breaks in this 6-hour run? So funny enough, this in a normal setting, if somebody needed to take a break, this would be our first long break, because this elevator ride, can't do anything about making it go any faster. It's pretty lengthy, so we just kind of chill here. So this is like an hour and 10 minutes into the run,
Yep.
give or take. So, you know, it's a good, initial break, maybe refill your water or something like that. Forgot something when you started the run. But yeah, there's a bunch of small little breaks here in Chapter 4. Got a wonderful parade thing we'll get to view here in a little bit, but let's roll with maybe like 3 more donations before we get into some more gameplay stuff.
Pojoden filling Wody's request from earlier with $25. I'll limit the insufferable pun so I don't cloud your judgment. Have fun with the run, Wody. I'm going to nibble on some snacks while I watch the master in action. I know it's early, so grab a cup of coffee, embrace your dreams, and whatever happens, protect your honor, and Wode Gold.
There's Pojo. I knew the pun master for my community would appear at some point.
And a very special $25 from Mini Maya and Short Shout. Good morning, everybody. We're watching GDQ while we get ready for school today. Short Shout thinks that GDQ stands for Gorilla Dog Quail, but Mini Maya says no, and no, it really stands for Games Done Quick. Can you teach us anything cool about chocobos?
They run really fast, and we race with them.
I was going to say, we actually don't even see many chocobos in the run. We got the one required in Calm. It's part of getting through to Midgardsormr. We'll see some more chocobos during some of the Golden Saucer stuff. But otherwise, we unfortunately...
we get a couple for free, so...
True.
I can tell them that watching Red 13 ride a chocobo is one of life's great pleasures.
I broke out laughing because like he wasn't in the party, so he was kind of like on the periphery when I was playing, and then he just kind of like came into view on camera, and I was just like,
Would a talking dog ride a bird horse like this or like this?
I think like no matter what way it was wrong, but I think they found the most comical wrong way.
I like there's like a consistency between that as well and the cutscene that we unfortunately will skip in on the boat that's coming up in a little bit of time yet.
Yeah.
But his introduction during the boat and the Queen's Blood tournament. Oh my lord.
Yeah, the humor factor is, you know, while the game has bleak moments like any story tends to have, it's got its very comical like moments, and it really sells it. It's what I love about this game.
Yeah.
And this cast of characters.
Well balanced.
Yeah, it's a well balance of drama and comedy. But in a little bit, we'll definitely run through some more donations. But real quick, we've got kind of a like semi mini game, but main story thing. So in this version of the story, Cloud has actually been like promoted to like a cadet leader essentially, and so he's like in charge of the 7th Infantry. And so to get ready for the parade, we need to go locate a bunch of Shinra soldiers. Not shoulders, but I can't say that word. But we are finding infantry people. I'm going to say that. Anyway, so we need 5 minimum out of the 10 possible. And there are 5 specific ones we're going to grab because not only are they like the bare minimum we need, but they're also the fastest kind of formations, because it was found that when you get certain of the infantry people, you are able to create harder formations, and the harder formations lead to harder QuickTime events. You saw a glimpse of it in the tutorial we just had a moment ago that was happening in the background. And the problem with that, though, is those harder ones are longer, and so they make the parade sequence take longer, and so you lose time. And so the 5 that we're collecting allow us to get the shortest string of like
variations
of like
mini
the
games.
mini games and stuff from there. And so now that we've found the 5, because technically the one I just grabbed here is actually not faster than another one, but the faster one to get would lead to a longer scene. So they like balance each other out. But
Nice thing about it, there's like 1,500 down there too for like beginning runners, not too far out of the way. The other thing too is the update also added like a function where you can change the formation at any place by just hitting L2, which I thought that was a really neat one. Although I ended up losing time in a run. I was like, oh, what's this button do?
I have no proof of this, but I think that's always been there. I could be wrong, because I don't change formations anymore.
I mean, maybe it was one of the recent updates, because it wasn't there when I played it. At least I'm fairly certain.
You mean the shortcut button that just when you're in the harbor area?
Yeah.
That was day one.
it really?
Yeah, I'm pretty
yes.
certain that was their day one.
Unless I got a patch by the time that I got.
That's
to
a
be
Sid-
fair,
that's a Sid
To
moment
be
for
fair,
sure.
by the time that I got to this point in the game, I probably was at like 50 hours. So I might have been a day. I don't know.
Well, while we are watching some wonderful parade action, let's get hit with like, we could probably do like 10 donations, because this is a pretty lengthy
Long.
mini
This
game.
goes
3
on.
sequences, cutscene skips in between, so let's let them fly.
All right. Well, by the way, we have just over 4,000 left on that no promises to keep incentive. And T-Tree, would you like to read the next few donations?
Not interested.
Okay. Well then, $50 from Baked Squid. Had to donate during one of my favorite games of all time. I grew up with the original FF7 and love the remakes just as much. And $25 sent in from Tech Ghost saying, we need some more terrible Final Fantasy puns around these Barts. Nuff Sid. Donation goes to singing No Promises to Keep. We also have Stovetop sending in $99 for PCF, saying, donating for my top 2 Final Fantasy games, which are Final Fantasy IX and Final Fantasy IX again. So happy to see Rebirth at GDQ, my personal game of the year. Final Fantasy IX remake, when? And $15 from the Shift Day one, saying, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was an incredible experience, and I can't wait to see it run fast for an amazing cause. Best of luck to Woadyb, donating to support the date with the best girl, Kate Sif.
All right. I'm feeling left out now. DB Major with $100 to Prevent Cancer Foundation. I just finished my initial playthrough 6 hours ago. Final Fantasy Rebirth is my favorite game that came out in 2024, and this run has been my most anticipated run of the whole event. Donating $100 towards the No Promises to Keep incentive. Thank you so much to everyone getting in on that. We are doing great on the way towards it. And don't forget, we also have the Rulers of the Outer Worlds incentive as an extra one on top of that. So let's get No Promises to Keep locked in so we can keep the fun rolling. Time for a little more?
Yeah, no, I mean, we still got the rest of the sequence, so yeah, we've probably got at least like 3 more.
Maybe they're still warming up.
$100 from Sonic Cloud 38. Had to donate to one of my favorite games. This donation is for my coworker's father, who is currently battling lung cancer. Here's hoping cancer will be slain as fast as Woadyb will slay this run. Final Fantasy VII hype! Hype.
King of Zeal has generously donated $50 and says, wait, they made 7 of these games?
I got some
Bestie.
news for you, friends.
You're never going to believe this.
Jangle with $25. Rebirth is one of my favorite games. Just recently, I started going through all the combat challenges, and it was hellish, but worth it for the one-winged angel piano piece. Donating for No Promises to Keep, and don't forget, be nice.
Yes, be nice. It's funny. In remake speedruns, there's this scene with Tifa, where Cloud's being kind of rude, and like Tifa says like twice to him, "Be nice," and like it just became this like running gag in our community because you're mashing the dialogue, so you cut her off, and all you hear is "Be nice, be nice." But here we've got a little section with everyone's favorite ninja gal, Yuffie. It's just kind of a quick gameplay section. There's not really a whole lot to it. She's trying to take out Rufus, but not to dinner in this case. She's very mad at him because of Wu Tai. So it's a little quick mini game. We just have to overlap the icon and push the X button like 3 times, and then we'll move on to kind of like the escape from Junon, where we need to head to the ship. But unfortunately, we're getting attacked along the way because of there's suspicious people or avalanches here. We must stop them. But Cloud's going to go off on his own because he needs to make sure his new homies, the 7th Infantry, get by safe and they don't get in trouble. So we're going to pick up Cloud's very powerful magic weapon. It is the best weapon he has in the game when it comes to magic.
Yep.
Now, I do believe, okay, we did finally learn Focus Thrust. I wasn't entirely sure if I got there because the Rude and Elena fight went off the rails, but it looks like we made it happen.
Oh, yeah, I was keeping an eye out for that. You did get the staggers, you just didn't.
No.
And then so we do a little quick menuing there. And then we're going to have a couple little solo fights. The security officer will always counter you after your initial hit. So that's why I go in with the counter. Here we're trying to vacuum in as many of the people, and bam, we hit him with a Sonic Boom, kind of taking them all. Because Sonic Boom does have like an AoE damage radius to it, as well as fire. A lot of magic casts do have like small AoE radiuses to them that if the enemies are close enough, it will still hit them. Whereas like you can also use a materia called Magnify. Looks like I think we're getting the grouping. Yes, we did. Perfect. Love to see when fights go the way you want them to.
Yeah, like tier 1 spells have a little bit of explosion radius, and obviously it increases as you go up to Ra and Ga spells or tier 2, tier 3. A lot of these fights can be very annoying. You really have to practice this area to be consistent with it. This fight particularly can be very rough too, because if the flame troopers kind of wander in with the shield guys, sometimes they can explode, which will push the shield guys to the other side of the room, but it looks like we got a good fight.
Actually, one of the flame troopers did explode. I guess they were that enemy is interesting because you can if you beat up the fire tank on the back, you can actually cause that explosion to happen.
Yeah, but luckily it didn't separate the shield troopers, which is the reason it's a real big issue. We did mention that this is a magic-based weapon, so for those of you that may have very keen eyesight, you may have noticed we put Attack Plus on. We do need a bit of physical damage here, and we'll need some physical damage in the next area as well. So instead of all-inning on magic right now, we want to get our physical up so that we can do some decent damage with our swings here. And also, we're going to want to use a more physical setup for the next boss, so it's just better to do it that way. Surprisingly, it's still stronger than like Sleek and Buster Sword, so we take the Rune Blade over. But it is by far his best magic weapon. It very much unbalances the amount of damage you can do in hard mode, and it's extremely strong and normal to the point where we're going to keep it for a very long time. Good movement overall. The sweepers, we just got to get a couple of thunders on. And then hopefully, which happened, the troopers on the top jump down. Sometimes they don't, which can make that fight pretty annoying. So far, we have a pretty decent boat, or Junon. The fights here can be pretty hectic. This last one is a really frustrating one.
The most random one of them all.
Yeah.
Because we need ATB, and we just don't have it at the beginning. But it likes to run around the entire fight.
Ooh.
Hey, but sometimes let's go. It gets stuck in the wall.
Oh, freebie.
There we go. That actually was pretty good. I will take that level of luck with the Death Wheel.
Oh, my Lord.
Sometimes he runs into the wall like that. Other times he goes into the center and you just straight up can't hit him. It's super frustrating.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
That was actually a very good Death Wheel fight. And now,
that was a strong Junon for sure.
coming up, the fan favorite from Remake, the most over-the-top new character to the Final Fantasy VII R world. He's back, people. The one and only Roche.
Yeah, Roche can be dealt with in a couple of different ways. Most people kind of go for a stagger in Phase 1 for consistency. Woadyb is actually going to be trying to get out enough damage to just push him into Phase 2 without staggering. But it might be a little bit difficult. It can be rough to push it out.
I think we got it.
Yeah,
Little
there we
awkwardness on wonky patterns, but we just had to adjust for what he's doing.
Also, this cutscene's so much faster at times too, because it was always awful, like having a bad June on and then looking at your time just whittling away while he's yapping, and you're like, please stop. And now you can do something about it.
What, are you telling me you don't love to just sit there and quote Roche every time?
You know,
One of my favorite pastimes.
I would quote him if I wasn't looking at like double-digit seconds just ticking away. Like, oh, I'm 15 down. Whee!
Yeah, just hide the splits. Just hide the splits.
I think the actual correct answer is just get good at June on.
It might be. But
Mad because bad is what it is.
But that was Roche. Roche is a very quick fight. There's a lot of fights in this game that are a minute to a minute and a half in most cases. They're pretty quick fights with the amount of routing we put into them.
Yeah.
To just kind of like, and they're very the key thing. Like when you see me do these fights, like there's an intention behind like 98% of like stuff. The Root and Elena fight, like I said, things went a little off the rail because the grouping got messed up and I couldn't. The stagger didn't happen and that was it. But you know, like I said, that'll be the one.
Yeah.
Now that'll be the one we throw.
Root guarding at the beginning is so rare. You normally either see punches or sonic shockwaves, which shockwaves is probably more annoying. But the guard is so rare that you're just like, what do I do? Huh?
Yeah, I mean, some of it probably also comes from like if Root doesn't take any damage, then he doesn't have any stagger, so the focus thrust will just not quite match, which is kind of what happened there. But we've entered Chapter 5. Going back for a second to talk about the no promises to keep incentive. It is when we visit Gold Saucer, but for context, it is the second time. So when we go there the first time, people are like, oh no, we've gotten there. Yeah, it is Chapter 12, almost 4 hours in. So
we'll definitely give warnings for sure.
No.
But on that note, we have less than 4,000 to go, so people could speedrun that incentive. I'm seeing it happen.
Yes,
no,
I was just going to say, here we have like a major new addition, a big Queen's Blood tournament. Casually, this is a lot of fun. This has caused a pretty rampant addiction amongst most players of this game for this card game. But here, unfortunately, it's slow, so we skip the whole thing, sadly.
Yeah, for you Queen's Blood lovers there, unfortunately, we are allowed to just forfeit immediately, and we are going to do that in the name of speed. But hey, go play the online version.
That said, while we're here, new donation idea for you. Tell us, who is your favorite outfit from this section? I love Barrett in the sailor suit. That's just me.
It's good. I mean, it's good. It is a good outfit. That is true. All right. So we do get forced into a match with Red, but again, we can just straight up forfeit it. So you kind of still saw me. You're like, oh, but he's in Queen's Blood anyway. I thought he said we're not doing it. Well, because we just forfeit the match without rematch. So
Red 13 was so good, his opponent just folded immediately.
You know, I saw that lab rat dog in a human outfit doing that cutscene. He does like Michael. He basically does like a Michael Jackson dance routine, like spinning and like twirling and everything. It's amazing. I wish I could have shown that, but
And you fell apart like a house of cards.
and I fell apart. You know, his dance moves were just too smooth, man. I couldn't hack it.
So yeah, we're actually in the folio here. We're going to be picking up a few things. Fireworks Blade's a good backup, but we actually need it as part of the affection route for all the Gold Saucer nonsense. Like I said before, you get points for talking to each character depending on your response. You either get like, I think it's 3, 4, or 5.
For the dialogue. So for affection.
Yeah.
So it's 4, 5, and 6.
Okay. And you get a couple of other freebies with Tifa and Aerith. We'll talk about the other ones, but the March actually gives us some free points.
4.
Yep. We could get one more if we like perfected the march, but we'd actually have to do the good marches, which would be much longer. So that's why we just stuck with the regular one and just went, nah, I'm good.
Well, and fun fact though, and you can't even, to win the marching minigame, you have to also collect the other infantry units to make the harder formations, because if you just do the base ones that we have there, I could have perfected every one of those like inputs,
but
and you would still
points.
lose
Yeah.
because you wouldn't earn enough points from the like viewership. It's time to melee blade.
Yeah, so the reason we went there is because we can finally purchase Melee Blade. That gives us access to 2 different skills, the Power Cleave and Spell Blade. They're both extremely strong, but they have different uses. Spell Blade here can reach out and touch someone. It's magic-based here, and as you can tell, it hits very hard. It also builds, as you may be noticing, a ton of ATB. The nice thing whenever you use a team attack, the main character will get a chunk of ATB, and then the team-up partner will get a chunk of ATB, just a slight bit delayed. But this basically allows you to do a ton of damage really quick. The Melee Blade and just any team attack is based on the character performing it. So in this case, Cloud is the one performing it. So Aerith or Tifa's stats are not taken into account. So that's part of the reason why we wanted to use Runeblade here. But Power Cleave is based on physical and Spellblade is based on magic. Spell has the reach, but does a little bit less damage and isn't as good at staggering. Power Cleave does
the grouping.
Plenty of damage and is very good at staggering.
And that's why we do the attack plus 20, because it gives us just enough boost to our physical attack power that these fights with Tifa will go faster, because we'll still do more damage.
20 points is a lot.
A lot.
Even by the end of the game, it's still a lot. We were messing around with one of the fights and just being like, oh, well, we'll just let the weapon skill auto upgrade here, and it removes an attack plus 20. Found out that that was like 200 points of damage per hit. It was very rough. But yeah, a lot of these fights are just going to be Power Cleave Turbo. In normal or hard, the keep/cut values, which is the internal mechanic for it, can vary pretty heavily. So you will get knocked out of moves a lot more. But in easy, we really don't have to worry about that too much.
Yeah, we have a much higher keep, so it allows that to work as well as it does. Whoop, get away from the Howl. Howl is a move that can stun us. Here we're going to focus on the necrotic because the demonic entity will need to get that affection point.
Yep.
So I had to throw it in somewhere there. But you know, that looked very flashy. I'll take it.
It worked out perfect too because you didn't have any ATB anyway.
Actually, yeah, it did work out perfect. Did that completely on the fly. I'll take it. And we now pick up Tifa's best physical weapon, basically the only weapon we're going to use, because Tifa is going to be our primary physical DPS. For, as you saw, the unbridled Omni spam is just way too powerful to not utilize in these fights. In fact, you're going to see a wonderful example of it happening in our next boss fight. I'll take the grouping. We love to see groupings with Power Cleave.
Yeah, demonic enemies can be rough because they just kind of hop around. So when they hop around at you, it's usually much better. But yeah.
Actually, I should say, though, because we are, after this next boss fight, we are pretty much at a point where we are, the bid wars for the mini-games should be closed, and we should be settling up on the kind of final choices of what we're playing there. Because we're headed to Coast of the Soul before you know it.
All right, I've got them pulled up. You just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, we've got, I mean, I don't know if they're still if they're closed or still coming in. We've probably got at least another.
Probably close them when we get to the Johnny Shack.
Like 5 minutes. I'd say we have
think?
probably like 5 minutes.
No.
You know, close them out for sure.
You heard the team. GDQ.GG or GamesDoneQuick.com and get those donations in if you want to change what we have going on for Costa del Sol and our mini games.
We're going to be tanking a bunch of damage here, so we want to heal up Cloud. The Queso Knuckles weren't explicitly required, but a lot of runners equip them here just to make Jenova a lot more consistent. So we're going to be throwing a bunch of power cleaves here. The first couple, we actually do this in a very specific order, despite all, like, oh, buffs are good, buffs are good, buffs are good. The reason we delay them is to make sure that we do the right amount, get as much damage here while avoiding stagger. You may also notice that the stagger bar was completely full. We hit the boss, but it didn't stagger. What do? The team attacks, the Synergy skills, specifically the ones activated using the guard mechanic, if you charge them up with a character and then switch to someone else, the game mechanics will read it as you not inputting the action, and it very much wants you to stagger the enemy. So unless you are doing an action, it won't stagger. So we'll be able to use that to abuse pushing out as much damage as possible and not staggering. Very good phase 2. We hit HP cap perfectly. That was a lot of Omni Strike spam to get the multiplier up and spending our extra ATB on Bravers to push through. And now we have a very low HP phase 3, so we pretty much should be able to get through this without staggering. This is really clean phase 2. Kaiser Knuckles makes this a lot safer because we have just higher damage. And this is also another situation where we're using the Synergy ability here that's activated through the menu to actually get more affection as well. And also it's a flashy finish.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gotta get them affection points. Yeah, very clean Genova.
Yeah, so I was talking earlier a little bit about like some of the things we tend to do with combat as kind of like we want to trigger pressure, we want to trigger stagger, but you see in that fight we just power cleave over and over and just the magic happens, honestly.
Yeah, because the keep values, we can just kind of get real ignorant and ignore the boss's attacks and just go circle brrr. Yeah.
Coming up, we have a fun little bit of a little movement tech here. We're going to put the wheelie kind of off to the side here to trigger this kind of cutscene after. Because what happens is Johnny shows up. If you remember Johnny from Remake, he's back. He's got a hotel here in Costa del Sol that he owns. But what we're going to do is instead of slow walking with Johnny, we're going to be like, I'm going to jump on my wheelie here. And what happens is we can wheelie all the way over to where we're going to go, and it forces the game to make Johnny run up to catch up to us. And so we don't have to do that entire kind of slow walking segment. We're going to do something similar here on the rocks where we are going to kind of hop up them so we can quickly get to the cutscene trigger. But we need to, let's see what Cloud minigame we're playing. It's
close
that
Clouds
time.
and let us know,
Yeah, let's go ahead and close out Cloud. We've still got a moment before I have to get to the location to tally up any final donations. But which Cloud minigame are we doing?
The Cloud minigame will be the Card Carnival.
Yeah,
speech grats.
All right, yep, in the speed run, that is the preferred minigame. That is 30 seconds faster than the Pirates Rampage.
Yeah, because what is it, like, even if we get high enough score to get all 3, the minigame doesn't stop. We have to keep playing, which is kind of frustrating.
Yeah.
It would be nice if it triggered that way, but I guess they figured people wanted to do high score attacks, but...
That's fine. I mean, minigames are minigames. They're going to have their wins and losses.
Yeah.
But yeah, since so Cloud's closed, but we've got to do his game still. So we've maybe got 5 minutes for the girls, and we'll be closing those off.
Yeah,
so
I think
get those last-minute donations in for Tifa and Aerith.
I think once we change into his beach wear and get on the beach is basically when those will get cut off.
Yeah.
Also, reward for most random NPC number 2. He stops us. He talks about why are you in this shady dump, and then that's it. We never hear from him again, and it's
Just-
never brought up ever again.
There's no point to it.
Just an NPC being like, Johnny's a goober, isn't he?
But the story gimmick to like what's kind of happening here is Hojo's there's things on the beach. Hojo's on the beach, and we want to go talk to him, but they're like, you can't come on the beach if you aren't in beachwear. And of course, we didn't exactly pack a suitcase. And so as a result, we find that there's an event happening where we take a voucher and we go play a mini game and we earn basically a ticket to buy a piece of beachwear at one of the stalls. So here we're going to do Card Carnival. This is basically a Queen's Blood kind of like puzzle game where you're given like set cards and then you're supposed to complete like a challenge. You basically have to win the challenge. And so luckily it's set every time with these 3 challenges that we do.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why it saves so much time, because you can execute it flawlessly, or pretty close to flawlessly every time.
It's basically relied on your menu inputting speed as a runner.
Which, something that we kind of glossed over earlier is the menu in this game is kind of slow compared to Remake.
There's more animation. I think what it ultimately ended up being is that there's more of a visual in the menu compared to Remake, whereas it's just static images, and that's why it doesn't respond at the same frame rate as like Remake did. Because Remake menus are super fast. You can basically do almost an entire menu in Remake blind without even like seeing what you're doing.
Yeah, because it'll actually let you do the inputs while it's fading in. So there's a lot of times where you do like parts of your menu before you even see things, because you just memorize the movement. This game, you're like, okay, I'm pretty sure I said X. If I hit it again, will you let me do it? And the game's like, no, I don't think so. Dragon.
What's your next move?
All right, down to the final puzzle, and we'll have our voucher to go get Cloud's outfit.
Keep that up and you'll be fine.
Got time for a donation while we
Of
finish
course,
up?
yeah, actually, yeah, hit us.
Okay. Waterbomb sends in $1,000 and says, as someone who works in cart therapy, I am face to face with cancer every day. Good people like you, bringing awareness and exposure to the cause, are the true heroes and make my job that much easier. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. To answer your donation prompt just earlier, Sailor Suit Barrett is goated, and it's really not close. P.S. I will donate an additional $500 if you kiss the evil Dragon King later.
That doesn't happen in this game. I hate to report if you're not aware. There is no kissing of the Dragon King.
Well, you know, headcanons are what they are.
They are, yeah. I
Maybe in a
apologize.
different universe.
Yeah, maybe in a different universe. Sally, no kissing of the Dragon King choice there. But it's much more epic cutscene to watch.
Yeah, the play has a lot of cool branching choices that are really fun to watch. So one of the other things we're doing here is normally in a run we would just grab his whatever outfits first. But to get some extra affection points, you can actually match outfits with the girls. So the more like regular swimwear, it matches together, and then the more like restrained swimwear, I guess, like this, just kind of like just hang out on the beach swimwear match.
Not to cut you off there, let's. What are the games we're playing for the girls? Because we are now playing as Aerith and Tifa to go get our own beach outfits.
For Aerith, we will run wild. And for Tifa,
Play the
you
piano.
don't even have to guess.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I saw that. It was like, apparently people really don't want to. We're going to be leaving some wheelies around Coast of the Soul, apparently.
Yeah.
That's fine. You know, the piano minigame is more entertaining to watch.
Normally it's wheelies and pictures.
Yeah.
Run Wild is like theoretically faster, but like
You got to be good at it.
both me and Woadyb are like, I'd rather not.
So Run Wild, there's been a lot of debate about like Run Wild being faster than taking photography, but you can do like the photography photos of Aerith and the wheelie returns all at the same time. So because they work together with one another, it ends up ultimately being the better choice overall to do it that way. But Run Wild, if you're not familiar, because the name may mean nothing to you, is actually basically a Rocket League like clone of a game where Red 13 is going to basically need to beat the other teams and get the balls in the goal there. That's fine. It happens.
Yeah, I struggled with this a lot casually, so there's no amount of convincing to get me to do this.
There you go.
But
I love this minigame.
It's a fun minigame. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I love the
good.
minigame
I'm just
casually
bad at it.
as a speed run because I'm not as you can see, this is not the most efficient.
Just score on
We'll just
yourself,
score.
yeah.
We'll just score on our own
So,
time.
as memey as it seems, the fastest way to clear this is actually just to get out 2 other teams and then just score on yourself and finish it up. You can't. Ideally, normally you're like trying to get first place. But
You only need second.
Yep. Turns out second is all you need. So.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yep. It's the only reason it's faster because then you don't have to fight with like the Chocobo, which is highly defensive, where the dogs are kind of just not doing anything, and the Bloodhounds can be really annoying, which is why we try to deal with them first.
Well, and luckily at the 2-minute mark, they do drop a second ball, so it does allow at least the option to use that. So I'm going to let them mess around with the other ball while I'm just going to continue scoring with that one until this ball gets into a better spot. That's fine.
Playing billiards now. Hey.
No, that's the second game you unlock afterwards. Is almost the billiard style game.
Yeah, that one's.
I
I always do good until they get the last one where it's like just wood covering the bottom half, and I'm like, no, why?
I'll say
There we go.
little unruly, but we're making it work.
Yeah, like the other thing too, back in
Apparently, the black team really wants to score on the Chocobo goal.
which is unfortunately not what we want.
That's fine.
Close enough.
All right.
There we
One
go.
team is down.
That'll make things a lot easier because now the dogs will calm down. And
You know,
stop
you would
interacting.
think that, but for some reason, eventually the black dogs will actually One of them will run around and still just kind of like play with the ball. It's the most bizarre thing. So definitely not the optimal way to do this, but hey, you know, sometimes it happens.
Man, they actually scored on the Chocobo at some point.
Oh yeah, they did.
They did, yeah.
That explains why he's out of the goal.
Again, the wrong attack button there.
All right, Chocobo, help me out. Score.
Oh wait. The one time I did not need to be defensive, and I went for the defensive. It's fine.
You're like, wait, no, I have to score on me. You don't get to do that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm getting my own goal in. There we go. So in a normal sense, that would have been very slow.
Yeah.
You want to finish that after a minute and a half, but it's fine. We're here to have fun with it.
Yep.
I guess now we're going to go play some piano, which I guess we'll enjoy the sounds of some piano playing.
Dorset tones, yeah. I guess we will backtrack to get the earring on the way by, too.
Yes, yeah, that's one thing. So because we're doing things not typically what we would do in the speedrun, I do have to make sure that I run actually back this way to collect the platinum earring. So platinum earring is a higher version of the regular earrings where it gives you a 10% boost to magic. For whatever reason, the game randomly lets that vendor sell you one, which, you know, this early on is really powerful because we won't see tier 2 accessory items until like chapter 10.
Yeah,
we're in chapter
Cosmo
6
Canyon,
currently.
I think, is the earliest you can purchase them. I think almost all of us didn't know about it. We're like, what? Somebody like told us it was there, and then we were just, huh? Most of us was like,
Alright.
there's a vendor there? Because none of the other vendors
Also, I got to
had
talk
that.
to everybody.
Yeah.
But we're not going to practice because we don't need this. We're just going to jump straight into playing some piano.
It's true. We've been playing before an audience for an hour and 45 minutes now, so please enjoy the show, friends.
Yes, let's enjoy the sounds of Tifa.
Clean. Star. Nice.
Full combo! Eat your heart out, Rhythm Exhibitions.
She's so good, she played 2 pianos at once.
You all asked for a piano incentive, and you got a perfection. I think that might even call for some bonus donations.
Yeah.
Got any companion
Well, every donation is a bonus for being here. So thank you so much for that, everybody. By the way, we are less than 3,500 away from that no promises to keep incentive. So keep up the good work. I know it's coming, so keep it rolling. We're getting super close.
You know how well Woadyb plays. If you want to know how well he sings, get that incentive met.
Absolutely. And Neobari has generously sent in $50 and says, I'm getting tired of these Final Fantasy puns. I wish we could just get rid of them.
Oh my God.
Oh, Final Fantasy puns? We've got $500 from Brother None. What is Cloud's favorite facial hair? The Omnistache. Much love to all the GDQ staff for putting on such an amazing event for such a worthy cause.
If somebody could tell me what an Omnistache looks like in the form of a donation, I would be very, very interested to hear that. And Calamity Nolan donated $50 and says, have a flying enemy only a gun arm can hit?
Just grin and bear it. $10 from Side of Beans. What kind of soup do the Junon soldiers drink before the parade? Sepha broth.
Sepha broth. That's a new one. I don't think I've ever heard of Sepha broth.
We do have a question for Woody and the Couch, so $50 from Cubs Rule 21. Very important question.
Oh boy.
Do chocobos say que or work?
Both? I feel like I've seen both. I don't know. Que? I feel like I'm gonna say
maybe?
I'm gonna say que. I'm gonna throw myself out there on the internet with this. Que. I'm running with that.
I second that, que.
Honestly, my headcanon is like mainline versus spin-offs. You can have
that's a good
both.
point.
True.
So this beach segment, actually, you can adjust your movement to get here a lot quicker than intended and actually soft lock. If you get here a little bit too early and you skip this cutscene, the load will just be infinite. Luckily, there's a save, auto-save, like right before it once you get on the beach. But,
Yeah, it is one of the easiest soft locks to reproduce.
yeah. I actually have a save where I soft lock if I run right into the cutscene every time. Luckily, we want to choose between two people. Theoretically, Tifa is quicker, but because Spellblade has the reach and you're on kind of a magic-oriented build at this point, you're doing pretty. We basically just focus with that. Gastropod here is basically a glorified cutscene. We're gonna throw out a Berserk here to get a little bit of extra damage and then just start spamming Spellblades like a madman. We just want to do enough damage to force him to do the retrieve as soon as possible, so that's all our goal is here. Other than that, we have to wait for Hojo's line of dialogue to be able to progress the game. I know a lot of people thought they soft-locked here. I thought I soft-locked when I played casually and reset this boss like 3 different times. It's a bit unclear how to get through, but once you understand it, it's not too bad. It's one of the more weird fights in the game, but in terms of a speedrun, actually, we want to make sure we're not attacking during dialogue, because that actually makes sure things progress a little bit faster for the most part. And we also want to make sure we're staying a certain distance away. Gastropod's so weird in the way that it functions. It just is super counterintuitive, and is more or less a cutscene that you have to learn how to interact with properly, like to skip quickly. The first couple of phases are the retrieval phase, and right now we're just waiting for him to grab Cloud so we can move on with this. We want to get Sonic Boom and get the bonus built up as quickly as possible. We also would like to get a Berserk in here before he does the recovery, which he's decided to do another attack before doing it. So another thing we also want to be careful is to not do too much pressure damage here, because ideally we'll Thunder the next phase. No stagger will happen. Because if we do stagger in this phase, we won't be able to do all of the HP damage, so we just want to push the phase with a single hit here, which Thunder should do it under these conditions. A little bit low damage, unfortunately.
Oh, I know why.
Did you forget? We forgot the menu, didn't we?
We forgot the menu. That's fine.
I was thinking it in the previous fight, and I'm like, it's too late. It's too late.
It's fine.
I was like, I was hoping I wasn't thinking.
Thankfully,
yeah.
we have the item. We just do the menu after.
Yeah. So
But we caught it here and not Custom Valkyrie.
Yeah, Custom Valk would have been an absolute nightmare.
It just would have been more awkward.
Yeah, so this is just going to be a little bit slow, but it's not that big of a deal. Either way, we would need a Thunder and a Sonic Boom to clear here anyway, so we'll just take it a little bit slower. Luckily, Gastropod is more or less a cutscene, so the amount of time lost is extremely low. But yeah, we normally switch over to the magic attack instead of attack bonus here. And we also put on the platinum earrings on Cloud for an extra 5%, as well as the extra 20 magic attack. We also need to also talk to these two to get more affection points throughout the rest of the game. I think the threshold is 50, and luckily with all these dialogue options, we can just barely get there. And then we can do one last dialogue option to push it over the edge right before we do the final date sequence.
Yeah, it is. So it's a point system of 100. To get a date in Chapter 12, it needs 50 points. It's been routed to where the incentive cuts off. We will only need 6 more points.
I'd say do the menu now
final
before you get
dialogue.
Yuffie, unless you want to wrap it up with a Yuffie menu as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't need to do a Yuffie menu, but I'll do it now.
Well, I was just thinking it would be easier because if Yuffie's in the party, it might mess with your muscle memory because she might be in a weird spot.
Well, no, because I'm only doing Cloud, so.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I juggle it by going to Aerith, give her like lightning, and
I did
but
that
you
earlier.
did it earlier, yeah. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Some of the routing choices deviate in like non-standard ways, so it depends on when you equip stuff. Because normally I like put Thunder on Aerith, and then I put Platinum Earring on her because I'm already on her, and then I juggle it to Cloud. And sometimes when you're doing stuff like that, it's easier to do a menu before a character gets added, so you're not like scrolling through extra menus. Luckily, leaving town is really easy. Just open up the map and use the warp point. We're gonna talk to her. We could pick up the Alpha headband for the Chocobo race later, but it's actually a little bit quicker to do it later. But we can just buy a Chocobo here. Also, we get some Chocobo stuff for the Chocobo race later as well, which will help with our stats. But this will make it much quicker to get to the other side of the map. One of the things is, the reason like New Game Plus is so much quicker isn't just because you have everything, but also the warp points are retained. So this kind of movement, we could have just warped straight to the base of the climb and just proceeded. So if you're wondering why the categories are like 2 hours difference or hour and a half difference, that's mainly it. You can avoid this kind of stuff.
Yeah, New Game Plus retains all your like fast travel unlocks and everything like that. So yeah, you typically don't have to do some of this like running around the map that we're doing on the Chocobos. So you get a quick glimpse of red on a Chocobo.
Yep.
There, you kind of see him in the background for a little bit.
Yeah, it's a thing. So this is going to be like a weird tech for sure. We just respawn this area and they'll spawn further up the mountain, making it so we can go up a lot quicker.
Yeah, it's something we'll do a couple times with the free fast travel points that we're going to get. But yeah, from here we're just kind of for at least a little bit. We're just kind of collecting everybody, climbing the mountain here. I'd say we have time for probably like 3 donations.
Perfect. Was just about to ask. We've got some appreciation coming in for your amazing work just earlier in the run. Phantom Banker with $50 to Prevent Cancer Foundation. Here's $50 for a perfect Tifa piano. Donation goes to Woady's Dulcet Tones, as well as the best incentive on the board, preventing cancer. And yeah, remember, absolutely every donation goes towards that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And speaking of bankers, a financially astute $25 from Finn the Fox saying, I had to pull this money out of my Sephiroth IRA.
Ooh, well, you did your fiduciary duty, but the puns are... Actually, no, that was part of the duty too, so thank you for 2 for 1 in there. $25 from Diligent Dodo. Walk. Let's hear no promises to keep and keep fighting cancer.
Woo! Well, we've now broken up again because as the gameplay loop of this game goes. So it's basically Aerith is not really used to climbing high elevation. And so she's getting a little lightheaded. So Cloud and Red decide to kind of hang back and help her out while the other 3 decide to run ahead. So we've split up yet again. Here we're just kind of running through the mountain. Again, we're going to skip all fights. With the exception of like 2 fights, and that's just because we can't interact with things on the map like ledges and doors and stuff while in combat. And it is faster to climb here because it takes us pretty much to the end of where we're going. Versus if you do flee that fight, because you could flee the fight and go around, you end up taken like a much long, like winded path, for instance. So it's quicker to just Spellblade them because they die from one Spellblade, and then climb from here. Some funny dialogue here if you're paying attention to the subtitles with Aerith, where she's definitely letting the height change kind of get to her. Thanks for having me. She just seems so happy to be along for the ride. Here we're gonna actually
say the same. I'm in the Aerith seat right now. I'm just happy to be along for the ride watching this.
Hey, I'm happy to be here. I'm just so thankful for being able to showcase a 6-hour run here at GDQ. So I'm very much appreciated. I'm also here for the ride. And, oh, I did not mean to warp there, but it's fine. But yeah, that fight we did earlier, we fleed with Cloud because there's like 2 moments of combat flee where for some reason the game decides to warp, even though it warps you to the leader, it doesn't warp the leader to you like it normally would. And so there, the one I did with Cloud was because if I did with Red and I got really far in the bridge, it would actually warp me backwards on the bridge to where Cloud is. And then there's one later with Yuffie and Tifa where I'm going to flee with... I'll probably still flee with Tifa, but I'll hold at a certain spot if the combat doesn't end instead of continuing because it will warp me backwards as well. All right, we didn't get the 3 group. That's fine. A Spellblade into a Sonic Boom with just some general melee. Soul Drain can finish him off as well. But coming up, we're getting to our next fight. It's kind of a revisit from a remake fight. They decided to bring back a slightly stronger version of everyone's favorite. Was it 100 or Valkyrie? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah,
its
I think it's
original
just
name.
Valkyrie.
Well, its original name in OG.
Yeah, it's like 100 Gunner, I think.
No, that was the Arsenal. Yeah,
But,
I can't remember. I forgot.
So right off rip here, we just guard to build a bunch of ATBs. Sonic Boom for a little bit of damage bonus, and then we're going to try and hammer out a couple of Spellblades here. The boss will always start with Flame Jet here, so we can get a couple of Spellblades in pretty consistently. All right, we got the good pattern. Sometimes you'll get the Flame Wheel, which is the Valk going up and away, which is bad luck. Depending on your routing, you can kind of YOLO for not getting Flame Wheel, or you can set up for a more safe route, which I believe Woady's is, where he accounts for Flame Wheel every time. The boss here is structured in such a way that he'll only pressure of a certain number of Thunders, despite being weak to wind as well. So that's why we're using Thunder instead of Arrow or Sonic Booms over and over again, despite more or less doing the same damage. We're just trying to get to the point where we deal enough damage, or deal enough Thunders to get the pressure going, and then follow up from there. Fireworks Blade. Finish up.
Yep, that's getting more of that affection points. We don't normally do Firework Blade, but we need the points for Aerith, because I believe Aerith could still come back out of nowhere and win that date incentive.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Speaking of affection, really quick, I did want to say that my affection is growing for all of you because we are less than 3,000 away from that no promises to keep incentive. Keep that energy rolling, y'all. You're doing great.
Woo! All right, we saw a quick moment there with Zac. It was just a very brief moment. So Zac will appear randomly throughout the game, just as part of like a plot driving element. He doesn't do any more combat or fighting. It's just all kind of carrying the story from his side of things. So we just had to interact with a few things, and then we are back with everybody else. And joining up with the others after having been ambushed by Custom Valkyrie and everything. But I'd say, because we're going to be running for a little bit before we switch over to the other team for a little while, let Cloud, Aerith, and Red take a break. I'd say let's maybe hit with like 4 donations.
All right, Aesthetic82 with $25 had to donate for the perfect Tifa piano. Keep doing what you're doing. Let's keep pushing that singing incentive. We are over 85% of the way there. Keep it up, chat.
Yes, keep it up.
And $50 from Firestorm saying, well done, Woadyb, getting perfect on that piano. My analog sticks are usually all over the place. Now let's sing perfectly, too. Thank you for having Final Fantasy on the schedule. And thank you for donating.
We were just talking about the online version of Queen's Blood earlier, but Meechan sends in a $25 donation with an extra shout-out. Speaking of card games, Final Fantasy does have a TCG, so look it up if you're even remotely interested. Adding for no promises to keep, because Aerith is the real bae.
And Umami Alex sends in $15 and asks us a very important question. Any Yuffie fans out there? I'm going to say yes. Yeah, I heard a woo. I heard a woo. Yeah, thank you.
It's like, apparently they're not here for a second there.
Come join us.
They're here. They're just hiding. They're like ninjas.
Yes,
Yeah.
they're using their substitution jutsu. I'd say we have time for like 2 more, probably.
Absolutely. $100 from Rod to Prevent Cancer Foundation. Really looking forward to Woady's beautiful singing.
And Devsies Gamer has sent in $10 and says, donating for one of my favorite games from last year, going towards the singing incentive. Yes, absolutely, y'all. Make sure when you are donating, if you're interested in donating to that No Promises to Keep, that you are scrolling all the way down to the bottom and selecting your incentive at the bottom of the page. Thank you so much.
Give you a bonus one because this one has a pun right in the title.
All right.
$10 from Stepharoth. I'm not one to vince words. Let's start a karaoke train of our favorite songs to sing.
Hey, I'm down. I love me some karaoke, you know.
How about a $20 donation train at 2 hours 20 with all of your favorite songs from the Final Fantasy universe?
Yeah.
Can we do it, chat?
Let's do it.
I would love to hear those.
Y'all make it happen.
Well, we've now decided, so like I said, Cloud's got a headache, essentially, and so he needs to take a moment. And so Barrett and Yuffie and Tifa have decided to climb the mountain here because they need to activate a lever, or like a switch, essentially, to drop the drawbridge so we can make our way to Coral Town as we continue our venture through the world of Final Fantasy VII here. One of the things I didn't completely point out, but the game does this thing, unlike also with breaking up parties and stuff, it aims to do this thing where it gives you a different party leader, and each party leader, an intentional pun because I was pulling a lever, a gimmick or a thing that they do. So like Yuffie's things, like she can like swing on things and like grapple across like ledges and stuff, and so that's kind of what we're witnessing here with her being the primary teammate. Yep, I hit that button way too early. Sometimes I found if you menu, oh, I know why that happened. That was the wrong character. That's fine. All right. But sometimes if you do menu too quickly, what will happen is the game will sometimes overextend the input, and I've like ended up further in the menu than I intentionally meant to. But do a quick menu there, put on Yuffie's new weapon because it's a little bit stronger than what we currently have, but then it also gives us access to her Windstorm ability, which is a great AoE kind of control move.
Speaking of things that we kind of glossed over, when you do character swapping, when you switch to a character, naturally you can also grab that a little bit early if you mash circle in between the swings. But when you switch to a character, normally the camera will recenter behind wherever the camera is, but if you actually hold the guard button, it will warp the character on top of an enemy. We've been using it on and off for different purposes. It also can be used to warp a character to a flying enemy as well, so that way Yuffie, Cloud, and Tifa can all get airborne without having to use any team attacks or special skills. Cloud has a very universal kit that pretty much allows him to do ground combat, ranged combat, and aerial combat, so it's more so a thing with Tifa that we have been doing every now and again just to move around better. And we were doing it a lot in the last area to warp red to the enemies so we could roll forward quicker because the enemies were obviously in front of us versus rolling to them and then rolling past.
Yeah, Red, Barrett, and Aerith cannot be airborne. So that's why like we usually don't use them for a lot of stuff. Or if we warp with them, they just don't end up in the air as a result.
Yeah. There are some. The other thing is nice too is like it can get out of the way of a very dangerous move. So if there's like an insta-kill move coming or something that does very high damage, it's a tech that like I didn't learn about until I was speedrunning. So that's why I felt the need to make sure that we clarified it, because sometimes you're probably like, how are they warping? What is this black magic? What's the materia they have equipped that does that? That's just a system mechanic, fortunately.
Yeah, I feel like it was found by accident. I don't know if anyone like intentionally meant to do it. It just kind of happened because of like holding buttons down.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah. So you can actually move these multiple times if you like mash forward, but I don't know if it actually saves any time versus like swinging properly.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, you can like do taps and it'll move forward like 3 times, but I don't know if it's more or less than like the standard swings because I think it was more or less the same backs, the same as you because I had to go back like 3 or 4 times before I can jump, even if I do it right. I think it just like is a false positive because you like feel like you get more movement, but it's like smaller increments of movement.
There are a number of placebo effect feelings in this run. Sometimes, like I do things, I'm like, I feel like this is faster. Down below, there were a couple of cockatrices who we don't want to fight them, but they are so like erratic with like their positioning that a lot of times, like unless you get really lucky on the positioning, you saw I kind of went in and out of like combat zones for them because for some reason, like a little after they like aggro or a little bit after the little red circle appears, which means that like an enemy is like kind of in vicinity in your presence, they will just like beeline for you, like just bum rush you out of nowhere. So that's why I ran out of the combat zone and let the aggro go away and then go back in and access the kind of ledge there, the little pole.
Because if it's bright red, they're fully aggroed. If it's like dim red, that means the aggro is still there. And then when the icon goes away, that means you're like fully out of combat. The aggro is completely deleted. So this area right here, we can get a lot of seeded drops. Each one of these box stacks has a seeded thing. There's an ether, a couple of mega potions, and a couple of phoenix downs over here. There's also a few gold needles, but we don't need those. So it's worth hitting these boxes just for the free drops. The potions are kind of actually more in the way at this point than anything, so we'll be trying to get rid of them soon rather than later to optimize our menu, because actually potions will be used to kill a couple enemies in, I think, like an hour or 2, something like that.
Longer, I think. I don't know, I just run.
Yeah, I know. That's
Time is irrelevant.
Yeah, when I'm in the run, I'm really never looking at the timer. It's down there, but that's about
perfect bomb RNG.
Yeah,
You don't
if he
have
comes
more
up
than
in
an hour or 2 left for that no promises to keep incentive met.
That is
making
true.
Good progress, but you have less time than you think.
Yeah, luckily we have a very long trip to Gold Saucer round 2, so we'll have plenty of time to close that up and make sure that's met. We're actually coming up to a boss here. One of the things with Kaiser Knuckles that runners kind of go back and forth on is there's actually a concentration bonus that will let you start with Omni Strike, but it's a 50% chance. You can make it 100 because there is another ability that does 50% in the folio as well. The thing is, it's just like easier to not have it, despite it being like a free A to B attack, basically. Because then sometimes it can throw off your inputs if you're used to unbridled strengthing. You have to like look for the pop-up at the beginning of every fight and then adjust it. It's just too annoying. So right here, Focus Shot, we'll get most of the stagger. It's staggered in that case because Tifa was pretty much working over the Gigatrice, but we're going to be using Omni Strike to push damage here and then following up with a dive kick to get most of the damage. Some people dive kick phase 1, some people just wait for the final phase. The big thing here is Gigatrice will always summon a tornado here, and as long as we do it once the tornado spawns, we will just always get the insta pressure here, which makes our life so much easier. Otherwise, there's a lot of RNG with this fight. Luckily, it's a pretty good queue. If you're really in a rough spot and you don't want to wait for the visual queue, you can also do 2 fires back-to-back as well. But yeah, Omni Strike, get all area AT back, Omni Strike again. Up, dive, die. Dive kick hits hard, but with a 300% multiplier, it hits really hard.
That's why Tifa's the GOAT in these runs, both Remake and Rebirth, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
It's surprising that like they're like, oh no, she's too broken. We have to fix her, and then they just broke her in a different way. And I'm like, you know, I'm not even mad.
Just a quick reminder, 10 minutes left until that Final Fantasy song train leaves the station. Get your donations in with your favorite song from across all Final Fantasies, canon, mainline, spin-offs, non-canon, whatever you like, we want to hear about it.
Yes, I would love to hear, because we're headed to everyone's happy place, and there's some wonderful music there, so we must know about the other music choices.
Oh, yeah. The signs here are really kind of funny. The ones on the ground that you think would be like bolted and a giant invisible wall aren't. Meanwhile, the very thin, spindly, into the ground signs are giant invisible walls, so you have to go right down the center. It's super weird. You run into it and you're like, thanks, Cloud. Because he just warps into them half the time when you exit combat.
So I have to ask, you say Kaiser,
Kaiser?
not Kaiser?
I mean, yeah.
I say
Kaiser.
I say Kaiser Knuckles.
It's probably a bit of
Kaiser.
dyslexia there, flips the letters, so that's just how I pronounced it.
I
Nobody
mean,
ever
I actually
corrected
don't
me.
know. I'm curious, like, what is the right way? Is it Kaiser or Kaiser?
I've always said Kaiser.
I think it's
That's 2 versus 1.
pretty sure it's Kaiser.
What else is wrong with you?
Germans out there watching the stream.
Yeah, I
Do you want to bully the couch right now?
I'm fairly certain it's Kaiser because I did take German, but it could be. I may have gaslit myself into believing this was correct, and my German teacher just wasn't hard enough on me.
You know,
Should have
we've
hit me
all
with a
done
ruler
that.
a few more times.
We've all done that at one point or another in Final Fantasies. The number of people who had their Phoenix down moment in one fashion or
yeah.
another. Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens. Don't be too hard on yourself.
Hey, I come from an era where there was no voice acting. You had to sound
Yeah.
out the words in your head.
Yeah.
You read it, and that's all you get. And there's like no Google at that point, no like guides that have like phonetic spelling, just like everybody spells it the same way.
Uphill both ways in the snow.
Yeah.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
Speaking of hills, actually, this minigame is really cool. We actually are going to get a lot of supplies here for free. These big boxes have 3 different drops, either turbo ethers, X potions, or elixirs. I kind of like to put it this way. It's like 45% chance for both X potions and turbo ethers, so that'd be 90%, and then I'd say the other 10% is elixirs. I think the best I've come out of here with is 3 elixirs. If you reset here over and over again, the boxes will change every single time. We want to see a certain amount of X potions, which will make the Cosmo Canyon area easier. The reason we're not shooting the small boxes, however, is it's all crafting materials, so it's useless. We could theoretically sell it, but it would just take too much time to sell that kind of stuff. If anything, I'd be more prone to selling a turbo ether for 3K or the HP up materia for 1,000.
Well, and luckily, at least like for the route I run, I have no money routing concerns. Like
Yeah.
I don't need the money for like the way I do this route. So
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about like the selling. And the materials are nice. Like for casual play,
Yeah.
There's an item transmutation feature that's added. So it just allows you to craft things, and then the more you craft, the rarer the items are. And it's just, that's how you create some of the more really powerful things.
Plus, you get armor upgrades, and you can upgrade your accessories. If you're playing casually, speak of the devil. Unfortunately, that's more or less just another X potion. We may use it as an elixir later, but we probably will just use it as an X potion. What are we at, 2?
Maybe 3. I think there.
I guess we'll see on the way out.
I've seen
So
at least 2.
There's 9 boxes. There's 9 boxes total. Well, there's 1 on the other path, is what I was going to correct myself. There's 9 boxes total if we switch the path here, because there's 1 on the right side, but we only have
slow.
we only ever access the 8 because it's just not worth it. Plus, it works out better for the affection route that it like doesn't mess with anything, so we don't care.
Well, yeah, and plus, like, you lose time pulling the lever to change, and then you lose, and then the route
cart.
it's so much slower because I timed it. It's like
Is it really?
It's like 20 seconds.
Wow.
It is some massive difference.
I guess that the jump animation is a lot quicker than I thought it was.
Yeah, it's because it's like a windy road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the team is back together. We're putting the band back together, and to save our church.
I wonder if it's.
I don't know if
it's.
anybody got that reference.
Yeah, no. I was going to jump in with, the rec center, the dance hall,
Thank
what
you.
have you. Absolutely.
So we are doing something strange here too. We're spamming potions, even though we're going to we actually get a refill when we go into Golden Saucer. We just want to get rid of the potions because the only potions we care about at this point are Mega or above. If we get like a stack of high potions, it's not a big problem, but the menuing for throwing potions at the enemies will be much easier if we just get rid of the basic potions that are barely going to do any healing at this point.
But we've made it to the base of Coral. Well, we made it to Coral Town, Barrett's hometown, and they don't like him because of past issues. So they're all kind of like, "What are you doing here? Get out of here! Go away!" Well, we're not going to stick around for long, but we, do a couple cutscene triggers, and then we're off to the Golden Saucer. And this is the first trip. We are not there yet on that incentive. We still have some time, but not that much time.
Yeah, this is just kind of a pass through. Hey, check out all the things. No. Just no.
We check out a lot of it.
Oh, we check it out. and then leave immediately.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that a cool motorbike?
I mean, both
quick.
visits have quite an amount of gold saucer
Yeah.
to it. Just the one that everyone's donating for is the second one.
Yeah. So,
All
Thi-
right.
this is also like another spot where like the optimization, they did a really good job optimizing New Game Plus to streamline the gameplay experience because you don't have to go all over and explore Golden Saucer. You just go straight to the Sky Wheel.
Yeah.
I only bring all this stuff up because I really, really want to incentivize players to try New Game Plus because it's very fun. That's healing materia, but those are like 300 gold. So if you're that down bad, you can just buy it at literally any vending machine. And you already start with one, luckily.
Now, while we won't be able to watch it this time, this cutscene that would play is amazing. With the introduction of Dio, I know HeroicSpiritGamer is a huge fan of the cutscene.
I equate it to the kind of the big glamorous cutscene / minigame of the Honeybee Inn from Remake. It's kind of like the equivalent for this game. It's just big, extravagant, over the top, and incredible.
Can't remember why they picked Yuffie out of everyone to just throw a random costume onto.
I think it was just a justification to give her an alternate outfit.
Yeah, because Tifa and Aerith already had swimsuits, so they needed to give her an alt outfit somehow.
Hey, Yuffie has a swimsuit.
Yeah,
It's also
And a
true,
Moogle,
actually.
and a Moogle pouch.
And a Moogle, yeah, that's
Or
true,
Moogle
actually.
poncho.
I don't know.
Poncho's cool. I love it.
Yeah, everyone loves the Moogle poncho. Here we're learning how to do 3D Brawler. If you're familiar with the OG game, this was a mini game in that. I believe, if I've been told correctly, it didn't work that well in the original game.
Absolutely not.
Something with like the intention of it just didn't, I guess, translate properly. So here it works a lot more straightforward. You attack with L2, R2, you dodge. But what we do for the speedrun is we're actually just going to stand here. We're not going to dodge, and then we're either going to attack if we can or take the hit. We're ideally going to hope we win because it's a quicker animation to start the cutscene skip when Cloud wins. Plus, you can trigger the finishing move almost immediately. So far, so good. We just need him to give us an opening one more time. And looks like we got it. And all right, cool. So got the slightly faster. I actually lose more often than you would think. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, the win there isn't guaranteed because sometimes Dio punches twice. I was messing around with like blocking because you can actually, if you do the input too early, which it's really hard to do with Dio for dodging, you can actually block instead of dodge, which I think is it's definitely faster than the dodge animation. I think it's a little bit faster than taking the hit because there's not as massive hit stun, but TLDR, it's just better to like brawl it out and not bother, because if you accidentally dodge, you just lose a ton of time from the extra animation. You're just like, why did I do that? I could have just taken the punch.
That said, excellent moves, Woadyb. I was most impressed. What do you think, chat?
This is that Dio. No.
I mean, I can get my JoJo's deal on if you want.
I was like, for a second, I was like, are we going for JoJo Dio there for a second? But I was like, no, that's actually Dio in this game too. He's it's the same kind of mentality too.
Definitely.
I love it.
Also, a neat little optimization is rolling down the walkways to get a little bit extra speed.
We're gonna
Super
keep
nice.
rolling,
Yeah.
rolling. See that cloud a rolling. He be rolling rawhide.
I'm glad we're on two completely different songs.
Oh, I was doing that too, but I was
Yeah.
like, I went for the other one because it's funnier.
I just like
You
how we're
know
getting
what
a
else
glimpse
is
of the
rolling?
later donation incentive.
Yeah.
You know what else is rolling actually is that $20 donation train at 2 hours and 20 minutes. Those wheels are rolling and it is leaving this station. So if you need a reminder, we are doing that donation train $20 towards that no promises to keep incentive, which is now less than 2,000 to go. And let us know your favorite Final Fantasy music.
Yes, we did have one donor get on the train early. Danny with $20, starting the favorite song train a little bit early with an underrated banger, Vals de Fantastica from 15. As always, obligatory greetings from Germany.
Very good. I'm living the German love here this morning. I mean, honestly, so we're in one of those gameplay loops. This is probably one of the biggest chunks of gameplay loop before there's really like a ton of like specific things to really talk about. We could probably rattle off a pretty hefty amount of donations if we've got them for a pretty good amount of time.
One thing I wanted to mention before we get here.
Let's go for it.
There's a ton of different like dates you can get here depending on your affections. If you get Barrett here, which you can, he just doesn't show up.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, where are you going with this? Because if you get Barrett or Red, they don't show up.
Yeah.
But the girls will show up.
Yeah, it's funny.
Red kind of shows up. He's like walking away from you.
Yeah,
You walk
you
out,
see like his
and then,
tail as
like,
he opens the door, and you're like,
yeah.
"Oh?"
And if you go find him and talk to him, he has actually different dialogue compared to if you don't have Red's date. But it's not actually,
Fair enough.
Fun
Yeah,
facts
I've
that
not
don't
seen-
matter.
Yep, exactly.
Back to the hosts.
All right, Sarah of Mars has joined the train. It's his favorite song train, Find the Flame from Final Fantasy 16. Never have I felt more pumped.
Blitz Fritz with $25. If we're talking about favorite songs, my personal favorite is Maybe I'm a Lion from Final Fantasy VIII. Some other personal favorites include Return to Oblivion, The Queen Awakens, and In the Arms of War from 14 Shadowbringers. Let's go, gamers.
Very nice choices.
And Vooper sends in $25 and says, Cloud and Vincent sitting in a tree. DISSOCIA. Wait, that's too many letters. Well, anyway, donating towards Cloud's night out with Kate Sith, or Ketchi, Vincent, and Sid.
Shilly91 sending in $25 to PCF. Here's to the best couple in the Final Fantasy series, the one between Cloud and Sonic Boom. Also, y'all are messed up for making a one-armed man scale a dang cliffside.
That's very true.
Actually, we didn't point that out. That's true.
No, we didn't.
Barrett's climbing is it feels kind of forced, but it also is funny at the same time. You're like, man, Barrett's just jacked. He's just like yanks. He just yeets himself to the next one. Doesn't need the other hand.
He uses his feet a little bit, I think.
Who knows? I think it's all arm.
As big as he is, you could probably pull another person up to at the same time.
All right, what I'm going to do, a couple quick notes, and I'm going to pass it to the host to read some more donations. So this section, all we have to do is we have to go to every part of Golden Saucer. Some of them will have to interact with a minigame, some of them we will not. So we have to go to I think it's 6 squares. And then one fun little music note on the topic of music is depending on who you have, if you have Aerith, Tifa, or Yuffie, if you pay close attention to the music, you'll hear that the Golden Saucer theme is weaved in with that character's specific theme. So if you listen to it, you should hear semblances of Tifa's theme mixed in, and you'll get the same with Aerith, you'll get the same with Yuffie. It's a cool little just music note. But yeah, with that said, I'm going to be running around for a minute. Let's see what some other of our donors' music choices are if we've got them.
Well, I personally would like to start a fight with some of our wonderful donation trains. I'm going to tell y'all that my favorite Final Fantasy track is actually Sanctuary from Kingdom Hearts 2. Please feel free to send. Yeah! I've got some agreeers in here. But if you would like to educate me on why I am incorrect on that, you can go ahead and send in $20 towards that no promises to keep incentive. I'm sure somebody has something to tell me.
I agree.
$20 in from Goat to that effect. 2 Xenar candies, one of the most beautiful pieces of music ever created.
It is beautiful.
And an anonymous donor has sent in $20 and says, best Final Fantasy song is Yuffie's boredom song in Rebirth.
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't even gotten to that yet. I'm
Yes.
so excited for it.
Bored right
No,
at
save
him.
it.
No, save it.
I can't help myself.
There's so much good music in this game.
$50 from a Saiyan. Might I recommend a classic song from the original Final Fantasy VII, Dawn of the Slums?
Nice. That's a good one. It is a good one.
Someone after my own heart, Rumble Tops with $20 to PCF, saying, buying my ticket for the FF Song donation train, so much great music across the series, but I've got to go with Terra's theme from Final Fantasy VI as my absolute favorite.
And Danny has donated $100 to PCF saying, my favorite Final Fantasy song is Anxious Heart. Every time I hear that or something similar, it will get me to play Final Fantasy VII again. Would you say you experience a rebirth by playing it again?
Oh, all right, I got to get ready for this one. $10 from Full Veritas. Bell, frogs, big cherries, Peter Pan, magic cheese, Sephiroth. Sephiroth. 2 tickets for the music train. I don't know what just happened there, but thank you.
It's good. It's good. Heck, I mean, keep going. I'm still running around.
All right, Ricky Wins has suggested with $10. The Icicle Inn theme is such an underrated track and one of my favorites. Hope Part 3 does it justice.
Oh, I can't wait.
I appreciate somebody going outside the expected with a Thunder God Sid sending in $10. Favorite Final Fantasy song? Gotta go with the iconic Try section from Final Fantasy Tactics.
God, I haven't played Tactics in forever. I barely
Tactics
remember.
enjoyers out
Tactics
there
mentioned.
in the crowd and in chat. I see you out there.
And Zulsagay sends in $25 and says, my favorite Final Fantasy musical pieces are To Xanarkand, the opening theme to Final
Already
Fantasy
did the bottom
Tactics
floor.
Advance mentioned, and Close to the Heavens, which is from Final Fantasy XIV Sea of Clouds night theme.
Did you do the bottom floor left side already?
Yeah, I've done everything.
Okay. I forgot before, so that's the only reason I'm asking.
No, I've got it, man. I've got it. I have a method.
All right, one more to stand up for. $50 from Penguin with a Gun. Sing for us, my runner. Sing! I was hoping they'd say, sing for us, my angel of music. That's kind of where I was going with that. Thank you so much to all of you for your generous donations.
My one-winged angel of music, maybe.
There you are.
Love to
The
hear it.
Final Fantasy VII stage musical.
Does that exist?
If it doesn't, it should.
It probably does. There are a lot of stage musicals in like Japan, for instance. Of, like,
Yeah,
Heroes
those definitely do exist.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I guess you do have a different route through here. I usually do event first, so I can just run out from Wonder Square.
All right, going through the final square here, and then we'll be able to kind of progress into the kind of plot here. So yeah, like I said, we've just been kind of killing time. Everyone's been kind of taking a load off. Some stuff's been happening kind of in the background. If you're familiar with the original, actually, this is kind of a cool little touch here to like grow on a character. So there's a picture hanging in here of Jesse from Avalanche, RIP, unfortunately, and so we learned that Jesse was like a performer at the Golden Saucer, and she left to join Avalanche. So this is kind of where it makes good on that kind of lore element there to like bring that back up. So you get to see that kind of beautiful photo of her in her kind of attire for the play. But we are ready to go to the Sky Wheel. It's the last square we need to visit. Unfortunately, there's a madman with a machine gun arm roaming around the saucer causing havoc. And so our ventures into the Sky Wheel are going to be cut a little short. But I'd say we have time for probably like 4 more donations.
Absolutely. Hey, a nobody with $7.77 on the slots to PCF. All lucky 7s for Final Fantasy VII. Let's hit this Sing No Promises to Keep incentive and hear the dulcet tones of Woadyb. Less than 3.
And the Maverick Girl donates $5 and says, had to donate during my favorite game of 2024. Final Fantasy VII was a game that changed my life, and I was so glad that Rebirth lived up to that legendary reputation. Let's get that no promises to keep incentive and work towards that 2nd million. And we are less than $1,000 away from no promises to keep right now, specifically $999. Y'all, keep it going. You're so close.
$50 from the one-winged angel themselves. Yes, Cloud. Run. Get here as fast as you can. After all, it's almost time for our reunion.
That's eerily too good. Cloud.
And another music suggestion, this time from Zilia, with 1 ticket to the donation train, saying, well then, best Final Fantasy music is You Are Not Alone from Final Fantasy IX.
All wonderful choices we've been getting. All right, we have we've been told that there's a madman with a gun arm going around, causing havoc. Some people have been taken out, and Barrett's getting blamed for it, because at this time, we don't exactly know who Dine is to have any idea that there's another person with a gun arm. So Dio has basically put a bracelet on us and has basically told us, like, until you can prove your innocence, you can't leave. So we, heard Barrett may have come down here to the prison or the Dust Bowl. Though unfortunately, the leader or the overseer of the Dust Bowl is also wanting something out of us, so he decides to lock up our entire crew, and he's basically like, I need you to win the Chocobo race because I need the money.
Talking about music, this is one of my favorite tracks in this entire game.
It is great,
easily.
yeah. The Gus theme is really
Oh, it's so good.
And the way this section kind of works is, so we find out that Billy and Pico basically passed out somewhere in the desert, and they were basically brought into the prison here at that point. And Pico's feeling a little bit down on the dumps, and so as a result, we need to try and find some. I have no idea how to, like, Sylkis greens is how I've chosen to pronounce this word. That's like Sylkis, and we need 3 of them in order to kind of pep him up to where we can get ready for the race. And so there are 6 mini games that you can do in this section. One of them is Desert Rush, which is what we're doing here. Desert Rush is just a flat 2 minutes. As long as we don't break any of these time boxes, so you can see I'm just kind of pushing them out of the way so I don't break them. I'm also going to make sure I don't open the, because the timer will stop if I open up the tactical menu, which is why I'm only using focus thrust, because you can't use magic here. You can only use physical abilities, and the only physical ability I have set to myself is focus thrust right now as a result, which is fine. Because honestly, no matter how fast I intend to do this, I always have around 20 to 30 seconds of kind of time left over to just kind of chill. So it's pretty lenient with the 2 minutes there, because you only need the minimum score. You do not actually have to get a higher score. Now you could, if you wanted to. Originally when I did this, I was going for the max score. For 2 reasons. I was trying to use the weapon you get from Tifa there, until ultimately I decided that while it's a wonderful ability called Star Shower, which was the backbone of a lot of remake strats, unfortunately, because of how powerful Unbridled is, and Power Cleave and everything, the usage of it just doesn't have the same value to really make it worth kind of getting. But also, like, if you do the minigame and you get a perfect score, you will instantly win the minigame as a result. And so because of that, the goal would be like, okay, I'm going to do it really fast, because if I do it really fast, then I can finish it. And I think it was timed, if you can get it done really fast, it's like 2:10, 2:15 over what I'm doing here. So
I think.
Hey, do you mind if we use this little bit of bonus time to update people on the incentives?
yeah, go for it, actually.
Awesome. We are at less than $500 left, 97% of the way to sing No Promises to Keep. Keep it up, bring us the rest of the way home, and then we can refocus and use our 3 bars of ATB to make amazing progress towards Rulers of the Outer Worlds. We have so much help along the way, like $200 from Eurotransient. I did a little arithmetic and realized we're getting super close to meeting the incentive to hear you sing, so let's just keep this going. Just like with Tifa's piano, I'm sure you'll make no mistakes.
Oh my God.
So proud of you for getting to share this run with GDQ and for such a great cause.
Oh my God, that's my brother.
Yeah, the reason like Star Shower is so tempting is because it actually boosts the next move by 70%. So not only that, but it like has a keep value of like a limit. So in the harder categories, you could still Star Shower through stuff, and it just snowballed real quick.
Gus's crib is
So we want to pick the lie or the actual truth here. Everybody else is lying, so we have to look for specific cues. Potions, nope.
It's this one. We got the slow one.
Yeah, I skip the middle one every time because I can't like. For some reason, I just can't parse his lies or truths real quick.
So for him, it's Gus writes the book, not Garth, because it'll say Garth sometimes.
Oh,
and the book has to be in stock, not out of stock. So if he says
So-
Gus in stock, it's him.
All right, I'll have to steal this from you later.
I actually didn't know that changed.
Yeah, they have like
I
4 or
did
5
this-
lines of dialogue or something.
And I did this like 3 different times to get the same person each time,
Oh,
so I
that's
had
impressive.
no clue.
I've brute forced my way. I save loaded through it. I was like, I got so mad. I was like, no, you're just giving this to me. Cool enough, there's another 1,500 gil chest here that I grab, because you got to wait for these guys to follow you anyway.
And you can't get too far ahead of them or they go backwards.
You got to be, yeah, they'll say something specific. It's really weird. The reason we're like doing this really weird movement here is you can get into this area and they'll just run away. And it takes forever to get them to come back. So you really want to wait until you're inside the little building there.
But yeah, this will be our third green here to help kind of uplift Pico's spirits. The other two things that we can do are basically like a mini Queen's Blood tournament to win 3 matches. Because we haven't done any Queen's Blood, we haven't collected any cards. We have like the starter deck, even though they're level 1, like their decks are still gonna be hard to beat.
Yeah.
And there's just too much RNG with it. There's another one that normal runners will do in their route because of the extra money and ATB. Yeah, you follow the Cactar to get one that you basically chase this Cactar around. That one will give you like money and experience. So I mean, there's value to doing it. For easy, we just don't need that extra value.
That takes forever.
Like the Beast Battlegrounds or whatever it is.
It matches close to the Desert Rush if you don't do the Desert Rush because they don't do the Desert
Really?
Rush. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And then, yeah, the last one is an underground, like, arena tournament Coliseum thing. It's like 3 rounds, if I remember correctly. I haven't done that casual. So it's casual play.
The reason that there's 6 is you need the 3 to heal Pico, and then you can get 3 more, which will allow you to get an alternate outfit for Pico. But since we bought, once we bought the one in the Costa del Sol area, we had got a tropical outfit, which actually will be a nice boost to our stats here. Without it, Pico would be a lot slower. And we're also going to get another upgrade here, too.
Yeah. Oh, did something happen?
Something happened.
We're hearing cheering. But who loves Chocobo racing?
Is the audience gaslighting us? I think they're gaslighting
I won't say that it was fate.
Hey, the incentive was met.
I won't say that it was destiny. But yes, we met the incentive. Thank you so much to everyone. Woo! You still have work to do. We have Rulers of the Outer Worlds just about a quarter of the way there. We are more than a quarter of the way through our run. So it's time to limit break and pick it up. Show us your true power, Twitch chat. I believe in you.
You really want to see that.
Yeah, Rulers is definitely worth
if you have not experienced that particularly difficult fight quickly, you want to see that.
I honestly haven't finished it myself. I've been like bullheadedly like, no, I can't do what anybody else does. I have to do what I do. But when you actually see this fight, it's super clean.
But yeah, just like in the original game, we need to win this Chocobo race to basically be kind of like let off the hook. In this case, like we have to win the Chocobo race so we can continue looking for Barrett here in the Coral Prison because everyone's been locked up by Gus because he wants the money that is earned from here. So we have to practice race. Again, it's one of the mini games. Didn't quite touch on it. So a lot of times you'll see there may be some mini games that I'm actually playing, and there's other ones that I'm quitting. So the ones that I'm quitting, I mean, I'm obviously quitting because the game lets me. But there are some where like you can't quit them and you have to do them. Thankfully, we don't actually have to do the practice. But we do have to do the real race. So don't worry. If you were hoping to see some Chocobo racing, you will 100% see some Chocobo racing here in just a moment. The Chocobo race has like a very kind of like standard strat too that we just kind of do, which I'll talk about here in just a second. Just got to get the race kind of going. First, we're going to equip these items to make our Pico here a little bit more faster, plus gain a couple little abilities because the outfits you put on your Chocobo have abilities that will proc under certain conditions and also increase their various stats. But the general kind of gameplay loop for here is, so at the beginning of the race, on the number 2, we're going to hold the X button to get an initial boost. The first lap of the race, the goal is to ultimately collect 10 of the blue kind of like eggs, because the eggs will increase our just kind of natural speed. But then we also want to make sure that we get those 2 red ones. We drift around corners because it helps build up a little bit of boost. Hit the little turbo thing here. We're going to try and land in the middle to grab 2 of these, which we did, thankfully. Then we use that to turbo, a little bit more drifting. Then we're going to grab 2 more of these blue guys. Now, on the subsequent laps, we were actually going to focus more on the red ones, because once you have a 10 speed. Getting more blue ones does not actually do anything as a result. And so there's no real reason to like go out of your way to pick them up. So we're going to kind of angle ourselves in a way to get 3 more. And then, yeah, for the second lap here, going to do predominantly the same thing, just not collecting blue ones. We're going to grab the red ones. But this time around, because we'll have a speed boost, we're going to use it immediately. And then there's this kind of like cut through we can do. We can't cut too early or we'll slow down cutting through the grass. So if you wait a little bit, then do it, then you're able to actually keep your momentum from the speed boost going, which is super handy. And then here we're going to grab these, and then we're going to kind of do something similar. And that's pretty much what the this lap and the next lap will look like. So for the remainder of this race, let's maybe get a couple of donations going.
Absolutely. We would like to thank donations like this that put us over the top on that no promises to keep incentive. $500 from Mott, saying, just wanted to donate to get some singing going. Cancer has had a massive effect on my family and friends, and we need to find a way to beat it. Best of luck on your run, Woadyb.
Thank you.
$5 from Dark Sakura and Dan. My favorite Final Fantasy song is Kiss Me Goodbye from Final Fantasy XII, performed by the amazing Angela Aki. If you haven't heard her other songs, check her out. Thank you for the fun run so far. Keep making up lyrics.
You know what? I think we can probably all agree with this one. $15 from John S. saying, my favorite music from Final Fantasy VII is probably the main theme, a masterpiece from the master, Nobuo Uematsu.
Silver sending in $20 to PCF. This can be a weird preference, but my favorite song in Final Fantasy is the Maria and Draco opera in Final Fantasy VI. I don't think that's weird at all.
That's not weird at
No.
all.
Not weird at all.
Very
Surprised I
well
haven't been mentioned
beloved.
yet.
Yeah, it's true.
$25 from Bozart with some more love for a certain composer in here. From the crowd, the best song is obviously Dancing Mad, Uematsu's prog rock influence at its finest.
Finally, man, y'all let me down. Nobody said that yet.
Via Chemist, also with $50, my favorite Final Fantasy music is usually a boss theme, and there are none better than Dancing Mad from Final Fantasy VI.
Nice. Back to back. We've got time for 3 more before we get to the boss fight.
You got it.
Of course. And we still have those music donations rolling in. So Jay had sent in $10 and says, is it cheating to say My Village is #1 from Xenogears? It is the original Final Fantasy VII after all.
Will Gallant with $20. One of my personal favorites is the Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles opening song, Kaze no Ne, or Sound of the Wind, a beautiful piece.
Nice. CC mentioned.
And then $100 from Oriated saying, gotta donate to my favorite character and my main cosplay Tifa. And that was in reference to the Gold Saucer date partner for which, hey, I have news for y'all. Kate Sith has slipped into the lead on that.
I think adding the boys into the factor, like,
We must be getting the Vincent and Sid fans out of nowhere.
Like, oh, wait, what? Why wasn't I told this sooner? I was scammed. So
The power of friendship is just that magical.
Hey, you know, the power of friendship is that magical. But we've, sadly, the power of friendship is going to be tested here, segueing into almost a brother
friendly.
fight. I mean, they're
Yeah.
pretty much brothers in
Family,
a way. But
yeah.
you want to talk about the Dine fight here while I focus?
Yeah. So dying off the rip here, we want to open with the overcharge here to build up some ATB. We're going to get the bonus round in there again. Like I mentioned earlier, it does additional damage based on your magic. So that's why high caliber rifle is so good. It's really balanced. Get you that extra shot every couple or every other overcharge. Focus shot here will push a lot of pressure, and then we'll just kind of finish up the phase here with some regular shots to top off the bar. Now that we have a bunch of ATB and our Sonic Boom established, we're about as the peak as we can get. So we're going to be using a lot of fires here to clear Dine since that's his weakness. We could have grabbed a level boost earlier on in Junon, but we'd had to go way out of our way to get it, so we're just going to stick with fire here. It's just not worth it and easy. We'll be getting a free one later anyway. We're just going to get the stagger up and then spam as many fires as we can during the stagger to min-max the damage. We're going to want to get another Sonic Boom in before the next phase. If we get lucky on the final phase, we can get, I believe it's Hidden Barb, and we can just one-shot him with the limit, because the way that it functions is each one of those Hidden Barbs is a limb, so it'll do damage to the main body depending a set amount of damage when they're broken. So Rough. Well, it's not very common.
No, we got it.
Ooh, never mind.
Well, say bye-bye to Dine, because
Yeah,
this is going
and-
to explode.
Break all the limbs, do a bunch of damage.
Oh, it actually...
it was too early, I think.
Yeah, it was too early. He doesn't usually do it that early. I've oversold it.
He got ahead of himself.
Yeah, it's fine.
Well,
We'll get
yeah.
him right here.
Luckily, it's not like a big time swing. It's just a nice little time save if you get it. But yeah, Dine's dusted. So one thing is we did pass up the Umbral Blade. The Umbral Blade itself is kind of useless, but the Prime mode is interesting. It does modify your Punisher mode, but we really don't need it. Just to clarify for people that are wondering, like, what's the purpose of it? The Prime mode will allow you to do pretty big hits that build a lot of ATB and hit really hard. And it also changes your Berserk out for Prime Berserk, and what that does is offer a 50% damage buff at the cost of taking 50% damage instead of 30 and 30. So there is a lot of value to it, but in a normal run, it's overkill. Right here, we're going to be picking up Spellbound Blast with Aerith, which is more or less her spell blade, except she steals MP when she uses it. And we're also going to be grabbing a Magic plus 20 in this energy and a Synergy skill bonus here as well. So if she does any Synergy attacks, the damage will be increased. We're also going to be grabbing a Synergy skill bonus for Tifa or Yuffie as well, and Fox Flame, which is another magic-based ranged attack, team attack with either Aerith or Tifa, and that's a very nice tool for several fights.
And into another boss fight.
Yeah,
An original for Rebirth.
Anorian Suppressor / Palmer here is a pretty rough fight. The first phase here, we're just trying to get out as much damage as possible. So you can tackle this in a couple of different ways. The way we're handling it here is we're just focusing the damage down with Cloud and not worrying about anybody else. So we want to get our Sonic Boom and Berserk up as soon as possible and just hammer out Spell Blades.
Yeah, the big reason we want to get through phase 1 really quickly is because there's a cutscene that might play in the middle of it where he basically shakes his butt at us and like taunts us. And so it's just, you can't do anything during that, so it just kind of runs a little bit slower.
Because of the difference in strats here, we need to focus on breaking the legs to make the boss vulnerable here. The other strat would focus on trying to get Neener out, which if you do get it and deal enough damage, it will instantly pressure Palmer. But breaking the legs will set you up in a similar position. Unfortunately, the thunder hit the body there. There's some kind of weirdness with these spells where limbs often don't get hit and the body gets hit instead, which is an unfortunate consequence of having limbs. I think in this fight particularly, it's because the limbs are always under Palmer, and they didn't adjust it when he gets flipped upside down, and because of lightning cast from above, it goes, oh, well, it's going to hit the body even though he's flipped upside down. But good fight, good fight. Now we got to have this mini game. Yeah, that's right. We can skip it now. This is something they added in a modern update, which this saves what, 2 minutes, I think?
Yeah, it saves 2 minutes. It was one of the most random updates we discovered, but it was so bizarre to all the runners that I wish I was lying to say this, every one of us gaslit ourselves and saying that can't be accurate.
I literally...
we saw the skip button, we're like, no, that we can't skip this. We've been doing this for months.
I was practicing it when it came out, and I thought I glitched my save out or something. Because in New Game Plus, you can skip it. You always could.
Yeah, they added it to New Game, which is a nice 2-minute save.
I'm just saying, I love the idea of letting all the characters and bosses and villains name their own attacks. You get the likes of Omnislash, One-Winged Angel, and then Palmer over here just has Neener.
Yeah.
Chat, if you were a Final Fantasy character, what would your ultimate attack be called?
I wonder if anyone's going to do a G Gundam reference. I feel like when you ask that question, somebody always does a burning finger.
Burning finger, yeah.
From G Gundam.
Wody, how about you go first?
What
would your ultimate attack be?
Oh my god, I watch too much anime. I'm completely...
Pierce the heavens.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. Honestly, no. Actually, nowadays, I would probably pick, if I'm going to steal an anime character's move, I would steal from Bleach, Sunsui Kuraku's, Bankai call, which I can't, it's like Kodomatsu Kuro Shinju, it's just this really dope thing he says. It's 5 words. I'm I wish I could memorize that because it's just so cool when he says.
Yeah, the Bankai releases are all
I love
just way.
Bankai.
Yeah. Bunkei.
All right.
Subozokura.
But here we have another one talking about bathroom breaks to kind of point them out. This is actually another
right.
really long break because we're just quite literally sitting in a buggy. There's a dialogue happening, so why don't we run off a couple donations here? Probably like 5, honestly, because it's a bit of a lengthy one.
Okay, Blue has donated $50 and says, my favorite Final Fantasy song of all time has got to be Besaid Island's theme from Final Fantasy X, but I also love Random Waltz from Tactics. This Final Fantasy VII Rebirth run has been phenomenal. Good luck, and let's meet that no promises to keep incentive. Well, guess what? We did meet that, so can I direct your attention to Rulers of the Outer Worlds?
Absolutely. Goosebox with $25 to charity. My favorite Final Fantasy theme is the one from the Play Online menu for Final Fantasy XI. If you know, you know.
Oh my God, the Play Online thing.
All right, $20.20 from Kisdon. Gotta go with The Price of Freedom from Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. The guitar and violin just make me melt. I see that face.
Yin sending in $20. I have to donate again for the music train. My favorite song in all of Final Fantasy is Flow from 14 Endwalker. In Final Fantasy VII, it's Birth of a God, and I cannot wait to hear the new version in Part 3.
No.
I don't think anybody can't wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our PC version, get that out of here. We just need the give it a hurry up.
Can you just like release the soundtrack for Part 3 early? We can wait on the game after that.
And with that, everybody's favorite cat has entered the party. I'm glad. I took a shot in the dark at that one. I didn't know if I was going to get boos or cheers.
Oh.
There it
Yes.
is.
I'm looking at the chat now, and the answer is both.
I know a lot of people dog on him because of like the kit, but we'll explain him later on and kind of
Did
hold
you
the veil
say
back.
dog on him?
No dog,
Yeah,
only
did
cat.
Dog on it.
Could have made a cat.
No, it's a
Where's
cat.
the-
It's a
where's-
cat.
where's
Yeah, I
the
know.
cat pun? All right, where's the cat pun?
I was answering yes without saying yes. Like, what do you want from me?
I think one of
I thought it
the
was funnier that way, but I guess not.
I think one of the great touches in this game is just some of the like the goofiness with the characters like between each other, and I love like if you've played Remake. Many times you've probably heard Bear do his rendition of dun 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 dun. And Kate Sith, which I don't know if we'll hear, we might be able to hear, but Kate Sith will graze us with his own version of a cat form of
Yeah. Yeah, like the characterization and interaction between them all is like so good. That the re-scripting of Barrett and his voice actor have just kind of like completely turned me around from being like indifferent to kind of like frustrated and hating Barrett because he's so one note to like probably being my favorite character, but it's really hard to choose because there's so many good characters in this game, honestly.
And talking more about music, this is my favorite overworld theme by a long shot. And I've been told this is a pretty hot take, so if you disagree with me, donate and tell me what your favorite overworld theme is in this game. But this one by far, especially the expanded version when you've done more of the Chadley missions, oh my lord.
If I had to guess, it's the amount of people being frustrated with the movement and like exploration of this area being like very non-linear and kind of hard to decipher.
That made this one more fun.
Well, hey, what a time for a $77.77 donation from Spanky. Cosmo Canyon is my favorite song. Chills every time I hear it. Here's some Lucky Sevens.
Nice. The Lucky Sevens. Yeah, I'd say, I mean, honestly, at this point, we're just headed to Gungaga, so we've still got a little bit of run time. We probably could get in like 3 donations.
All right, how about this one from Jolly Donburi that with $50. My favorite Final Fantasy song is Titus's Forced Laugh. Would you like to do it with me?
Oh.
You know I would.
You're right.
Amazing. Amazing.
It's basically a requirement of any Final Fantasy run.
It does feel that way. It does feel that way.
$50 from Mumbly Joe. One of my favorite songs is Vamos Allá Flamenco from Final Fantasy IX.
Beautiful track. Very beautiful track there.
Maybe our lucky food will be on
And then $20 from Nada999. My favorite Final Fantasy song lately is Be My Honey from Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. Just try not to be humming it the rest of the day after you listen to it.
I'll have to listen to it. I don't think I've not spent much time with 14, unfortunately.
Oh, you haven't heard of Final Fantasy XIV, the acclaimed game with the free
I
trial
walked
up
into
to
that
level
one.
60 and
Up to level
inclusion?
60, let's go.
Do you want us to do the whole thing?
I have a sticker of it in my Discord stickers. I can pull it up for us. $25 from Zik to PCF. Hey, Woadyb, good luck on the run. I'm on standby, ready to look up strats for a rogue antlion if you need it this time. Really, though, glad to see you on the big stage running Rebirth. You've been working so hard on it, and I'm excited for the song.
Doubt there's much.
Oh my God! Talk about a callback to last AGDQ where I was on commentary.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. If I'm familiar to anybody watching, I was commentary on the finale of last year's AGDQ FF5 run.
Yeah, I heard that went pretty interesting.
Hey, it was good. It was good times. Good times.
Yeah.
But here we are again getting some more affection points, so that's why we stopped to talk to Tifa there, talk about a pot roast. One thing we were learning about Final Fantasy XIV, the acclaimed game where you can play up to level 60, whatever the rest of that bit is. We had a familiar face that we haven't exactly seen. Hold on, they didn't seem to mind. Let's make sure I don't pick the wrong choice. As you can see, Cisne has made her way into the Final Fantasy VII game. Now, Crisis Core, the game she originally debuted in, did come out many moons after OG game existed. So it's a nice kind of like change or addendum, but I'm going to stop talking for a moment because the Yuffie Boredom song can be heard as I pass by her here.
I am so bored.
Bored right out of my brain. If I don't die first, bet you'll go insane.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I had mixed feelings when I first listened to it. I was
How
like,
could you have mixed feelings for that?
I don't know. I was like, my brain could decide if it was cringe or funny.
Oh, it's not cringe. Yuffie is adorable.
It ended up catching to me once I like told her to sing the whole song. I was like, you know what? Okay, I'm okay with this.
Well, and fun fact, which I don't think we'll ever hear here, she has another made-up song when she's on the back of a chocobo to like the chocobo theme. I can't remember the lyrics for that, but it's like chocobo. Da, da, da,
Fun
like
thing
that.
with the board song, I had the pleasure of hearing that done live by the Japanese voice actor at a panel once.
Wait, were you at the Otakon panel?
Yeah.
Dude, I was there too.
Oh. What the heck?
I was at the same panel.
Must be nice.
Yeah.
Now I'm the odd man out.
Yeah, and I went to Otakon as well. Yeah, so recently there was an anime convention in DC where most of the voice cast was there, including the game developer, the director, the producer, and the battle director.
Yeah.
It was very wonderful. Barrett, oh my God, I'm forgetting his name all of a sudden. Help me out here.
John Eric Bell.
Thank you.
The English VA, yeah.
The English VA told this beautiful story of how he channeled his dying moments compared to his own experience with his father.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually asked him about like the wall scene in Remake when I met him at a convention. He was like, I had to swap Marlene out for my own kids. That's why it came out the way it did. And then he told me, he was like, oh yeah, and then they wanted to like do the highway scene or something right after. And I was like, he told them they needed a minute to like get back in his own head. I was like, that's rough. Oh yeah, by the way, let's do an action combat scene next.
All right, so now what's happened, in case you're wondering, is we hung out in the village. There's an explosion. Seems Shinra, and we've also noticed the infamous whispers from Remake have finally reappeared in Rebirth. They haven't shown up till this point, so now everyone's a little confused. They're like, well, I thought we fixed things. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
We're good.
Just a moment of darkness to keep us in the dark.
Did you say the darkness is imprisoning us?
Yeah.
And we're going to check it out. The girls have decided to stay behind, and so we're here with Cloud, Barrett, Katesit, and Red. We're just going to use this team we were given automatically because Katesit does give us access to the power cleave move, whereas Barrett and Red does not, so we want to make sure we can utilize that.
Yeah.
We've got a little bit of running before some menuing and some combat stuff, so I'd say probably time for like 2 donations.
All right. Well, How does $25 from Katie Pie sound? My special attack name would be Vote Tifa for the Golden Saucer Date Partner. Less than 400 between them.
It's a good attack. Let's see if it's effective. We've also got $25 from Lag Out Loud. Best Final Fantasy song is definitely Libere Fatale from Final Fantasy VIII.
That's good. No, that's a very good one. Yeah, for just I believe in terms of the bid war on that, I think we're like an hour-ish out because that one should wrap up a couple chapters from now when we enter Nibelheim. So we still got a lot to go, but I mean not as much as you're probably thinking. So if you want to see, especially if they're that close, now is the time for the bid wars to really take centerfold.
And Tifa enjoyers, then you better take that to heart because I don't think the Kate Sith enjoyers are going to stop.
No,
I mean, it's 3v1 at this point, right? Because it's Vincent and Sid as well.
It's true. But yes, Tifa enjoyers your strength is currently bridled. So show us what you got.
Ooh, nice.
Didn't quite get.
Unfortunate.
Nah, it's fine.
Yeah, so we were trying to pull him together with a cleave there. I think we needed to throw another one in, but it's really hard to flex with this fight because the flower and the frogs spawn completely randomly, so they can be on the other corner of the room, or they can all just be standing on top of each other and be like, hey, buddy. And you walk in. We normally would just skip that fight, but we want to get the crystal sword on the other side, so skipping the fight, getting the crystal sword, then skipping it again is a big pain that it's just not worth. We need to upgrade our armor here, so we're going to actually steal Kate Sis here, because the Force Bangle has enough slots for us to make it work. I usually go out of my way to buy the armor here, so I have a couple extra slots because I have a more convoluted route. But yeah, the nice thing is Kate Sith comes with a 2-slot armor, and so Yuffie comes with a 3-slot armor. And we're going to be taking advantage of that because Cloud and Aerith are both going to have weapons that have 0 or 1 slots in them to start with. So we really need the extra slots from the armor.
Yeah, because at this point in the run, the Rune Blade is going to be overstaying its welcome because Cloud's magic output is heavily diminished at this point in the run.
Yeah.
And so we get the Crystal Sword, like Sid was pointing out.
Power Cleave, too.
Yeah, we need it for like Power Cleave, but it also has a decent enough magic stat that we at least have let's look at the damage we need from it.
It's pretty balanced. Actually,
yeah, it's a good balanced weapon.
There was a point where we used to swap it in the final fight so that we could get the more balanced stats, but we found a way around that quite a while ago, so luckily we don't have to do that anymore.
Little time save tech there. Right as you interact with the plug, you roll to cancel the plug insert animation.
Oh, that's nonsense. Sometimes you can skip this fight, but Woadyb takes it, so it really doesn't matter that the bug was in the way there. The extra EXP and AP you get from this fight, as well a little bit of petty cash, is not undesirable, because this actually will push Barrett and Red up a level, which will make the next area, Cosmo Canyon, a little bit easier.
Yeah, and it also helps Cloud level up right before the boss.
Yeah. With your saves, you should probably always put your practice saves at the lowest level possible, unless you really have a very tight route. With easy, you can kind of get away with a minimum, but it's kind of hard to time the differences.
One extra bonus too is some of these extra fights that Woody takes, he gets extra AP, which also helps level materia. I know that's important for the fire at least.
Yeah, for fire, we want to learn fire up by a certain point. And some of the enemies have some weird, glitchy kind of interactions where the AP doesn't get applied properly. We'll talk about it when we get to those specific fights. But fire is the one that we really absolutely needed to hit at a specific time. Luckily, Woadyb, because the problem is most of us want to put it on our shortcuts. Woadyb, smartly enough, goes with fire instead of fire, so he doesn't have to worry about hitting the level at that point that the menu is. Because normally it can be flexible. It can be any time from that menu till almost before Kate's boss, but that's way out in the future. We could have swapped Red in for those 2 encounters to get the faster movement, but the amount of time that it would have taken to put Red in the party would have way deficited the amount of time his movement would have saved, so we just said, forget about it. There are a few people, I think Vinny is an outlier, who refuses to use Kate Sith in the specimen fight, but for the most part, Power Cleave Spellblade is just too good to pass up. The funny thing actually is Barrett and Red have a bullet bounce in Howling Moon, which is a ranged projectile with Cloud where he knocks them back. You can actually cancel them over and over again by using one into the other. So you can get a pretty weird like combo line where you just cancel Bullet Bounce and Howling Moon over and over again, just spam it with hitting square and triangle. Pretty funny.
Yeah, there was a strat on bottom as well that utilized that, where Cloud's like midair, just it's basically it's like batting practice.
Yeah.
They're just throwing pitches at him of like bullets and stuff, and he's just clubbing them.
When I first learned about it, I definitely was like testing it in a lot of silly places. Unfortunately, its damage is just well outpaced by Power Cleave. As you can see, doing like 24,000 or 2,400 there.
These amalgams have kind of an interesting gimmick to them, so you can't kill them if you kill them and they are not on fire or they have not been staggered, they will revive themselves, which is why I'm building up to where a Power Cleave is going to stagger them and then take them all out at the same time. But now for probably the most RNG heavy boss.
Yeah, so Specimen here is super obnoxious. We want to get a bunch of Power Cleaves in here, but the goal is to like get to a certain amount of pressure. But because of this wall here, it's going to kind of limit our damage. Luckily, we got rid of it ASAP. A lot of these fights, now that we've had Enervate from Yuffie for a while, we're going to start applying D-Protect, and this more or less will give us the minus 30 on their 30% on their defense. It's more or less Berserk with extra steps. Or in this case, less steps, because we can just apply it and it just stays. Because with Berserk, it lasts 10 seconds, so we have to reapply it like every 2 Power Cleaves, every 3 Power Cleaves. Fight went pretty well there.
I oversold the RNG element because that was actually a very clean fight.
As you see him hopping around, he normally does that like 6 more times. But this fight went extremely well. We're going to just land some Power Cleaves here and push through. Some runners spam a bunch of Blizzaras at the end here, but you really don't have to. There's a couple of different ways to do it. The only downside is like Kit's best move isn't really available right now. Yeah, good fight. You took full advantage of it too, because sometimes you'll be off-put by him actually behaving, and you're like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, we got lucky with the pressure, because when he pressures, if he doesn't jump away, he kind of gets into this like weird thing where he just like stands around and doesn't do anything. So I took advantage of that, and if he hopped back a little bit at the end, which is kind of what allowed him to jump away, but you know he was like a hit or two away.
If you're replaying the game, be careful here. If you try to skip that cutscene too fast, you'll soft lock.
Yeah, the chocobos won't spawn, and then...
I think I did a little bit more experimentation with it. I think what happens is you spawn on the chocobos, they spawn out of bound, and the game thinks you're still on the chocobo. Because like I said, okay, well, it's a marathon run thing. I should see what happens. I ran all the way to the reactor and could not fight. It would trigger the fight, but I couldn't do any actions. So I think what happens is you spawn on the chocobos, game thinks you're on the chocobos, spawns them out of bounds, now they're just in the middle of nowhere. Then the game's like, you're on a chocobo. And the easy way to fix it is just loading the autosave. I was like, oh, well, that's neat.
Well, the problem with that, though, is where the autosave puts you.
The autosave, like, puts you right before the chocobos, so it's not too bad.
Are you sure the autosave works? Have I been given wrong info by my community?
I have had it not work before, but I think, like, if you go to a certain point, I think maybe it's because I ran all the way to the reactor that fixed it. But I'll have to do more testing, but that means I have to soft lock myself over and over again and do some more testing. Because like for marathon runs, you got to know how to deal with it. You could also...
Just let the cutscene play for like 3 seconds longer.
It depends. Like, you just got to play it safe with that one, honestly.
Thankfully, these are easy to avoid soft locks at the end of the day.
It's more so like if you get behind and then you start getting greedy with cutscene interactions. And that's one of the ones where you can get got by your own greed.
Oh, very good.
At the end of the day, it's like your decision to skip it immediately, especially when you know it. I wonder if like just buffering it with the R2 skip for a while is probably enough.
Well, that was a very good fight.
Yeah, it was.
Windstorms.
Yep, 3 Windstorms. So Windstorm is a phenomenal move from Yuffie where she basically, and it does depend if you've thrown her shuriken or if you've not thrown her shuriken. What it'll do is it does like a mass AoE move that also vacuums in the people. And so I utilize it in that fight to just kind of force everyone to group up. And so we were able to get everyone grouped up and basically took them all out within 3 uses of it. If it doesn't happen, if they're still grouped up, you can have Tifa like uppercut dive kick into the grouping, and that will usually club them all down. But we've decided to go help out Cloud and the boys. So the girls are here to help rescue the guys. They're getting tormented by Scarlet and some crazy specimens. So we need to go take them out. Plus, Yuffie's got a bit of a vendetta against Scarlet, so she's more than happy to.
Choice words for Scarlet, for sure.
Very choice words.
Yeah,
fine.
you can sometimes snake up to that one without jumping down, but it can be very frustrating to get it to stick. So sometimes it's just better to jump down. It's 6 to 1, half dozen the other, though.
Or in that case where I hit circle in the wrong spot, so it did the animation for terrain movement.
Fair, yeah. A lot of the zipline movement is pretty quick, though, as long as you kind of know to get the camera in the right position. This goes fairly quickly. Funny thing, you can actually like extend these cables on the ground. So like we were mentioning, you can pick them up and then roll to cancel when you plug it in. You can actually extend it further by rolling and canceling it over and over again, and the game will let you pull it further. But you have to do the animation over and over and over and over again, so it doesn't save enough time to not just be faster to go up to the top and do it this way, surprisingly. Because you have to do like 14 animations or something. It's really long. Funny. But
Yeah, it is funny to watch them do it. I've never quite actually learned how to do it because it was such weird movement.
yeah, when Closer was like, it's not faster, I was like, all right, then I'm not going to look into this any further.
Hey, speaking of 14, we have $25 from Casket saying the Final Fantasy 14 free trial actually goes up to level 70 these days.
And $50 from Paul. My favorite song is Scream from the Endwalker expansion of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with a free trial now up to level 70, including the Stormblood expansion with no limits on playtime.
I walked into that one. For the record, I have like OG 14, like before
nice.
Realm Reborn, collector's edition. So I'm familiar with the game.
You face down the meteor.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
So we got a couple of drone fights here that are pretty hard to skip. And then Scarlet is probably one of the harder bosses at this portion in the game.
She does tend to be a bit of a run killer. I think we finally got the strat, though, to where the likelihood of that is a lot less.
Yeah, there's a couple of different strats to like work around her system. So Scarlet has a couple of different mechanics going into this. Main thing is she's going to change her arms at a certain point. If she changes her arms off the sword arms, we are in a really bad spot and have to reset. We absolutely can't do the fight at that point. It's either a certain amount of time passes, we do too much damage. There's one other factor, but we'll just start explaining the fight here. So we're trying to break the arms as quickly as possible. Oh, yeah, the other factor is if the arms decide to not break. For some reason, these arms kind of just decide to be invincible and they'll never break. Or if we break the arms and don't pressure her, that's what it is. Luckily, we have managed to get rid of the right arm here. So we're just going to be using some Fox Flames and Spellbound Blast here. Ideally, the Spellbound Blast hit, but they're very hard to get to hit the arms. It's super inconsistent. So my route, I use a lot more Fox Flames, which is a bit slower and builds more ATB, but not as efficient. Looks like we're having that issue with the arm.
Yeah, here's the arm not
Commentator curse, I shouldn't have said nothing. I'm sorry.
on.
This is not my fault. It's definitely my fault.
Are you sure it's not your
It's
fault?
definitely my fault. Yeah, I've had this happen to me.
There.
Yes. So we need to do some damage to Scarlet here so that she'll stay and not fly away. Great. We were very close to her flying away. I'm fairly certain. We're going to use some Spellbound Blast here to build some pressure and some ATB on everybody. And then we want to make sure we Bravery Magnify everybody to get some damage bonus for the next phase. And then we want to try and get the stagger with Tifa here. And because we switched over, Spellbound Blast can't stagger. The reason is we want to get limit here. And because we took so much damage, we already have our limit for the next phase, which is what we need. We're going to do some Omni Strikes to get the multiplier up and then spam Thunders here. Next phase is not weak to magic at all. As a matter of fact, it's resistant. So we want to use our magic here, smoke them while we got them kind of situation. This phase now has 2 physical arms, and the whole thing is only weak to physical. So we're going to do a Omni Strike and a Somersault onto the arm here, which will break the arm, and we'll get all of the limit damage pretty much. And the arm breaking will do enough extra damage that an Art of War should do the majority of what we need. You see how low the HP is right now? Good enough, good enough. With that cursed arm, luckily it decided to give up.
Yeah, you just kind of have to not attack it for a bit. Just kind of like let it just.
I don't even know, man. It's like I've tried just beating it up, and I've tried leaving it alone for like 10 seconds. I can't.
Well, that's why I swap characters.
Yeah. I've tried everything. It's so cursed. You see it, and you're like, wow, I was on like a 2-minute gold. Neat.
Well, the beauty of having many runs lose 2 minutes of time there to problems. You play around with it enough to kind of know how to salvage that. So we salvaged that.
Which is why a lot
still went good. That still went good.
Which is why a lot of like there's variable routes to make sure Spellbound Blast hits the arms, or my route, which uses more Foxfires, or rather Crystal Crown's route. I didn't really route much of it myself. There's a few things I routed.
So here we have kind of a surprise. Pseudo new for Rebirth. We're going through Tifa's live stream scene in a new way earlier than you would experience it in the OG, but we're just sitting here waiting for a bit, so.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at this point, it's just a lot of like dialogue progression. Like, I mean, we can hammer through a pretty good amount of donos for a bit because this sequence is pretty long.
Sure thing. By the way, an update on the Rulers of the Outer Worlds incentive is that we have less than 35,000 to go. Y'all have just passed the 30% mark, so y'all are doing great. Keep it up. Remember, that does have to be hit by the end of this run, and you know, we're getting there.
That estimate is not as long as you think. You think we're halfway through. We could come in well under estimate, especially with the cutscene skips and how well things have gone so far.
But speaking of some other incentives as well, Kate Sith is still in the lead for that Gold Saucer date partner. And no thanks to people in thanks, but truly to people like Jamie the Bunny saying $25. One of my close friends is a huge Tifa stan. So I have to vote for Kate Sith just to rustle his jimmies. Sorry, Dylan.
Oh, Tifa fans, strength bridled, jimmies rustled. Can the Tifa enjoyers have anything right now? Thank you, Jimmy the Benoi. Echo 104B sending in $20. Best Final Fantasy song is Liberi Fatale. Singing it on stage with Distant Worlds last year was incredible. Shoutouts to the Washington Metropolitan Gamer Symphony Orchestra Choir.
And yeah, y'all, if you want to keep telling us about your favorite Final Fantasy music, go ahead and put it towards that incentive for Rulers of the Outer Worlds. We'd absolutely still love to hear what you have to say on that. Like $100 from Aquastar831. Continuing on the favorite song from the Final Fantasy series, any fans of Final Fantasy IV here? The Red Wings at the beginning is one of my all-time faves.
Nice.
Love it. $50 in from Masterquake to PCF. If we are going for our favorite song in the series, it has to be Dancing Mad from the end of FF6. A couple of others that are up there are Man with the Machine Gun from FF8 and the boss theme from FF4.
And a very kind $500 from Mage. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Final Fantasy VII was the game that made me a gamer. The remakes have been a great reimagining. Having a blast watching this get demolished. Keep up the great work, GDQ.
And $300 from Ruroni. My favorite Final Fantasy song is Eyes on Me, so I'm really glad we met the No Promises to Keep incentive, which has the same vibes. Thanks so much to everyone.
Yes, thank you so much. Let's keep them rolling. There's still more.
All right. Well, we have a message here. $25 donated by Chris K. Rule. Hey, Woadyb. Thrilled to see you on the big stage running one of the best games of last year. Good luck on the run.
Thanks, Chris. That's an old coworker buddy of mine.
$250 from VXC to PCF. Good luck, Woadyb.
Hey, VXC.
And Justin has donated $50 and says, so glad to be able to catch this run. It was tough to get up at 3 a.m. to watch, but I can bear it because I get to watch my favorite game of 2024 and has me floating on a cloud. The Aerith up here is thin, however, so I'm going to head down and make a cup of Tifa to get my energy back up. I hope you feel like watching all the Kate Sith date because that's what I'll be voting for. Hopefully you read 13 times through this comment to get it right.
Got it in one, I think.
Yeah.
$25 from Gekka. Favorite Final Fantasy song? Can I interest you in a few words about our Lord and Savior, Good King Moggle Mog the 12th?
Oh man, I've become familiar with this because of Theater Rhythm. I've heard that song. That is a song, all right.
$10 from Chocobo Appreciator. My favorite Final Fantasy song is Town of Forgotten Time from Chocobo's Dungeon. Signed, a proud owner of the Compe de Chocobo CD collection. Still dreaming of new releases in the Chocobo Tales series.
That is a deep cut right there.
And Nep has sent in $20 and says, donating for my game of the year and booking my ticket on the music train. It might be basic, but One Winged Angel is absolutely so fun and intense every time I hear it. Honorable mention to Bow Wow Wow, the minigame banger from Rebirth.
Very good.
Bow wow wow, bow wow wow.
It's my
Atsu
favorite,
donating
too.
$50. Final Fantasy X was my first Final Fantasy game, and 2 Xenarkand has had a special place in my heart ever since I walked down the aisle to it at my wedding. But may I also throw Mortal Instance from 14 Shadowbringers into the ring? You may, and we thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Well, we have moved on with our kind of like story, like lore dumping section here. Did a little bit early on the Chocobo call there, but well, we are ready to leave Gungaga. Our time here is finished up. We've been told that there's an abandoned airstrip where a Shinra pilot takes people around at the end of Gungaga here, and so we've decided to go check out this pilot. A pilot in Final Fantasy VII. Who could that possibly be?
Le choc, le gasp.
Sacre bleu. Okay, that's new.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
this is the speedrunner experience here, unfortunately.
Wait,
I think this might be better to just.
I was just saying, I probably.
All
need
right,
this.
look, you.
Hey, Woadyb,
wait.
this happened
There we go.
before.
All right, there we go.
We soft locked, guys. We soft locked on the bird.
You know what? I'm just gonna say I've been watching too much Fast and Furious. My Chocobo drifting got the
Watching
better
me
of
too
me
much
there.
because that's more or less how I drive too. It's stuck on literally everything.
What was that? Did its leg just clip in the rock?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Apparently.
This area is extremely cursed. Also, we're taking this corner super wide, even though the free flyer is right here, because there's actually a summon tablet right there. And if we go straight to the airstrip, we actually get kicked off the bird and get a really long cutscene from Chadley explaining summon dens and side quest, side quest, side quest. We don't care.
Okay, updating my notes. Side quest triggers, skippable. Final boss, low-hanging fence.
But yeah,
Oh, go on.
that entire Bow Wow Wow side
my God,
quest with
so
Barrett
good.
is so good. Barrett, stop.
It's not even just Barrett because there's another one. There's like you get it twice, which is
Yeah.
But hey, it's Sid, a different Sid.
Yes.
The third
The third
Sid.
Sid.
Yeah. It's Big Sid, myself, and then this Sid.
Yeah, we had a relay with all the Final Fantasy games earlier this year, and the runners for Rebirth were the Sid, Big Sid, and me. And everyone's like, "Oh, Woady's got to change his name and be like City
B.
But here we are in the tiny Bronco. So these sections are actually on rails. There's nothing we do here other than just kind of hang tight. So this is another kind of built-in break for people doing this run, kind of in your own time. And if you need to get up, stretch, water. This one's on the shorter side, though, so this is kind of like the stretch break, if anything. Then after we land the plane, we are actually going to be headed to Cosmo Canyon to finally, make progress there. So it's going to be a good time for some more donations as we run through the town and such.
We heard you say break over here, and the both of us just kind of looked and turned the microphones on. We've got some people writing in with their limit breaks. This one has no name, but has all the information you need. $25 to PCF. My special attack would be button mash. $10 from Riddles in the Dark. My Final Fantasy final attack name would be phoning it in at work today. I believe there's a lot of people out in Twitch chat doing that while they're watching this Rebirth run.
And $50 from Gigamajig saying, "Hey, I like this game."
I like
Short,
this
sweet,
game
to the
too.
point. Yeah.
$13 from Big Bad Beluga. Despite not being my favorite game in the series, my favorite Final Fantasy song is Blinded by Light from 13. Something about guitars and violins just gets me going. Special shoutouts to Find the Flame from Final Fantasy 16. Soken is my guy.
And Human Being sends in $5 and says, "Favorite Final Fantasy fanfare? Final Fantasy V's Battle on the Big Bridge. Banging beats, best boss, go Gilgamesh."
Good old Greggy. Yeah, let's go for some more. We still got time.
$377.77 from Kalith, simply saying, Aerith, less than 3.
And $50 from Sir Dan, 1987. I know I'm a bit late for the run. Don't worry, we're still here. But here's my support for the Tifa date. As Xenos would say during these intense boss fights, a test of your reflexes. And by the way, you gotta keep manifesting a Tifa date happening because Kate Sith is still in the lead.
Rissa with $50 to PCF. I can't choose just one Final Fantasy song, but I always liked Rydia's theme from Final Fantasy IV.
Nice.
Glad to see the classic series enjoyers out here.
Yeah, no, a lot of great song choices.
Speaking of great song choices, Kenny Two Slice donates $25 and says, my favorite Final Fantasy song is, of course, Shuffle or Boogie, the triple triad theme from Final Fantasy 13. Or not 8, 8. I can't, you know what? Nobody judge me for
You
not
had
being
the
able
right
to read.
number of eyes. in
Yeah,
the
I got the
Roman
eyes.
numerals there.
Yeah. That's,
$25 from Cubs Rule 21. Slightly off the board favorite music selection. Final Fantasy Type Zero's The Beginning of the End. Somewhere Asuka 424's ears are burning and she doesn't know why.
And Mr. Popo has donated $50 and says, my favorite Final Fantasy song is definitely Clash on the Big Bridge, and let's get that incentive met. Yes, we have less than 35,000 to go for Rulers of the Outer Worlds, and we have less than 3 hours of this run. So I know you can make it happen. Let's keep it going.
You see that wanted
Did you say 3 outers?
I might have.
Might have.
That's good. No, it's an unintentional.
3 Outer Wilds.
Yeah,
No.
sounds like a good
Outer
intentional
Wilds
fun.
mentioned?
Outer Wilds mentioned?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, you're definitely going to want to see that. If you need some more incentive to donate for that, when Woody did some practicing for that yesterday, this fight went a little bit scuffed, but even then, it was
just a
still
quick little
2
update.
minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh, we got an update.
To keep things as spicy as you have been, I'd like to let you know that date choices 1 and 2 are currently separated by 46 cents, with Tifa having taken the lead again.
Okay.
46 cents.
A little
Highly
spicy in
competitive
here.
bidding, I see.
I did not see this coming.
Going
with how far
once,
ahead
going
Tifa
twice.
was. Oh man, so much love. I really appreciate it, everyone.
If we could just
Yeah, no,
pop
it's
one
great.
more quick one in there. $20 from Squall that simply says, whatever.
I mean,
Thanks, Squall.
with all my experience with GDQ, I expected the dates to earn a lot, but this is a
Yeah.
lot more than I
Yeah.
expected.
Do you think Cloud and Squall would have been friends in high school?
Probably.
Probably.
I think that's a pretty safe bet.
Well, we've made it to Cosmo Canyon, and interesting thing that happens here, and we skipped the cutscene, so you may not pick up on it if you aren't hearing some of the dialogue, but Red 13 has actually changed back to his actual real voice, which was kind of a thing they did in the game, where they had Max Middleman basically go from like that kind of older sounding, like wise kind of voice he was doing to like actually using his real voice, because he now finally, I guess, you know, he's home, he feels more comfortable, not being judged for like being like maybe a child and stuff by his teammates.
These are the friends I was talking about.
There's a little glimpse of the voice there. And actually, I was joking about this before, but you should definitely donate and get our host here to try and do their best Bugenhagen laugh. I would love to hear how those go.
Yeah, we got a few oh-ho-hos in the tank for you.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm here for it.
We were warned about that one.
The nice thing too with the voice changeover is if you skip the earlier side quests for Red and go back to them, they'll actually have completely different dialogue with the younger voice as well. So like all the early game side quests are worth doing twice, even if you just do them on like a lower difficulty, because the dialogue's completely different and it shows a completely different side of Red.
Yeah.
Nice little menu open there. Here, basically, you know, we're touring Cosmo Canyon, and Bugenhagen like wants us to like explore the observatory or the planetary. And luckily, we basically found that we don't have to interact with anything. We
Just go to the
have
top,
to go to the
come
top
back
floor and come back down, and then we can just
It's
kind
an
of
Aerith's house moment. Just hit the rug and turn around.
Yep. Which is handy, you know. We also earlier stopped off at the shop and bought pretty much the only additional weapon we get for Red, the golden collar. It's predominantly because, spoiler alert here, we have a dungeon coming up that is going to be a Barret and Red focus dungeon, and red is certainly going to need to be able to pull a lot of weight from the physical damage side of things, and that weapon gives him a massive boost. It's like 100. He goes from
120.
like 40 to like 120 or something.
Yeah, it's 120, 100%. I can tell you that for sure, because I was like, hey, you actually can grab it in the reactor, that thing that we moved so that we could actually plug in the thing in the last room where we like emptied out the water. If we actually, there's a back exit that lets you go out there, but it just takes way too long to go grab it. And we have plenty of money, so 10K for the gold collar is an even trade for the massive amount of time it saves. There's actually some funny upwarps you can do there with like combat, with save load, combat, restart shenanigans, but it doesn't save time because like if you do the upwarp on one side, it's soft flux. And if you do the upwarp on the other side, you're just wasting the time that you would have got to do the gold collar. There's a lot of like little weird clips and upwarps and stuff in this game. Unfortunately, a lot of them are currently not useful, but we'll see once the PC version comes out.
I mean, there's one that's very much useful, but we'll talk about that. That skip when it comes time to.
For sure. There's a few, but there's also like a lot that don't.
Yeah, well, there's no sequence breaks in the run at this time, and we'll see when the PC version comes out what happens to the route. There are a couple like small skips that do allow us to at least like get past like combat and like or other like slightly longer sections. The big one of which, like I said, we'll talk about in Chapter 11 is the Adjudicator skip.
Just to let everyone know, too, the next area is going to be when we are cutting off the dates, so we're getting to the end of this donation incentive. We'll make a call out when it's closed, but just to let everybody know.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to probably maybe 30 to 40 minutes, give or take, because, I mean, we still got a dungeon to get through, a couple Zack sections.
We got plenty of time.
We still got a little bit of time before we enter Nibelheim.
They had some really strong feelings.
But it'll come up before
Now's
you know.
the time to get in.
Yeah, we're going to take that as an opportunity to make a call out because of how close it is. Tifa is starting to pull away. We're looking at about $300 difference, but that's still very snipeable.
Look at them.
And congratulations to Tifa for being the first one to make it over the $10,000 mark in donations towards that. People feel very strongly about this.
Oh my God.
Absolutely humbling.
I'm just waiting for the Eris snipe.
That's going to be very impressive. Let's see.
You did good.
Good. I'm trying to take like an extra second to make sure I definitely picked the right dialogue choice here because it's routed to a T of 50 points.
It's routed to a Tifa?
Yeah.
I messed up there. I should have said
It better be, right, chat? Yeah. Or prove me wrong.
It's routed to a Tifa.
Yeah, because the reason is like we hit enough, but the last place is where we're going to push it over the edge to make sure that one happens over the other. So we save load here because the dialogue with Bugenhagen takes quite a long time to get down here. You can also talk to Chadley and cancel it out, have the same effect. So this is another one of those like skips, save loads.
Yeah, now we can just have a nice little jog here. Pretty much here we're following Bugenhagen because he's like, I'm going to take you to the Cave of the Gi, and there's like a trial that Red has to go through and everything. So from here we're just following, and then we'll kind of go down an elevator. I'd say we probably enough time to read at least, I want to say like
2 or 3.
Like 3 donations. Yeah, 3 donations should be plenty.
All right. Well, Frice donates $25 and says, favorite Final Fantasy song? Otherworld from Final Fantasy X. Tifa is date canon, so $5 to that and $20 to Rulers of the Outer Worlds. And yes, they just threw a great suggestion in there. If you would like to donate to both and split some of your money to one and the other in terms of incentives, you can do that.
$5 from Vincent Valentine. Hello from the basement coffin. I must atone for my sins, and donating to a wonderful cause does so. You dare wake me from my slumber? See you soon.
All right, Vincent. I'll see you soon.
And $10 from Anonymous, saying, I've always loved the Cosmo Canyon theme. Back when I was a kid in the Winamp days, it was on all of my playlists. That's a deep cut. Iconic bass line and that haunting flute. Ugh. Anyway, please date Aerith. She's a darling.
It's true, but it seems like that's not what we're here for today.
Yeah. It could still happen.
Invictus Rex with $25, not a specific song, but I want to show love for the whole Final Fantasy III OST. I think it's an underrated gem in the series and has some truly excellent music.
It probably hit us one more.
All right. How about $200 from Lexisaurus Rex? Gonna drop my biggest donation for the event on my favorite series of all times. The death of Aerith in the original impacted even as a little kid. I don't know what you're talking about. That's nope. And will forever hold a place in my heart. One of my favorite songs is actually from the Advent Children OST, Those Who Fight piano version.
Nice.
Good choice.
Now, all wonderful choices of music. I'm loving the variety of choices there. All right, we have reached the bottom of the cave, and well, we gotta have a little trial here. And Bugenhagen is like, Cloud can't come along, so Barrett's gonna tag along. So we gotta have another little buddy cop moment here between our two lovable buddies. Gonna do a quick menu to buy a subversion materia because we need that for pretty much one fight, and then we're gonna upgrade all of our accessory items. For pretty much the rest of the run, just so we can get a bit of a boost in our attack power. So we're going to give Red his weapon, and then from here we're going to basically equip everybody with these higher end items, with the exception of Aerith, who already has platinum earrings on. So Aerith and Yuffie get platinum earrings because they're going to still be more magic focused, and everyone is going to be more melee focused. And then Barrett needs to do a quick little menu here to give him bravery, remove the fire and ice for a little quicker menuing later. And then we get to kind of start our trial here. So we'll be predominantly controlling Red through these fights, because also Red has this like thing where he can like climb these kind of glowy walls. For this first fight, the goal is to use Red's. So Red has this thing where if you hold the square button down, he starts to spin like a Beyblade. And what it can do for some of the lighter enemies, at least for the Nidhogg's that we just fought there, is it will kind of like group them up together. And so once we have them grouped up together, we can do a Sidewinder, which is another tech ability of his, and that will, because of how wide the range of it is, it will take them out. And so it's a quick way to kind of handle that fight. We have to fight them because some fights in this game do also have these like invisible triggers that are on the ground. So no matter what amount of dodging I attempted to do, the game would force you into that fight when you passed a specific point, no matter what. So that's why we fought them, but have skipped some of the other fights. The other big thing with this area is why we were hoping for X potions. So coming up in a little bit, once we've kind of gone through this initial part, we will run into the Gi. And the Gi enemies are the undead enemies of this game. And so we use X potions to basically instantly kill them for a couple reasons. Well, one, it's just faster, but also because of the... so there's three types of Gi. There's the Gi Lancers, the Gi Archers, and the Gi Sorcerers. The Gi Lancers are a bit troublesome because their whole thing is after they kind of realize you're attacking them, they can start to spin their spear around in a way that basically deflects attacks. It'll deflect bullets from Barrett kind of back onto you, and so it just makes the fight like really convoluted because you have to be behind it. And so by throwing an X potion, we can just kind of put a stop to that immediately. Now we do have to be careful. The Gis do have a thing where if they are like dodging away from you, then the item throw may actually miss, so we do have to be careful about it.
Oh wow! I thought you couldn't X potion when he was spinning because it deflected that too.
No.
I guess it's I guess I got a dodge right after, which
yeah, you must have had a dodge right after. It's rare because if you take too long to kind of Sid's point there in that fight, if you take too long because your ATB wasn't good, he will dodge a little bit after he finishes spinning, because I have had my X potion miss because the timing was just essentially perfect.
He always like teleports right after that, which is kind of frustrating. But yeah, so like in easy, the Lancers have a little bit over 3,000 actually. So we technically don't need X potions, but Giga potions do 3,000. Unfortunately, we have like no way to get them.
We get two, but that's
yeah,
it.
We get a couple in this cave for free, but there's like no vending machines that sell them, and there's no other chests that like are on the route that wouldn't waste more time. The only thing that stinks here is we have this cutscene, so we drop the statue, and then we have to backtrack, pick it up, and it's like,
yeah.
I just want to take a quick cut in to say
yeah,
we've
sure.
been talking about fights that can be skipped and shortcutting our way through things. One fight you absolutely do not want to miss is Rulers of the Outer World. We just passed the 1/3 mark on the way there. 33,075 left to go. We are rushing towards that. Twitch chat, match that pace. Woadyb is absolutely speeding through things. You have just a couple of hours left before the end of the run.
I mean, it's chapter 10 out of 14 for context, so.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, we're basically having to collect all these statues. So Red is kind of on his own here. So he'll have to fight one of the geese on his own. But thankfully we had some good luck with the potions where we got enough that it should be fine. Yeah, we've got 3 to go.
Oh,
so
yeah, we got plenty.
Yeah, we got more than we need
Plus,
for all these fights.
And on top of it, even if we didn't get X potions, we get 2 X potions or elixirs throughout the course of the gameplay, and we got the other one in the minecart segment, which, like I said before, the minecart segment, you can reset it over and over again. So if you were playing casually, you can farm it to make sure you get like a couple of elixirs from that. But the game gives us 2 before this area, and it gives us 2 after this area. So using the elixirs just feels bad, but it's not really that big of a deal in easy. And normal, I'd probably be a little bit more frustrated by it, but.
Yeah, I have it routed where like the bare minimum X potions I need is like 2.
Yeah.
Because if I get 2 X potions, then I would
gigas
throw an I would throw an elixir. Here we're gonna grab a chest for some giga potions because there's no time loss to grab it.
Yeah, follow Bugenhagen here, slow as can be.
Yeah, this is an example of one of the like save load moments where it doesn't actually help you because I have save loaded this, and what happens is Bugenhagen still just
moves
slowly,
no dialogue.
but no dialogue. So it's just awkward silence of following Bugenhagen around for a little while. But I'd say we could probably rock 1 donation before we get back into more things.
You've got it. $50 from Sterling, donating during this Final Fantasy VII Rebirth run to support Woadyb from his friends from the PD forums.
Hey.
Proud of your hard work and happy to support Prevent Cancer Foundation. Jumping on the song train, shout out to Real Emotion from the Final Fantasy X2 opening. Didn't expect a pop concert at the start of the game. Good luck on the rest of the run. Woadyb hype.
Hey, thank you, Sterling. Another of the homies.
One other thing, too, before we got through one of those first doors, there's actually the Celestial Mangle, which is one of the better armors in the game, non-repeatable. It is tempting to pick up, but I timed it. It's like 30 seconds to go out of your way to get it, so you're just better off not. There's a few armors that are a little bit more in the way if you're really down bad for equipment. The Hades armlet comes up, and you basically walk right by it.
Oh, so yeah, that chest you like, literally walk past.
It's so late, though, unfortunately. So yeah, we want to just basically build up so that we can potion these guys down. We want to use elixirs to be sure on the Lancers, because then we don't have to bother dealing damage to them. We don't have to deal with the spinning spear reflect nonsense. Meanwhile, with the archers here, we have a couple of different options. We can usually get them pressured and staggered, and then we can use like Sidewinder for really wanting to hold on to potions, or we have a very low stock, but we have more than enough, so there's no reason to not use them. Healing in easy is not usually a big issue, especially since we start with Cure, and we have more than enough ethers, turbo ethers, high ethers that the game just loads us up with that we can use very often Aerith as a heal battery. Even though she's using a lot of spells, her Cure is super efficient because she heals for quite a large amount. The only time we need potions are for segments like this where we don't have her in the party because it's just not worth the time to swap the Cure materia over. Unfortunately, with Gina Talk, though, we're not going to be able to take advantage of the like Phoenix Down shenanigans because he is weak to that stuff, but he actually resists fixed damage. So potions and Phoenix Downs actually don't one-shot Gina Talk. We're actually going to have to do the fight. We're wanting to get the Sorcerer out of the way here first because if we kill any of these guys before the Sorcerer can respawn them. And the respawn normally won't happen, but because of the way they respawn, it tends to mess with like the EXP AP gain here. And if we kill one of them first before the Sorcerer, you get in this situation where sometimes your AP gets eaten and the EXP gets eaten. And because these enemies are so high value, because we've been skipping a lot of fights, especially with the AP, we really want to avoid that. So it's Sorcerer first, everything else later. Sometimes I make the mistake of going after the Lancer because I just want to throw the X potion, but it should always be Sorcerer first, then the other two. Another thing is like there's an X potion in the... They want you to go into the stash of stuff. They're like, oh, you can go through the stash. there's really nothing good in there, and you have to slow walk through the whole section. Even if you enter the back door and like go in and get like Kate's megaphone or the X potion that's in there, it's minimum 30 seconds, so it's a no-go right off bat. Like fighting any of these without potions would be faster than picking up the X potion by a large margin. We are almost done with the fights, though, so we're heading into the Genotalk fights. We're going to want to heal up before we head in there. One thing to keep in mind is Red's gimmick is guarding to get the Vengeance up. So we're guarding like a mid-game boss with the leather bangles. So our defense is really low, but that's actually... It makes the fight a little bit more scary, but it makes it a lot easier to get limit here, which is what we want. And if we can get it early, we can actually do a slightly faster variation of this fight, but we'll see what happens. So right off rip here, we want to overcharge and then rewarp Red over here so that Barrett's not taking any hits. The AI is very good at blocking, so we want to let the AI just build up the Vengeance gauge here while we get enough ATB for Barrett. That's unfortunate.
That's fine.
Some of the other strats...
It gives them limit. It's okay.
Yeah, some of the other strats have Sonic Boom on Barrett, or Red. We also could put D-Protect. Whenever I end up in this situation, I apply bonus round to Barrett and apply D-Protect. D-Protect's really overkill here. Bravery is more than enough, surprisingly. So this phase of Genotalk is kind of weird. You want to get behind Genotalk to make sure all your hits land. For whatever reason, the hitbox is a little bit weird. So if you're from the sides or the front, you'll end up missing some hits. So that's why we've got so much extra damage in. The only downside here is Barrett's ATB is a little bit low, and we want to follow up with Max Fury, so we need a really... Oh, that's not gonna... Actually, yeah, that wasn't bad. Yeah, so getting grabbed can be avoided by activating Vengeance, Sidewinder, or obviously rolling out of the way. But if you're in an attack, when he starts it up, you're kind of cursed because you can't cancel it fast enough. One of the other things, too, with Sidewinder is you can actually cancel it with a sideways dodge roll. Oh, nice counter. So we saw the grab coming, so we just activated Blood Fang. Since we got the limit so early, we're able to do the alternate version of this fight. And using the Blood Fang there kept us from getting grabbed again so that we can just proceed the fight as needed. The nice thing about this is if you stagger before you get Doom, he'll always be able to survive because the HP will lock up. But now that we've staggered after this, we can do the rest of the damage that we need here. So we can just push through. Pretty clean fight overall. Getting grabbed was a little bit lame, but it happens.
We just used it to our advantage by
Yeah.
letting it give us the limit we needed. It's one of those, like, it's not ideal, but
Yeah.
the trade-off is he takes damage, he gets limit, so
It's
just
faster than
makes it
resetting
better.
still, just accepting the results. That's why I go with like the D-Protect and the other stuff, because I'm like, all right, fine, we're going to min-max the damage here then.
Do we have time for a quick update?
We do.
All right. Well, I would like to say the good news is that Kate Sith has also passed the $10,000 mark, but Tifa is still in the lead with $800 on Kate Sith right now. So, Kate Sith enjoyers.
Yeah, and you have that to do, and you have more work on Rulers of the Outer World, Chad. Time is flying by, and we are looking for $32,000 more to get where we need to be for that fight. You do not want to miss this. I want you to power up, get your synergy going in chat, send in those donagas, and stagger us with your generosity. I have an idea to get you going on that. Tell us about your favorite Final Fantasy series boss fights.
Ooh, nice.
So this area is a bit weird. We save load the start here to get full run. Normally you have to slow walk this entire area. We do that little weird movement to buffer it a bit. Otherwise, Bix kind of gets bugged out and stays behind us. But you can tell he's kind of like clipping forward because we're not supposed to be in front of him. We're going to need to perform a series of 4 additional save loads here so that we prevent a soft lock from happening. Luckily, we have a autosave at the start of this area, so even if we do make a mistake, we can just reset. But this saves over a minute in time, so it's well worth doing. The soft lock itself is pretty easy to avoid as long as we save load around the same areas, like right here. Anytime Big stops and starts slow walking, we save load to progress him to the next dialogue so that he doesn't just go, okay, and then not start the next one.
Hey, Biggs.
We're halfway there, though.
You said before I ought to try picking up some more.
But now that I've explained it, there's some time for a few more
Because one's
donations.
not enough. So who's the
Sure
one?
thing. How about $50 from Squishy Flan, saying, my favorite Final Fantasy song comes from Tactics. The shop theme is wonderful, and the best place to get a pint of Bugenhagen-Dazs, the perfect frozen treat for when staring down the heart of a meteor. I was really excited about that.
It's a pretty good one.
Got time for a couple more?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, $13 from Cyberwolf, 1201. Donation would go to date the best boy, Red 13, but since that's not a choice, we'll go to a track that I fell in love with during Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Tifa's theme.
On a similar tip, instructor Sarah with $20 to PCF. How about we just leave Cloud at home and have an Aerith and Tifa date? Put this towards Tifa because she's been my girl since 1997. Oh, and play Trails. Not during this run, but just generally, play Trails. I get it.
And $10 from Nanaki Emi.
Hey.
Time to throw out my option for the best song, Into the Hat, the Black Mage's version of Dancing Mad. It is just so powerful. I think we can all agree, though, that both Woadyb and Nobuo Uematsu are legends. Also, seriously, how is Kate Sith losing? He must win.
It's getting close again, inside $500. $150 from Critical Mister, helping us with the other incentive we're looking for right now. Aerith is best girl, but I gotta put my donation towards seeing that Rulers of the Outer Worlds fight. Let's go!
Let's go indeed.
So yeah, I'm loving seeing the support from the Remake Rebirth community. Seen quite a bit today, and I gotta say thank you to all the runners and mods and stuff that are contributing, not only in like setting up these runs, but also in the donations as well. I can't thank you guys enough for it. We're going to throw a little bit of magic attack on here. So Ceremonial Rod is going to be the final weapon for Aerith here. It's going to be a pretty major damage buff. We also, these fights are timed in a way. There's going to be some dialogue in each and every one of these. So as long as we finish the fight before the dialogue is finished, we're good enough. But Spellbound Blast and Spellblade are pretty much going to hard carry these fights. Ideally, we clear these guys before the dialogue finishes, but sometimes it just doesn't work out like that. Might be pretty... Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's fine. Aerith can finish him.
It's not a major time loss, but yeah. There some days that Gi cooperate and you just hit them all with one Spellblade. You're like, okay, I guess. And then other days they're like, nope.
Yeah, I was trying to avoid the tutorial about Petrify, which is why I dodged away, but then I put one of the Lancers out of range, was what happened there.
Yeah, like I end up hybrid, going like Spellblade, Spellbound, because one of the cool things you can do with this game, which doesn't come up a lot in Rhodey's route, if at all, but you can like charge Spellblade with Cloud, which is a team attack between Cloud and Aerith. And then you can go to Aerith and charge Spellblade, which is a team attack between her and Tifa. So Cloud will launch the Spellblade while you're charging it up with Aerith. It's a neat little thing, but the fact that you have to swap characters and you're not using Cloud, it ends up being kind of like a point of contention. It's kind of hard to tell which is faster and which isn't. But it's just an interesting thing you can do, which I think offers a variation of strat between runners for sure.
Yeah, and this section here is one of the the new things that Rebirth added, kind of giving more, I guess, characterization, if you will, to the Gi. And this is kind of where the story sets up the idea of like the black materia, if you're familiar with the OG, where they're like, hey, we need this materia, we can't die, we would like to have peace, which would be not existing anymore. So please go get that materia for us.
Yeah, of course, they keep it vague what exactly it does.
Yeah.
So we're like, maybe? The thing is, like, I was like, wait, am I misremembering? Didn't the black materia just, like, exist?
Yeah.
It really wasn't backstory?
Yeah, in the OG, the black materia is just a thing that was around.
A MacGuffin.
But now it has an entire origin story with the Gi, which is a very welcome, I want to say retcon, but addition flavor.
It's nice to have
like,
the additional
out.
Information. Personally, I love the story and the expansion. I know some people kind of reject it, but to be honest, it's interesting to see the things from a different viewpoint. Also, with the dates coming up, we'll be cutting it off soonish. So this is kind of like the last push.
Coming up.
I was gonna say, this is the final push because we will be headed to Nibelheim after a bit more of story content. So,
All right.
A cool thing here is we actually go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, as a quick update, Tifa is still in the lead at 11,026, but Kate Sith is at 10,630, so you can still close that gap.
Yeah, look, it's ingrained habits. You've been saying it for,
Years.
decades at this point. Yeah.
Yes.
I tend to flip-flop when I'm doing runs. We also did another team attack there with Aerith that didn't do anything Combat Survivor. We need to do Combat Survivor.
affection.
Yeah, just for affection. So we're going to throw a couple attacks that do nothing just to top off our affection. And then the Spellbound Blast there, nicely enough, the Sorcerers just don't dodge it. So it's just a free kill on both of them, then we don't have to worry about it. That's part of the reason why we don't have to worry about having more potions. Otherwise, we'd probably throw more. Also, we get a little move boost here, but it doesn't save any time because the dialogue has to finish anyway.
Yep. But yeah, so pretty much what happens at this point, we're done in Kazuo Canyon. We're going to ride an elevator up, head back to the ship, and we're going to Nibelheim. So, I mean, let's read some donations. Let's see kind of where our bid war is landing us. And as we enter Nibelheim, I'll call for the final winner. It's like 5 minutes.
Something like that.
All right, Jaypeg, time for a limit break. Let's get through as many donations as we can. $75 from Dr. Superb, jumping in to say that when it comes to villain themes from the Final Fantasy series, it's hard to beat Wicked Melody from Final Fantasy IX.
$150 from Force of Will. When I played through Rebirth, I got Kate as my date. I can't have that tragedy occur twice, so I'm donating for the Tifa date that I missed out on.
$50 from Nathan Bowman. No matter what happens, isn't it important to try? Let's get this Rulers of the Outer Worlds incentive met.
$7.77 from Moon. I've loved Final Fantasy VII ever since I was a kid, and Rebirth was everything I was hoping for in a remake. Chipping in to see the Rulers of the Outer Worlds challenge. Let's mosey.
Downside Up with $25 to PCF, donating for the date with Reeve. Sorry, Tifa fans, your feelings here are immaterial.
$20 from Astrid. Can I also throw in the main theme from Stormblood into that mix from Final Fantasy XIV? Also, good luck on the rest of the run.
$50 from Blazing Glaceon to PCF. My personal favorite Final Fantasy song has always been the world map theme from Final Fantasy IV, specifically the OG SNES version. It's also my favorite overworld theme of any RPG. It holds a lot of emotional value for me. Also, Rydia Best Girl, don't add me.
$25 from B Hammer. Tifa or Aerith for the Gold Saucer date? I think we all know there is only one right answer. Kate Sith.
$25 from Tyrion. Just got in, loving the run. Favorite Final Fantasy VII song, Hurry. Favorite Final Fantasy song overall, Close in the Distance from 14 Endwalker.
$15 from Jasper Quartz. I don't care what the devs say. It's Cat-She, not Kate Sith. It makes me VV annoyed.
Anonymous with $1,500 to PCF. Aerith is best girl. Give her more love.
And speaking of love, $50 from an anonymous donor just saying, Yuffie, less than 3.
$10 from Riste. Been watching since 2014. Love these events and appreciate all the runners and staff. Got to donate during one of my favorite franchises. My favorite Final Fantasy song has changed recently to the 16 Bahamut theme, Ascension. To my sons back home, if you're awake watching this, go outside and enjoy that rare snow in Texas.
$20 from Reggie Dunlop. Longtime watcher, first-time donator. Had to donate for Final Fantasy VII run because it's my favorite series of all time. Such a great cause, too.
$150 from Ozuel to PCF. Hi, GDQ. Congratulations for another year of giving us a whole week of great speedruns for a great cause. I've been waiting for the perfect game to donate, and what better way to do it than with my favorite game from last year? Good luck with the run. Greetings from Spain.
$50 from Zero Jedi. Playing Final Fantasy VII 27 years ago with my friend Nick taught me that video games could be the scaffold upon which lifelong friendships are built. I'll always love this game series for showing me the positives gaming can bring to your life. I plan to pass this lesson on to my kids when we're watching FF7 runs together at future AGDQs. Good luck on the run, Woadyb.
Noble sending in $25 to PCF. Got a Donaga to say the place I will return someday from Final Fantasy IX is my favorite track of all time. It was one of the first tracks I learned how to play by ear as a kid, and I still play it as a warm-up.
$50 from James. I'm happy I'm on break to watch some of the run I was most excited for this week, donating to the incentive.
No name, but $100 from this comment. I stopped playing Rebirth right at the start of Chapter 14, 100% unrelatedly, putting this donation towards dating Aerith.
$50 from Hinkle. So excited to see the rest of this run and have it fill the first half of my workday. Thanks all for another great event supporting a wonderful cause.
$50 from Mythos to PCF. One of my favorite Final Fantasy bosses is Titan Lost from Final Fantasy XVI. The fight also has one of my favorite themes with Do or Die.
And $50 from Rat Queen Alice simply saying, I love Final Fantasy.
Starwin X9 sending in $25. Most memorable Final Fantasy boss is Vuigraf from Final Fantasy Tactics. He ruined my first playthrough as a kid because I made the rookie mistake of only using one save slot. Shout out to Final Fantasy Tactics, the best Final Fantasy. Loving the run.
$50 from Noble. I have to donate to the Golden Saucer date with Kate Sith. It's a 3-for-1. That sounds great for Games Done Quark or Games Done Queck.
Last Known Wolf with $25. Third donation. Okay. I love GDQ. Best song for me is Xanarkand's theme, but actually the end of the game variation. My favorite boss fight was Final Fantasy XII's Final Hunt Yazmat. 50 million HP is no joke. Took me days of nonstop fighting to take it down.
I think now is a good point to cut it off.
Yeah, we are about to enter Nibelheim, so it's, I guess, calculate any, I don't know, any remaining donos where we're at, and let's find out who we're having a date with.
Flip it and ship it.
All right. Yeah,
All
this thing updates on its own. We don't have to press the, the
fair deal,
refresh button, so we are going to be going on a date with
Tifa.
All right.
Thank you so much for your amazing generosity. Over $25,000 in donations towards that. Towards that.
Unbelievable.
Now, if we can raise that much for our next incentive.
Yeah, you know,
I think now that we have the dates done.
If we do that, we'll be surprisingly close to $1.1 million as well. So call that a twofer. Help us get there, chat.
Oh my God, chat! I can't fathom like the response for that bid war. Like, oh my God, just such an honor. But hey, let's have a day with Tifa. Now, one thing, and I don't know if people knew this or didn't know this, but we're actually watching the cutscene of the date, so we will get to experience the entire experience. We're not going to skip that cutscene. That cutscene will play through.
You certainly don't look ill. Passing through, I take it.
So let's go ahead and get our last bit of affection for Tifa, and get that blue smiley face to know we've hit the proper amount.
Yeah.
Have I helped you get through it all?
Only thing we got to make sure is to get the wrong. Yep, blue.
There it is. We are at 50 affection points for Tifa. So yes, to what Sid was about to point out, we do have to talk to Aerith here, which does require a dialogue choice. So I just need to make sure I don't pick the sounds like something I do option, or we will now be both at 50-50, and then I believe Aerith will get it by default.
I think one of your practice saves actually has Tifa, so
yeah, and ideally I'd prefer not to load it, but I have an
yeah.
emergency save if I somehow mess that up. That's not funny, Cloud. And
yeah,
we are
not funny. Is like he's got such a serious face over such a silly thing.
But all right, we are locked in for a Tifa date. No more affection point worries. Now we just got to get there. We're still in chapter 11.
Yeah, we still have a bit of game to go through until we actually reach that point. Nibelheim's revisit here, our first visit, or however you want to put it.
First visit in the modern timeline.
The timeline, yeah.
Yeah, modern
That's
timeline.
not a flashback.
Yeah. There's a bit more fleshed out and expanded. So we're not going to actually climb the mountain the way we did already in the prologue. Instead, it's going to deviate and be kind of a whole
Split
adventure.
Path, yeah.
And then even after that, Nibelheim still isn't done, as we will find out when that comes up.
Yeah, so we split up again. So this time we get Yuffie and Tifa, which gives us access to Power Cleave and Spellblade. But Crystal Sword's heavily favored towards physical, so we're just going to Power Cleave everything. And anything we don't Power Cleave, we are not going to fight.
I was going to say, we ain't find nothing as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, at least there's no boss here, right?
Sure.
The boss of this segment, my split name, is just not a boss. Because he isn't.
I mean, it definitely feels more like a high-powered enemy than like a traditional.
Yeah, because he's actually, they take one of the bosses from the Yuffie DLC, and even there, he was like barely a boss. If anything, he was like a boss because you had one character and an uncontrollable AI partner. But if you know what you're doing, that fight's pretty easy. So we're going to be using Tifa sliding here. This is part of the other reason why we don't put the concentration bonus on for the free Omni Strikes sometimes, because it would heavily impact our ability to do parry sailing with Tifa, which we don't actually have parry, so it's, I guess, uppercut sailing.
Nothing like an awkward Omni Strike in the middle of a...
Yeah, you just start and you immediately Omni Strike it like, well, 1, 2, all right, now I can move again, thanks.
But pretty much the loop here is I'm going to be trying to avoid every one of these fights. We ideally don't want to take any of them. If we get caught for all the fights, we could ultimately just fight them if we're worried about failing the flee multiple times, or can retry. Positioning on this is going to be a little tight as long as they don't.
It's okay. They're not. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, you're getting a pretty decent evil M so far. Every time I get here on a decent pace, it's just like everything wants to.
I know. Yeah, you can be on a good
say
pace
hi.
here, and like you start getting caught by enemies, and suddenly you're 20 seconds in the hole out of nowhere from like fight retries.
We're going the right
Yeah,
way.
especially the Velocity-Wings that we completely just ignored and refused to get in a fight with. We could have fleed away from. That fight's so weird. I think the flights kind of have like a floating point depending on where the enemies are. So sometimes there are places where if an enemy catches you in a fight, you can't actually get into fleeing status. They're few and far in between. Once you once you realize where they are, you're going to despise those fights. Like the zoo here isn't one of them, but it's because we have to like climb up the edge. So this is like the remake situation where like it keeps us from fleeing because of this right here. But, you know, if we just say bye-bye.
And one nice thing is when you're moving across terrain, the game won't throw you in combat, so it kind of resets the aggro clock there, and so it doesn't like trigger as a result.
Yeah, it's something I need to take advantage of a lot more.
But here we are going to pick up, I believe it's the last, it's the final weapon we're going to actually grab.
For you,
the run.
it is, yeah.
Yeah, for the route I do at least. So this is Cloud's best physical base weapon, because pretty much at this point Cloud is not going to be using like any magic, at least from his side of things. So he's going to shift to mostly just melee damage with all the fights he's involved in, because we won't really see Aerith in too many of our fights for the rest of the run that she's like kind of going to be forced into. She'll be in a couple of them, but like the damage from we're going to be doing a menu here in a little bit. I don't know why I wait to do the menu here, I just do. But in the menu, I'm going to basically just equip the Igneous Saber, and then I'm going to give it magic plus 20 just to help add a bit more damage to it. And then limit gauge stagger increase. So it just means that whenever Cloud gets stagger, he'll gain a little bit more limit than he normally would, just to ensure for fights where we use cross slash that it's going to help us out a lot here. But I would say, because here we just got a bit more running and dodging, we probably have time for like.
Just gonna do.
After his point, probably got time for like 5 donations.
Nope, it's gone.
Oh,
Go ahead, do donations. It'll come back eventually if it's important.
Oh, don't worry. We can do that. By the way, $30,000 to Rulers of the Outer Worlds, and we definitely have less than 2 hours of this run left, y'all. Let's pick up the pace. I know you can do it. You've got this in you, and I so believe in what we can do here. $10, by the way, on that donation train for telling us your favorite boss fight. Bram Hall V sends in $10 and says, favorite Final Fantasy boss fight? Death Guys.
A very late-breaking date donation. Oh, $50 from Cream of Lead. Here's $50 towards dating Rulers of the Outer Worlds. Did I do that right?
Yeah.
As long as you went to GamesDoneQuick.com and made sure to select the Rulers of the Outer Worlds incentive while making your donation, yes, you absolutely did it right.
$50 from Frankie Sinatra saying, just a simple white rabbit saying that my favorite boss fight and the best villain of all of Final Fantasy is Kefka.
Nice.
$10 from Definitely Not a Chocobo to PCF. Regards from Denmark. My favorite songs from the Final Fantasy franchise have to be the Chocobo themes. All of them. But specifically, Chocobos of Pulse from Final Fantasy 13. Have a great run. Queh.
And $50 from Raggedy Guy saying, wait, this isn't a Final Fantasy 7 slot speed run.
Zell with $25. Zell here, really hoping to see Rulers of the Outer World live. Best boss fight, I think, is the Final Fantasy 16 iteration of Omega from the first DLC, and it comes with a great track from Soken.
I gotta play that DLC.
Yeah, the DLC is great.
Yeah, we probably keep rolling with the donations. We've got like a 45-second elevator ride here, so I'd say like 3.
All right.
Probably good.
Poodle sends in $10 and says, it's maybe basic, but my favorite Final Fantasy fight has to be against Titan in Final Fantasy 16.
$5 from Isa. My favorite Final Fantasy song of all time, and I can't believe no one has said this yet, is Huteki Dene from Final Fantasy X. Every time I play this game and hear this song, I cry a lot. Such an emotional song.
And $50 from John, donating during my favorite game series. Love Final Fantasy.
Nomadic with $20 to PCF. Final Fantasy VII blew my mind as a kid, and Rebirth blew my mind all over again when it was revealed that the game does indeed still have a world map and you can traverse it. My favorite Final Fantasy music of all time? Shadow's theme from 6. Rule those rulers, Woody.
You got it. Once we meet that incentive.
Only if we get there.
Yeah.
You've got
what to
the strats on lock. Chat's got the donations on lock. It's time to lock in, chat. Let's do it.
Let's ride. All right, we've made it to the top of the elevator ride. Funny little note in there, Yuffie talks about the Yuffie Recon Patrol, which stands for YRP. I always like to think it's a nice little node to tend to.
Yeah, I remembered what it is. The best melee weapon in the game has Blade Burst, which is magic-based.
Oh, yeah. No, you know what? Nothing wrong with that. You know, you've got to mix it up a bit. That's why you learn the ability and you put it on a different weapon.
What I think is, like, they wanted to teach Disorder earlier, so they swapped it with something else, which is kind of weird. Because, like, Disorder, like, no, I'm not going to get into all that nonsense.
It's time for Not a Boss.
Too much technical nonsense. So yeah, we're gonna power cleave here, just kind of start off as hot and heavy as possible, and then we're gonna get our buffs later. Because honestly, this boss's HP is so low that really there's no wrong way to do it. You're more or less gonna kill at the same pace as everybody else. Doing it that way though sets up for just enough damage that you don't have to really worry about anything. Some strats stagger here, but obviously the animation does waste a little bit of time. Just watching him clean fight, though. We can also heal Cloud here. We're going to need to use him a bit later, so it's easier to heal him here rather than later and having to, like, cure him in between, like, 3 different doors we walk through and, like, a very slow segment. It's actually very hard to heal him in that segment without wasting time.
Yeah, the range is too small, but oh, man, everyone's favorite section.
Time to roll out.
Whee!
Yep.
Like I said earlier, every character gets a dedicated part to them. Well, we've reached the Kate Sith section.
Yeah. The Kate Sith, Kate She section is super cool. I know a lot of people have troubles with it casually, but I'll do my best with Woadyb to try and explain how he works so that everybody can get a better understanding and have a little bit less trouble with him. Because I know, like, a lot of people had issues with the, like, solo fights, too, with him. And I think it's mainly because his gimmick is a little bit hard to understand and a bit obtuse, but very potent. He is actually really strong once you learn how to use him. His slots is just as busted as before, and I think you can pause buffer it in this game. We won't be taking advantage of that, mind you, but just putting that out there.
Well, I think the trick is knowing how to balance between the Kate and the Moogle.
Yeah.
Like, properly doing that. I
Luckily,
think that's where it's missed a lot, is it gets focused too hard on, like, just using Kate and not him and his Moogle.
luckily, like, his triangle command, the wallop or whatever, hits pretty hard and builds a lot of ATB. Meanwhile, his squares, like, ranged magic attacks, are a little bit weaker. And, like, his hold kind of does this area of effect, like, magic area hit over time. It's a little bit weird to explain, but basically his magic attacks are on square and his physical attacks are on triangle. So you have access to both. And since we'll be grabbing an upgrade, Golden Megaphone, very similar to the Golden Collar, will give us a massive physical increase, so that Kitty Wallop on Triangle is going to be our bread and butter when we don't have access to the Moogle. We do need fire to simplify a few fights here. I use fire a lot more, which is probably not as good an idea, because waiting for the AI to throw a spell is pretty rough. The box throwing here is pretty easy once you get used to it. I used to go out of my way to aim, and then I started doing it Woady's way, and I found this area is much less frustrating, because it can be kind of rough to hold with the one thumbstick where you're trying to shoot and then accidentally flick one direction or the other. There's a free ether in this box if you grab it, but Woady's route uses nowhere near as much MP as mine does. He maintains more of a physical route, I guess.
I got that for you, homie.
Yeah, I figured. When I saw you sliding out your way, I was like, oh, man, he's got me.
And guess what we've got for you?
Oh, no.
We've got an important incentive update.
Oh.
Less than 30,000 to go on the Rulers of the Outer Worlds incentive, everybody. Less than 30.
40% of the way there. Let's keep building that ATB with our donations. Or
Let's do
Donaga,
that.
if you will.
How fast
I'm not
can we
going to
get
stop
to the
saying
halfway
it.
part?
If you want me to stop saying it, meet the incentive.
Yeah.
So we're going to throw on the Golden Megaphone here, use the Moogle Vanguard ability to reduce the damage, and an attack plus 20. These attack plus 20s are really important. We could get this set up with auto attack, but we would actually level up after Yin Yang, and the game would remove the attack bonus for level damage, or limit bonus, I think, and that would really mess up a lot of the later fights, so we manually add those. Unlike Remake, the skill learning is mainly like you use those in a much different way. This one, sometimes it's more important to do it yourself because sometimes the game will overwrite what you want with a different thing. You know, most of the time when we use auto, learn, X, attack, balance, defense, is because we're not really worried about what happens after the segment. And if they level up after this boss, we're not using them anymore, or it'll fix itself later because it will change every time you hit a weapon level, which will give you new skills and possibly new ability slots. You can grab the box in this room and smuggle it through the iron bars, but it's probably not faster, it's just funnier. But we're gonna do this the right way. Grab the box in here. That's unfortunate. That's the downside of using fire here. The range can be a little bit funky. That's why I like the fire, to be honest. But it is way more expensive, which is normally why a lot of us use ethers.
Well, I don't even have fire there. I get fire on like one of the last fights, so.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like the AP route is a bit tight, and if you want to learn fire earlier, you have to juggle it around characters to make sure it gets enough AP because the party keeps splitting up. I've considered just buying fire, but I have to take a look at the AP route to make sure it works. The other problem with smuggling the box is if you miss the switch there, you have to do all that nonsense instead. The trick there is don't aim for the actual like valve, the knob. The stick is actually what you want to hit to make it trigger. The reason it worked there for Woadyb is there's actually a little bit of a stick on the bottom, so the positioning works out. This hallway is full of mega potions. We're going to do some really weird movement here because we actually want to keep the spinning thing behind us held still, and if it's not on camera, it won't actually rotate. So what we're trying to set up for here is like a 2-cycle. Ideally, we could get both boxes in the big funnel by doing a blind shot. It's fairly hard to do, but what we're going to do is just turn around and do a quick bank shot and then turn back around to keep it held in the same position. We also, the ones that don't have a giant funnel actually don't have like they all have a hole in the bottom of them. So this smaller one we can actually, if we throw it right, we can land it in the one without a big funnel like this, and it'll fall through. And
Hey, 1 cycle, baby.
yeah, unfortunately, sometimes the box lands in a really funky position, and this is like a 1 in 1,000, and we'll block the entryway to that instead of landing in it, but it's very uncommon to see it, but you can soft lock there.
Now that's a trick shot.
Yeah, it is. So luckily the bats here are pretty weak, so we can pretty much do whatever we want. I usually just stall them out with Kate Shee's like range attack and pull them together, and then just drop a Moogle on them.
Yeah, I will take a 1 cycle in a marathon.
Yeah, it's a lot.
That's a lot harder than I made it look.
Yes.
I promise you.
There have been plenty of runs where I've had to throw 5 or 6 boxes and been cursing the entire time. So one of the other things you may be noticing is we're walking into encounters here. If you roll into encounters with Kate Shee, any team attacks, you won't be able to perform them immediately, and you also won't be able to attack with Kate Sith immediately either. So it's best practice to walk into fights or like run on the ground. Rolling here will cause a delay. There's also like a weird thing here where an either-or option. You can hit this with your Moogle, which a lot of people didn't know and I didn't know either. But you could also grab the box and like move closer to the vent while you're waiting. It's kind of a apples oranges type thing. I don't think one is significantly faster than the other to the point where it's like you have to do one or the other.
I guess I'm gonna just take the encounter.
Yeah, unfortunately sometimes the bats guard the event here. And that's what you saw right there that I was talking about. We're trying to avoid rolling into it. But unfortunately the bat was guarding the vent really hard there. So we ended up rolling into it because we're trying to roll by and use the vent to escape.
You want to start talking about one of our first like actual skips of sorts?
Oh yeah, so we have a big skip coming up here. Normally this, we have an enemy here in this room. The Adjudicator is very difficult. If you stagger them with magic, they resist they put Reflect up, and if you stagger them with Physical, they'll put Barrier up. Both of those reflect spells, Barrier, immune, it makes them immune to physical damage. There's also the Hades Bangle in there, which is the best repeatable armor, so you have to come in here quite a few times if you're going to do New Game Plus. Or you can just step on top of these boxes and skip the whole room. Normally, you're supposed to go up the ramp, throw a box on the elevator 3 times, and because the adjudicators are blocking the room, you can't get up there. There was a much more convoluted route where you had to like get around them just ever so right, and then you like avoided the ramp, and jumped up on the side of the other ramp. Luckily, Closer War lost a few runs to it, did some more experimentation, and just found out that jumping on those pallets, for whatever reason, seems to spawn you in a weird position where I think you spawn a little bit into the floor, and then the game goes, that's not right, and pushes you up to the top floor instead of down, and Yin Yang's dead. Yin Yang can be quite a frustrating fight for a lot of people. The 2 different forms are physical and magical. You'll be able to tell which side you're fighting with resistance also by the yin and yang. But mainly just a Moogle Knuckle will clear up the physical side and Fire will clear up the magic side. But in this case, we used Fire because it's enough if you have the right setup. This game can be a little bit frustrating too. I know a lot of people had issues with it. I did too. If you aim like a light in front of where the box is, you can be able to get through this pretty quick. I find a lot of people end up setting up on the right side here like this and using that. You can also use it from the middle or the left side. The one thing you got to be careful about being in this specific portion is when these boxes are dropping, the game can snipe one of them while it's dropping a new box and break both of them. And then you're just like, oh, that's cool, great. But it's just a very weird interaction that all you have to do is keep in the back of your mind instead of just throwing boxes. There we go, and we get an elixir out of it.
Yeah, we want to do it as fast as possible because as you see, it ends. So this is one of those cases where you do it and it ends, not like you have to let the time run out still. So that's super handy.
Yep.
Cool little note here. We're coming up to a giant safe. A safe in a Shinra laboratory in Nibelheim. I wonder what that means. And the code to it is the exact same code that the OG game used.
Yeah. The funny part is when I was prepping for the all weapons run at Limit Break with Creative Ellie, he asked me what the code is, and I just rattled it off, and he's like, that's impressive. I'm like, no, they put it in Rebirth. I had to learn it. 3610 5997. Problem is sometimes when you let go of the stick to move to the next one, it'll kind of flick back a little bit and force it the other direction. We really want to make sure we do it right, or else there's a very long animation of Kate Sith tugging on the vault door. At the start of Forgotten Specimen here, or Lost Numbers, we want to use a couple of Spellbound Blasts to build ATB here. Unfortunately, we got a quick transition. If Forgotten Specimen isn't in attack, in an attack animation, we can only get 1 Spellbound Blast in. If it starts attacking, we can get 1 or 2 before the transformation. Those who are aware of the older game would know that one side is weak to physical, one side's weak to magic, and resistant to the opposite. And the tentacle phase is highly resistant to magic, weak to physical. What we're doing here is building up a lot of ATB, so the focus shot and the pokes here get us limit. If the fight goes well, Barrett can get a limit, depending on how you set it up. But mainly, we're just going to be using a couple of Spellbound Blasts here, Thundera, and the Moogle Knuckles to increase the damage. We're just trying to get as much damage as we can to force him into the next phase, because we should be good to go. All right. The big important part is he'll always put Reflect up or Barrier up at the start of this phase, so we want to open it with Breach, which is why we threw it on Kate Sheet earlier here. We also need another focus shot here, so we want to build up some bar on Barrett to make sure that we have enough. You may notice we're targeting the arm here, because the arm is a limb, but it's also weak to magic, so the Spellbound Blast and Thunderas are going to do a lot of damage here, and that'll allow us to, once again, take advantage of that limb breaking to get some extra damage out. So we're just going to Thundera and use some Moogle Knuckles here to get the damage multiplier, and GG. This is why the Golden Megaphone is so important, not just because of the high stats, but it also gives us Moogle Knuckle, which basically puts Kate Sith in a position where damage is possible. We can heal up a little bit here since we're going to have another boss fight.
A
Kate
little
said,
boss rush going on here. It's like
yeah,
fight
yeah,
after
it's a
fight after
gauntlet.
fight.
I have all 3 of them on the same split because I just can't be bothered. So we fast forward here actually because it takes a while to skip a cutscene. As you notice, it tried to tell us to like return to menu. So we fast forward to try and get to the point where we can actually skip it. There's a lot of really weird ones where the cutscene skip isn't immediate, so we're just kind of aware of them and work with it. This party is enforced, kind of. Cloud and Kate Sith are forced to be in this fight, and then your third character is up to you. You can change your party, but it's Barrett by default, which is more than good enough for the rest for the runners. A lot of people use focus thrust to get or focus shot to get extra stagger here. Some of us use buffing from Barrett with bravery. Personally, I use deep protect here, but there's a lot of different ways to deal with the Gillian Beast / Vincent fight. It's a very fun one to route, but he's a very hoppy guy, so he's kind of up there with Specimen, where it can be kind of chaotic. Skull Crusher is actually unique. All of these named moves, all we have to do is hit with 2 power cleaves and we'll get a stagger, but if he's in the middle of Skull Crusher, he can't. Oh, that's a unfortunate. Hitbox was a little bit weird.
Yeah, he was up in the air, but
luckily, we want to get a limit anyway, so taking the extra damage really isn't that big of a downside.
Yeah, very good phase 1.
Yeah, so we want to get Berserk and Sonic Boom for the bravery, but right now we're just trying to get enough damage in here, so we want to get a couple of power cleaves, and then we'll follow up with the Sonic Boom to push the phase. Or I guess we'll re-Berserk. That's probably a better option, honestly. This phase here, we have to be ready for either Bestial Flare or a couple of different moves. If it's Bestial Flare, we got to get closer. Luckily, we didn't have to deal with that. So Somersault's high damage, but not that big of an issue. Oh, that's unfortunate. Focus shot? Yeah. Oh, okay, it did hit. Yeah. Oh, that would have been really bad. Nice play. So we're going to use some Moogle Knuckles here to get some stagger damage, and then we're going to follow up with a limit. Boop, boop, bop. Yeah, oof.
It's fine.
Yeah. The problem is...
I overmashed and did Let's Ride.
Yeah. Yeah, so Let's Ride does refund some ATB when you land on the enemy, but you really need the Moogle Knuckles there to get the multipliers up. The last hit of Cross Slash goes up pretty fast. Also, we're going to have a rematch here real soon, and there's actually something pretty weird about the interaction box for this. For some reason, you just have to approach a fence to start this fight, so you can actually just go right over here. Now the fight started. We're going to head over here and start using Cleave to beat up Roche. We're trying to get as much ATB and pressure as possible. The goal is just to pressure him as quickly as possible so that we can get the stagger going. And then from there, we're going to be setting up the Sonic Boom while we're waiting. We're looking for physical attacks so that we can counter. Sometimes he does weave in magic, so you have to be careful with how you do it. But we want to take advantage of this 60% damage bonus. So we want to power out some Bravers right here. And then we push the phase with a Berserk Stab, so we get an extra bit of ATB here. My strat usually double Bravers here, but we can actually do some interesting stuff here. We'll just actually use a Braver stance change. So when you're in Punisher stance, if you hit triangle again, he'll do that spin through move. It looks really flashy, but it actually is very effective for dealing damage and building ATB too.
As we clear another little boss fight here, just wanted to remind you about the big boss fight we're looking forward to at the end of this round. Rulers of the Outer Worlds currently at just over 43%, looking for another $28,000 as time dwindles away. Do not let this one get away from you, chat. What I'd like to do is I'd like to challenge you at this point to continue to send in your donations for your favorite boss in the series. But here's what we're going to do. We're going to have 2 cars on this donation train, and they're going to keep rolling throughout the entire rest of the run. If you want in on the small car, look at the time at which you're donating and donate $4 or $5 and then that many number of cents. If you went in on the big car, it's like right now it'd be $42.90. Let's do it.
Yeah, and let's roll some donations because what's happening at this point is the last Tiny Bronco section. This one's the longest of them all, and then we get to drive our little crash Tiny Bronco to the Golden Saucer. So we've got probably a couple minutes here of dono time.
Fun and useless fact about the Bronco rides. We used to hold triangle to skip these. but it's actually slightly faster to fast forward than skip them manually. All right, I'm off my soapbox. Go ahead.
Perfect.
Okay, $5 in from Cute Fence. Even though it's not a boss fight, my favorite one is Cecil versus himself to become a paladin in Final Fantasy IV. Let's go visit the rulers of the Outer Worlds, everybody.
I'm going to do this one the other way around. The donation in question reads as follows. Final Fantasy VII changed my life. A huge thank you to the runners, donators, and Prevent Cancer Foundation, and everyone involved in AGDQ. All of you are changing lives through the love of video games. A round of applause to each and every one of you. And I want a round of applause for this donor because that was $1,000 from the Chugs.
And as we have been speaking, we actually have less than 28,000 to go on Rulers of the Outer World, so y'all have heard the call and you are a-coming. Thank you so much. $5 from Speff. When do we get to the part where they return to the Waking Shores? I've only played Final Fantasy XIV.
Sir Goal with $5 coming into PCF. Both my favorite song and boss fight come from Final Fantasy V. Battle on the Big Bridge is such a rush of prog-inspired fire, and Galoof making a stand against X-Death gives me chills every time. It's not hate keeping him standing.
Blamite has donated $15 and says the best Final Fantasy song is obviously Frank Sinatra's My Way from Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin.
Chaos. Sparkling Parfait sending in $25. Sephiroth and One-Winged Angel will always have a special place in my heart in all their iterations. That being said, the Extreme Warrior of Light fight in 14 and the accompanying track To the Edge is absolutely amazing. Let's see those rulers.
Jackstronomy has sent in $10 and says, donating to shout out the calm, informative commentary from the runners and couch. I woke up with a migraine and they've been keeping me entertained while waiting for my meds to kick in. Putting this towards the Rulers of the Outer Worlds incentive for more radio station WHDQ.
Just a quick update to our big train, little train idea. The little train will only open at 5 hours because that is the minimum donation. So when you are ready, if you want to get those $5 donation trains in starting at 5 hours, you are welcome to do so. Neon Genesis with $5. Great commentary and great run. Woadyb pulling off a great show today. Looking forward to see how Woadyb handles this section dedicated to our favorite cat, as he just did. Keep up the good work. Glad I could catch this amazing run for an amazing cause.
And $50 from Robo Chacha, fun name. Final Fantasy VII is the first game I bought, along with a shiny, or matte gray, I guess, new PlayStation. I didn't know I needed a memory card to save game's progress, so I had to keep it on for 2 weeks until I could save enough money to buy one.
Hey, shout outs to parents or whatever else would let you do that. Not in my house.
Yeah, exactly. We also have...
Go ahead.
Me first. $5 from Celeste Shepherd. Favorite Final Fantasy songs are The Final Day and With Hearts Aligned from Final Fantasy XIV. If you know, you know. Less than 3.
$100 from Valeria Rex. So happy to be watching an awesome Rebirth run. It was my favorite game of 2024 and maybe of all time. It took me back to 1997 and just made me happy to be alive to play it. On that note, shout out to the Mount Coral Exploration and Battle themes, 2 all-time bangers that were completely new for Rebirth and had no business going so hard. Donating for Rulers to the Outer Worlds, but also through $7.77 to my girl Tifa and my boy Cloud so they can have a fun date.
$49 from Sierra. I just woke up. I have no idea what's happening or where I am. But if we're talking about Final Fantasy music, my shout goes to the Battle with 4 Fiends in Final Fantasy IV, because that's the song that made me realize video game music was an art form.
Level 1 Chef sending in $25. Jumping in on the favorite Final Fantasy song train with more love for Crystal Chronicles. The Alfretaria Capital theme from Crystal Bearers is such a fun track and one of the best combinations of slap bass and bagpipes I've ever heard. I'm not familiar with this one, but based on that description, I need to go find out.
Powerful combination.
Same. All right, well, we have made it back to the Coast of the Soul after our little scare there. So we're going to head straight to the Gold Saucer. We can just fast travel there. At this point, we're trying to locate the Keystone. We've basically found out that Dio has the Keystone that we need in order to get to the Temple of Ancients. So we've decided to come find Dio and see if he can kind of help us out at that. Now, it's chapter 12, so we are about to have some very special moments here. We'll have the No Promises to Keep moment happens at the end of the Leveless play. And then after that, we'll be on our Skywheel date, and we get to watch Tifa and Cloud kind of have a nice little moment together on the wheel there. In terms of story, the big change here from the original is that Don Corneo decided to give him a little bit of a bigger role. Don Corneo apparently really wants the gold saucer. So he's, while we've been gone, apparently he's shown up, as we'll learn in the upcoming cutscene here of Dio, where it's basically like, we want to take the saucer and like, you know, it's going to be ours. So we're challenge you to like a fight for the naming rights.
I feel like I vaguely recall that being mentioned in Remake.
Oh, it was like, oh, then maybe I... Like,
yeah, and some side dialogue, but it definitely was not like a main thing.
That's fine. I mean, I speedrun. I don't watch
It's the same difference.
No, I think you're right. Yeah.
Like it's like a one-off, I think, when you're talking to Leslie, but...
Remember, folks, watch your cutscenes.
Yeah. 4 years of Remake does that too, yeah.
But yeah, basically, so he wants our help. Dio is actually still injured from tackling it out with Rude back in Chapter 8 when we were trying to escape from them. And so we've decided to step in as representatives for Dio. So we're spending the night just kind of chilling because the tournament is not till tomorrow, which is kind of what's happening now. So we checked into the Ghost Square. We're going to now experience our final Zack section of the game. So there'll be no more kind of Zack moments where we check in on him and how he's doing with his level of plot, which we'll let you save that for your own experiences if you haven't played it yet. What happens in these scenes? So just a little run around, and then next cutscene we'll be back with Cloud. Tifa will come join us for a night out, and. From there, we're gonna watch some quick time event, non-skippable things in the Leveless play, and then I guess it'll be time for me to sing. It sounds like, and then we'll enjoy a cozy moment with Cloud and Tifa.
What do you think? You want to take solo, or would you like some accompaniment?
I don't know.
Here for you if
Yes,
you'd
and
like.
I feel like it's a yes and mo moment. I mean, I'm fine with duetting. If I have some background vocals, I can't really hold a note. I promise you, it's not going to be that good.
I could just get you on the chorus, whatever you feel.
Hey, let's do it. Let's make it happen. We're gonna have fun with this. But I'd say we have time for probably 5 or 6 donations for the moment. We want to get a few of those in before we have some silent time.
I think we might be able to do that for you. 26,501 left on that Rulers of the Outer Worlds incentive. Thank y'all so much for doing the work on that. We super duper appreciate it. And $5 from Neon Genesis. Woadyb pulling off a great run, and the commentary is top tier. We're really roshing through this game like a speed demon. Really enjoy the run. Great job, y'all.
$25 in from Dustin. My favorite boss fight and song is Ultimacia and the Extreme from Final Fantasy VIII. The design and the haunting way she laments the passage of time sends a chill run down my spine.
$100 from Entrapment. Shout out to Rebirth, one of the best gaming experiences I've ever had. The remake trilogy is my actual dream come true, and watching it help raise money for cancer prevention is the chocolate icing on the cake. Genova Emergent is my favorite song from Rebirth. Absolutely incredible reimagining of a classic. Cloud and Tifa forever.
$5 from Renoa herself. Kinda surprised Eyes on Me from one of the best Final Fantasies VIII has not been mentioned.
Does that count as a self-plug?
It's fine, she's worth it.
She is. $50 from Raptor Buddha. Final Fantasy has such an incredible soundtrack library, but if I had to pick just one song, I would say Magus' theme from Chrono Trigger. Honorable mention to Celis' theme from Final Fantasy VI.
Valentine sending in $10 to PCF. My favorite Final Fantasy music is Force Your Way from 8.
Nice.
And $5 from Big Stu. Hardest boss fight? The jump rope mini game from Final Fantasy IX. Hands down.
Only if you're going for the trophy.
True.
Not dodging lightning in 10.
No, because you can do that guaranteed.
Scott Cubby sending in $25. Can we get some love for Realms theme from FF6? I think it's one of Nobuo's most beautiful compositions.
$50 from Shlee. There's like 4 E's in that. So many good songs of Final Fantasy, but my favorite is Bombing Mission from Final Fantasy VII. Creates immediate hype every time and throws me right back to my childhood.
$50 generously donated from Sterling. Donating during this Final Fantasy VII Rebirth run to support Woadyb and his friends. Proud of your hard work and happy to support Prevent Cancer Foundation.
And $25 from Cat Bus, dropping in to donate towards a great cause. My sister has been fighting cancer for several years now, so it means a lot to me. Fantastic run from Woadyb and awesome commentary from the couch. And I hope to see Rulers of the Outer World, so let's get those donations in. Oh yeah, the best song is definitely There's a New Merc in Town from Rebirth.
Sporadic Erratic donating $10. Hopping in with my goofy taste in Final Fantasy music, I love quirky tracks, so I especially enjoy Mystic Mysidia from 4.
And $100 from Tommy Rod. I've heard you like pain. I've felt like a masochist when I've tried to clear Ruler of the Outer Worlds. Would like to see Woadyb trivialize the fight. Favorite boss fight and theme, due to recency bias, is the Sphene fight from Final Fantasy XIV.
$50 from Matrimony. I am so bored. Bored right out of my brain. If I don't die first, bet you I'll go insane, because I've got nothing else to do. I'm stuck here wasting time. But just wait, as more donations swirls, you'll beat the Rulers of the Outer Worlds.
Oh man, oh man, so much love and everything from a lot of names I recognize from either members of my community, friends, or fellow speedrunners, things like that. So love to hear everyone check this out. It's crazy, you know. We started this run almost 5 hours ago. It's already 11:30. It's amazing how much time flies for these things.
Yep.
But you know, we're just about at the singing time, because after this sequence here, there's a little bit of a cutscene I'll fast forward to, and then once Aerith takes the stage, I guess we'll have some fun with that. So
yep.
And then we'll go on a date after that. So it's a little fun segment here for all your wonderful donation incentives to view to experience all these moments. In case you haven't figured it out yet, I do not actually have to push the buttons.
Yeah. Yeah.
That wasn't painfully obvious. But fun thing about this minigame, so Tifa is here because she's our date. What happens is, if you get Aerith, Tifa, Yuffie, they will represent Rosa. That's the name of the princess in the play. If you get Barrett or Red or Kate Sid, you'll get Aerith by default. Mm-hmm. All right, let me fast forward and I guess let's do some singing. Enjoy sped up dialogue.
Yeah, this is like a couple of minutes, so this will turn it into one.
Like a minute. Yeah, it's like a minute. Yeah, I timed it earlier. It's like a minute to...
With fast forward, yeah.
If I can jump in for just a moment, we are now $25,000 to Rulers of the Outer Worlds. Great job, everybody. Keep it coming.
Yeah, and just to note that Woady's practice runs have usually come in the 550 range. I don't know how you're feeling about how this run is going so far.
So my actual PB is a 555. We're doing a lot of extra stuff. Some of my practice runs have usually been like 609.
Got it.
So yeah, so I'm pace-wise, no, this is good. No, we're at good pace.
Yeah. No, I say that to say that you have less time than it says on the timer.
Yes.
Oh, that part. You know, yeah, that's fair.
Definitely.
Yeah, actually,
the estimate.
it's time to sing. All right. Bear with me, y'all. There's a small chance you tear up during this.
You got this, Woody. You got this.
Walking city streets with worn cobblestones, listen to people rushing past to rhythms all their own. Life passed me by, not thinking how the years have flown, until I met you. I won't say that it was fate. I won't say that it was destiny. But if not, what could it that drew you towards me. Could it be chance till the day that we meet again? Where or when? I wish I could say, but believe. Know that you'll find me. Promise is the key. We won't ever leave till the day that we meet again at our place. Just let me believe in the chance that you'll come, take my hand, and never let me go. Take my hand and believe we can be together evermore.
I'm touching your hand.
I'm touching your hand, yes. Yes. Reach out and touch. No, it's a rock song.
Thank you so much, everyone. Like, sharing moments like these with our friends, both here in the audience and at home, is why we do what we do. Thank you for all your generous donations to Prevent Cancer Foundation to make that happen.
And thank you to the audience for joining in with the flashlight waving like we were at a concert. I appreciate it.
We can skip the rest of that. There's no more singing, so we can bypass the cutscene there. But now we've got another cutscene to watch. You voted for it. You wanted to see Cloud and Tifa share a intimate moment one-on-one on a giant Ferris wheel. So let's sit back and enjoy that. I'd say if we want to throw in like one quick donation to kind of give us an update on Rulers, and then we'll enjoy this scene.
All right, I'll make it quick. $20 from Crobotica. My favorite Final Fantasy boss is the behemoth from Mario Sports Mix. Okay.
Well, with that said, enjoy a wonderful date between Cloud and Tifa.
You ready for this? A gondola's here. Well, after you.
You first.
Cloud? Think we can steer with this?
Worth a try.
Here goes. Wow. Well?
Nice save.
Hey, over there. See that? Being a jockey looks so fun.
That's definitely not what the races are like.
I guess I'll just have to see for myself. It's beautiful.
So, have you talked to Aerith?
Hey, Aerith? I talked to Cloud. He said he remembers Zach. How they were friends 5 years ago. What? Not yet.
Right. Touchy subject, huh? She must still have feelings for Zach.
I think it's a little more complicated than that. Hey, it's kind of weird us being here like this, isn't it?
Is it? I mean, I guess it is. Kinda.
Ever since we left Midgar on this crazy journey, ever since we were kids, even, I can't remember a time like this. A time when we were this close. Or am I getting ahead of myself again?
Again?
Yeah. Again.
Not one bit.
We should probably head back to our rooms.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Yep.
Hope everyone enjoyed that.
I did too, because it's probably been like half a year since I've seen it.
And now it's time for another massive boss rush.
Do we have time for a massive update really quick?
Yes, I would
All
say
right.
we do.
We are at the halfway point for Rulers of the Outer Worlds, everybody. So go on, keep it up. I know you can do this. Go fast.
Yeah, we're just under halfway. You're going to see it show up at the bottom of your screen real quick. So applause in advance for you getting us there. And also thank you for the round of applause for the emotional damage we just took watching that cutscene.
So with this fight here, we got to deal with a bunch of Corneo lackeys. There's a couple of groups of 3 spread across the arena. We're going to try and use the cleaves here to group them together so that we can just finish them up with power cleaves. They're not behaving, unfortunately, and they're kind of spread out across the arena, but it's to be expected sometimes. If we can just...
Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
It happens. We just make it work.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways to deal with this fight, but it depends on how much menuing you want to put in. So the problem is you get a cleaner fight here, but you also have to invest more time in menus, so... Funny thing is if you finish this fight with like a power cleave or any other like team attack like that, there's a weird bug where like the partner will actually keep the A to B going into this phase. Unfortunately, it doesn't really save any time, so it's kind of a useless thing because we have to wait for the Cacneos to attack us, and yes, they are Cacneos, and the next enemy will also have a unique name as well. But we got to wait for these guys to attack so that we can actually finish them up. We just basically want to get our Sonic Boom up, and that should give us enough damage that Power Cleave will finish things up once we get a stagger. Also go with some Bravers here. This fight right here, we want to get some extra ATB off the Dawn Berries, get a Berserk here. Power Cleave should finish up these small ones, and as long as we're behind them, they should not warp to try and stab us. But I've found a way to make them do it. Finish it up with a cross slash, and GG. Now we have to Abzu 3.
He's back.
Yeah, and
from outer space.
More angrier. So Abzu plus Dawn Corneo, if you really want to look at it that way. Abzu is going to get Enrage here, which will give them Bravery, but also Deprotect. So this is why we're really not going to bother with Berserk in the fight. He gives himself Deprotect. This is great RNG, by the way. Whenever we get the pressure here, it puts us in a really good spot stagger-wise that the bar will pretty much be filled by the time we move into the next phase. So normally we have to kind of throttle our damage based on whether that pressure happens or not. But as usual, we're going to do the character swapping thing here to make sure that we don't stagger by switching off. The Power Cleave doesn't count as our attack, so it puts the pressure up to max without staggering on its own. Now, luckily, it's going to make this phase much easier, where we're going to put a Deprotect on for this phase, and then we're going to be using the Limit with Cloud after we get some buffs up, and then Rise and Fall Omni Striking here to get the stagger bonuses and finish it off with a dive kick. Now, we've got to go straight into more fights, and because of the way the parties readjust, it's very hard to try and actually use Cure with Aerith here, so we really have to use potions. There's a couple of different options. You can go find a Mist Potion, which will heal the whole party, or just use some regular potions. We're going to start off with a Spell Blade here to try to hit both of them so we get enough ATB to get both the Sonic Boom after this and Thundera with Aerith, because like I mentioned earlier, Elena is weak to lightning, so this does a nice little chunk of damage. A couple of Power Cleaves here pushes the phase, and now we are moving on to the next part. At the beginning of this phase, they do a bunch of shockwaves and throw some shock grenades. If we do this phase, this opening gambit fast enough, we can avoid the shock grenades and keep Cloud from getting shocked. Oop. So we actually hold the guard button again to warp him over and get them together into a focus thrust. And then we want to reestablish the Berserk bonus and start using Power Cleaves to clean up Elena. Now we focus on Rude here. And this one's going to be a little bit easier because we have a limit to do the majority of our damage. We're just going to throw in some Omni Strikes, Uppercuts, and Dive Kicks to finish things off.
And that's revenge for earlier.
Yep. Rufus here works in a very weird way. He has a clip that has a certain amount of bullets, and if you block some, he gets some refunds. But TLDR, we're waiting for him to reload, and then if we hit him with an attack, at that point, we can get some regular attacks off. And right here, he'll always try to shoot us at the end of our regular attack string, so we can take advantage of that because he'll reload again, and then we can follow up with Braver. As a system mechanic, Infinity's End or Braver will always stagger if he's in the reload animation, so we take advantage of it here. We're going to do a lot of cleaves here to push a lot of damage and pressure, but the way that this fight's programmed, the cleaves can't usually stagger. There's some very unique circumstances. So we actually switch over to regular attacks towards the end of that phase to make sure that the stagger happens. Get a Braver here to get them both pressured, get a Cleave in so that we can group them up together, Focus Thrust, and then that's why we're going to do some regular attacks here to push the Cleave, or the pressure. There we go. And now we've got Cross Slash. GG.
Speaking of pressure, less than 20K to Rulers of the Outer Worlds, everybody.
Woo! Yeah, you actually have a little bit of free time here because we have to find a mangy cat that stole from us.
Yeah. That darn cat.
So yeah, remember how we said we were just we were closing in on the 50% mark? We are now just over 60% thanks to an extremely generous $5,000 donation.
Oh my God! Thank you so much.
From some rando with the simple instruction: play video game.
I play video game good.
Play video game very good. Raise money for charity.
Yeah, raise money for charity. Honestly, I'd say because we went through a whole string of boss fights and cutscenes, we can rattle off some donations because at this point we're just trying to chase Kate's because he's taking the keystone from us and we need that thing back.
All right. The third Stan sent in $100 and says, "Immaculate singing, no notes."
No, there were a lot of notes.
There were a lot of notes. I think they meant they have no commentary.
Oh.
There were a lot of notes.
Got it. $17.77 from PS Sweets. Had to make sure I was over the $10 minimum for those amazing prizes. One of my favorite boss fights is Behemoth from Monster Hunter World. Yeah, if you want to see what prizes are available during this block, head on over to gdq.gg/prizes or gamesdonequick.com/prizes. You can also get to it from the menu on the left-hand side of your screen, whatever device you are on.
And there are certainly some Final Fantasy prizes. Also, a lovely prize, Anita Bandage sends in $25 and says, what a banger. When are these two going on tour? Thank you for the run, and to all the runners, go fast.
Go find a Band-Aid.
Sheepdub sending in $77 to PCF. Cloud might have fumbled that date with Tifa, but I know we won't fumble this chance to see some rulers of the Outer Worlds.
And $15 from Vigilanthe. That singing during the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth run touched my heart. I cried a little even. Thank you for that. I needed it. Less than 3.
Aw.
Isken sending in $25. Best song? Mine is probably Final Fantasy XIII's Dust to Dust, where spoiler and spoiler reach spoiler and find spoiler, and even though the battle music is overwritten. Best boss, though, was Final Fantasy XIV's Eden Shiva. That's less spoilery, right?
And a $5 donation to PCF from Karate Snacks. Hi, first time donating. Rulers of the Outer Worlds took me a week to complete for the first time, and I'm really looking forward to seeing Woadyb crush it. This has been an awesome run and one of my favorite GDQs so far. Keep it up.
$250 from Druidic Fireball. Final Fantasy VII was my first Final Fantasy game. It sparked a love affair with a series that's lasted decades. I'm happy to donate during this game to help the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Also, my favorite Final Fantasy song is A Place to Call Home from FF9.
And Jacoby has donated $25 and says, hey everyone, can't wait to see Woadyb absolutely kill it fighting rulers of the Outer Worlds. Everything that GDQ and the Prevent Cancer Foundation do means so much to me. My best friend was diagnosed with cancer last August thanks to early detection. I just want to say thank you to all that everyone does here. Shout out to the tech team, hosts, runners, and everyone else who keeps this event running. Now let's get that incentive. Yeah, I could not agree more.
Mom6226 with $20 to PCF. Friday already. A small donation to push towards the $1.5 million milestone. Good luck, runners. Let's get to 1.1 million first. Knock out rulers of the Outer Worlds along the way.
$25 from Bon. I just wanted to add my favorite Final Fantasy song to the list. Give It All from M4S in Final Fantasy. Hold on, let me look at that number really quick. That is 14, sung by Chrissy Costanza. I'm not good with Roman numerals, everybody. Really awesome song. I haven't played Rebirth before, so I'm technically spoiling myself by watching this speedrun, but good luck, Woadyb.
Is it a sidestep or a step back if hosts go from having trouble with math to having trouble with numerals?
Hey, listen, these numerals are letters, okay?
Fair.
I'll let you in on a childhood memory. Red 13, I didn't realize it was Roman numerals, so I just started calling him Red X and deleted the I's.
Absolutely. You wouldn't be the only one.
That's so valid.
Someone was telling me a story about that just yesterday.
By the way,
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, we have officially hit the 5-hour mark, which means that $5 dono
Yes,
train.
both trains are on the track. It is time for some multi-donation drifting.
All right.
Little car, hour and minutes in cents. Big car, hour and minutes in dollars. Let's do it. Let's knock this donation, this incentive out of the park. $250 from PJ Kenk 2. I don't know that it's my absolute favorite, but Locke's theme from Final Fantasy VI slaps.
$5 from Beryl. 5-hour, $5 dono train. Choo-choo! Donating towards the incentive.
Yes, thank you for getting us on the tracks. $50 from PCD 1980. Great to see Rebirth at AGDQ, my favorite game of 2024. Looking forward to the 18-hour remake trilogy speedrun at AGDQ 2028. If you know more about the release date than we do, let us know. But beyond that, I have a couple of words for you. They're really, really long-a-thon. Yeah. You will see it there at some point, I promise.
And $25 from Lorizani. Here's $25 for Tifa to get as many Cosmo Canyons as she can after that awkward hug.
Funny thing is, there's like an intimate version of the date, which we unfortunately can't get because we'd have to do a bunch of side quests. It's incentive for anybody that hasn't played it to go a little bit beyond and go back and see it. But there's a little bit more after that segment.
Yeah, all the dates do have intimate versions of their dates. But we've made it to the Temple of Ancients. We've actually entered the point of no return, is what that little message at the we just had there told us there as we were parking. Yeah, parking our buggy, the crazy
sideways,
the crazy like spin it does like when you go to park it. And I'm doing the final menu that I have routed in my run here.
So we're gonna grab Savage Dagger, which is her best magic weapon that she comes with. Some of us grab Crystal Cross, which has slightly lower magic, but also has some high physical. So we can use Art of War, which does have the. It's kind of like Star Shower Light, where it only buffs by 40%, but it can be pretty nice. And it's a little bit different in this version because you get Supreme Art of War right after. This fight here is actually pretty important.
What do we call this? Fight skip?
Yeah.
Reinforcement skip?
I don't even
know what the skip is for this.
Yeah, so it's kind of a skip. If we kill the enemies here quickly enough, the other enemies won't notice us and won't spawn in. So we can just do these first 4 and get them right out of the way. So we cleave, grab these guys together, and power cleave, which actually gets us 3 staggers. So we get a limit, and that'll take care of the 3rd class. Now, Tifa's got a bunch of ATBs, so we'll have her take care of this 2nd class operative. And
yeah, that fight, it's tight window, too. It's like 20 seconds. It's like barely 20 seconds.
You can do a couple of misinputs, but like I've heard of a few casual players getting it. Very few, though. For the most part, like, it is fairly tight. You probably had like a couple extra actions.
Yeah, I got it when doing this casually even, but on New Game Plus, but...
Yeah. I didn't get it casually myself. One of the other runners had to tell me about it. And I was like, say what? He's like, yeah, do this. And I'm like, okay. Wait, what? That's black magic. So we're going to get around these shield troopers because trying to attack them from the front's just a recipe for a bad time. Follow up with power cleave. Bongo.
Wombo combo.
Yeah.
I like to say Hulk smash sometimes.
Hulk smash. I mean, with the amount of damage it does, it might as well be. Comparing it to like anybody else's attacks, it's like double. It's part of the reason why we grab so many weapons to upgrade Cloud, because there's a significant amount of fights he's in, so his damage is top priority, especially with the self-berserk and the bravery/faith interaction, just kind of pushing it way past where it should be, honestly.
So here in the Temple of Ancients, you just kind of got a glimpse of it. The kind of dungeon gimmick is the like rotating of the area. So like, we might be on the, we're on the floor here now, and then we're going to rotate, and then we might be on the ceiling of a previous room. And like, when you play through this casually, like you do that to like find like, chests. Because now that we're in the final dungeon, this is kind of where we would actually start getting the like final weapons of every character can be found sprinkled throughout like this dungeon. Because while this is technically like chapter 13 of 14, this is a very long chapter because it's broken up in like 2 parts. We've got the beginning part here, which I call pre-Red Dragon, if you're familiar with the original game, where everyone's kind of together. We're just kind of progressing through the dungeon. And then after the Red Dragon, what's going to happen is you'll see that we're going to, for the final time, break up into 2 separate parties, and then the game's going to basically have us progress through the rest of the dungeon in, trading off twice with each party. So we'll follow Barrett, Cloud, and Tifa, and then we'll follow Yuffie, Aerith, and Red 13.
Yeah. It's very nice, too, because, like, Cloud, Barrett, Tifa have a lot of synergy between the way they're set up. Barrett's very good at support and stagger. Tifa's good at the stagger damage multiplier, and then Cloud's good at big number go burr.
Speaking of big number go burr, for Rulers of the Outer Worlds, we have just passed less than 18 to go, everybody.
Woo!
Yeah,
remember when we said it was like $30,000 like an hour ago?
I know,
you
right?
can absolutely do that. Keep this pace up and we will get there. I believe in you, Twitch chat.
It's a fun one to witness fast, I will tell you that.
So with this fight here, it can be a little bit tricky, so everybody kind of approaches it differently. We come up here and then actually take the Punisher stance and switch out of the stance to get to the other side so that we're behind the shield troopers, and then we do a cleave to group them up, and then from there we just try and pick off whatever's left over. Unfortunately, the soldier got out of the group of enemies, so they're a little bit tankier and harder to kill. Ideally, we can deal with them quickly, which that was pretty good.
Yep, now we're just continuing through the dungeon, moving some items. I'm going to see if I can... I'm debating if I want to try the little movement tech here across the little skip hopping, or if I want to save myself.
Fights have been pretty good overall. Yeah, so
there we go.
The reason we were hesitating there is you can actually jump back down to the bottom floor and you have to climb back up.
Yeah, it's like 30-second time loss.
And it like saves just a few seconds because you get a few hops when you were supposed to be slow walking. It doesn't really save that much time. A lot of runners don't even touch it. I was messing with it, and then I jumped off once, and I'm like, yep, that's the last time I'm doing that.
I think it just looks cool.
It does look cool, but the final one looks even cooler. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we'll see that later.
Yeah. You can actually hop up on this one little block for some reason, which is nice, because then we don't have to go all the way around. A lot of these areas kind of loop back in on each other, so there's a few different paths, but we try to take the shortest one from A to B to C to D as much as possible. There are a lot of like things at the end of areas here, but most of them really aren't useful. Like experience up is one of the things you can find in here. For the most part, at this point, the ship has sailed, so we're going to start cleaving to pull these together. A lot of runners will also use Windstorm here, which is. I find it more consistent, but, if it works, don't fix it kind of moment. Sometimes Windstorm gets a little bit funky and just doesn't do anything, and then you're like, well, that was fun, just wasting my time.
Yeah, you have to kind of manual the Windstorm to make it effective.
Yeah, and you have to, make sure to retrieve first, too. So the Red Dragon here is a very interesting fight. This is another case where you can Punisher counter and then guard cancel your Punisher counter to get another Punisher counter to get a bunch of A to B right off rip. The idea here is we want to at least break the head once. That will put the dragon into pressure immediately. And we also want to make sure to take a certain amount of damage here if possible. I think we might be yeah,
it was a little short.
So yeah, we want to hit the head here because it'll immediately pressure. Some runners use Blizzard. Woody uses Focus Ice here, which is more than enough to get the stagger as long as he holds still. Get down here. Oh, you stubborn.
Oh, here we go.
All right, we're good. Yeah. We want to take the Incendiary Breath on. It may seem weird here, but we want to make sure that we get the limit here. It'll make the second phase a lot more consistent. We will be applying a D-Protect later, but for now, we're just worried about getting the buffs going. Funnily enough, you can power cleave this second phase, but it's not necessary and kind of unsafe. Sometimes it whiffs, but it's a good backup strat. For here, we're just gonna jump in and then cleave and use Sonic Boom, and that should be enough with 2 cleaves. Oh, we can use. Yeah, see,
unfortunately the stagger. There we go. Stagger bar wasn't high enough to.
It's a really rough thing. Okay, when the dragon gets up like that, it always terrifies me. Because there are certain conditions where the dragon can just get up and fly away, and I've had it fly away in the middle of a stagger. And I'm just like, why is this a thing? Please?
Yeah, and I had to be careful there because I did break the chest, and that can sometimes make the stagger a little wonky. I apparently had targeted the chest completely unintentionally, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
Hey, well, you were jumping in on the Red Dragon. Mind if we jump in real quick with a couple of reminders?
Sure, yeah, done.
Awesome. So both of our trains are off on the tracks. We've got $5 and $50 coming in from generous donors. I do want to give you an update on what we are doing to entice you to get in early, because what we are doing is the later you wait, the more you donate. So right now, if you are on the small train, it's $5.13. That's hours and minutes. And if you are on the big train, $51.33 is what we're looking for. But time for some donations from those friends of ours on each track. We've got Hitaro sending in $5. Let's get that $5 train started towards Rulers of the Outer Worlds, Best Boss Final Fantasy XIV Realm Reborn Bahamut Raid, less than 3.
And $50 from Grinsvogel, sitting in the dono train. Wait, what is Sabin doing on the tracks? Sabin, that's the wrong Final Fantasy! Stop, Sabin!
Please just put us back down.
The right side up.
Yeah, that would be good. Dante Wolf with $50. My favorite boss fight was Dynamis Lord from Final Fantasy XI.
Oh, that's a callback.
And $50 from Motas. Love this crew on stage and the couch and the donations team. Putting this towards Rulers of the Outer Worlds, as I've never actually been able to beat it. Ha 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 ha.
I mean, technically I haven't either, so.
The haws were written in. I do want to make.
I
that
was
abundantly
wondering if
clear.
you were just going to read them like nervous laughter, or if you were going to go back for another,
Ready?
another
Ready?
drink of Titus laugh.
I don't know. If I can-
No, I'm not sure anybody in the room could handle that.
No.
$25 from Eugene. I love so many of the tracks in the FF series, but if I had to pick a few, Sultana Dreaming, Ulda Night theme from 14, Battle to the Death from 6, and Grotesque Creature from Vagrant Story. It shows up in 14's Ivalus Raid series, so it counts, right? Shoutouts to my free company Mognet and all my friends in 14. Let's limit break cancer.
Quick note, like when I run, I find this is about an hour to the end of the game. Probably be a little bit shorter since Woady's better than me. But just to give you guys a rough idea how far out we are from the end for hitting Rulers.
And speaking of Rulers, that is 17,407 to go. I know you can do it, and it is thanks in no small part to wonderful donors like these two anonymous donors, one with $250 and one with $100. Thank you so much to both of you for your generosity.
Yeah, no credit desired, but all the love in the world and all of the power sent to us and to the runners and couch up here to get that Rulers of the Outer World incentive met. Almost to 2/3. Let's keep it going. Let's pick up the pace, chat. Get in your train and let's get on the move.
Let's keep it rocking. Funny thing about those
Yeah.
those little lights I ran through. I feel like the game, I feel like it was expected that you
would
wouldn't run,
stop,
you would
yeah.
stop because it's like, oh, don't run through these. These seem bad. So they don't. I don't think they're turned on to deal damage yet.
I think the first cycle, it's just purely cosmetic. This one right here, though, if you run into it too soon, you can take damage. But if you wait a little bit, it's fine. You can come in from that side.
I love when Barrett sometimes positions himself. I don't know if you've ever had this happen, but Barrett will sometimes be in
On
front of the box,
Yeah,
and then he
you
gets
push
pushed
him
into it.
Yeah. I haven't seen it, but I have seen him in some weird positions. The AI can find some very weird spots to just decide to do stuff. And I'm like, I don't know, but it's always funny. I love it when you're like trying to position a block and they're just running back and forth. They're just doing sprints.
So I was talking about this earlier about like pre-Red Dragon, post-Red Dragon. So this is pre-Red Dragon. So we're using the classic Avalanche team here. This is the first of 2 times we'll use them. We are coming up to the like separation point where the game does this kind of like cool animation where it's like an hour ago, and then it shifts back to Aerith and Yuffie and Red. And this is where Aerith finally gets to shine for it being her dungeon, because like I was saying before, everybody kind of gets like a dungeon where they're the primary character, and this is where Aerith gets her time.
Kind of makes sense, yeah, too. So these guys right here are inconsequential, but also very annoying. You can handle it a couple of different ways. Go for some punishers if you really want. This method's a little bit better because it always baits them in for the power cleave, but you do take a ton of damage. But you usually have more than enough healing by this point that it's not that much of an issue. The only problem is there's a follow-up fight when you switch back before you get a chance to heal. But the main issue there is getting frogged, not dying. Also, cool. This is an interesting mechanic where we fill up these vessels to open the way forward. We get different points where we can get life stream energy, I guess.
Yeah, it's life stream.
Yeah, okay. This has been a while since I've read it, so I was pretty sure. But they give you bonuses depending on how much you have. A lot of casual players will explore every corner and will have like Faith, Regen, Barrier, M Barrier for the segment. Our only goal is to make sure we go into the boss fight with Faith, so we're trying to min-max getting as much as possible. Right here, the Protector has more HP, but the fact that the frog can frog us is much more important, so we just hope they line up and target the frog because it's just the right play. Everybody has a little bit different Faith route too, because like there's a couple of rocks in right around the corner in the other room that we passed by. You can like hit both of them with one swing, and then there's another one a little bit further away, but it's really hard to hit both.
I don't do the one in that room because there's a tutorial pop-up.
Oh.
So I skip that to avoid the tutorial
fair
pop-up. What I really enjoy about the this moment here is if you're somebody who played Mario Party growing up, classic tug of war mini game.
Oh, the spin.
And the little rotating the joystick around, Aerith fills in her little energy vessel.
Fun fact, like if you do tighter circles in the center of the joystick, it'll count those faster. So like ideally you're not rolling around the whole outside, you're rolling in the center. And then like me, I have like an edge controller, so I'd like to not mess up the thumbs on them. So I'm like doing it with my fingertips to try and not mess up the grip. It's so silly.
A little bit of optimization here. You'll notice that every time I pray or break one of the rocks, I do a little dodge because it cuts down on the animation time for Aerith's kind of like recovery from the prey or the weapon attack.
Casually, it looks slow. I've like messed with it recently. It's like half the time. You're not far.
Oh,
yeah.
A little more to the right.
You got to look for the L2. Yeah.
And look, Chad, with every one of these optimizations, you're ending up with less time to get those donations in. We have people jumping onto our train, like $5 from Sheepdoves. Barrett said it best. Ain't no stopping this train we're on, son.
And 2 tickets for KKB, 2 tickets on the train. Choo-choo!
$51.30 from Lank, who is both interested in this run and in GTA later on today, I think, because their donation says, all we have to do is follow the dang dono train.
And $5.17 from Mr. Fenord. 1 ticket for the small train, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Every bit as valuable. Whatever is within your budget. If you want to follow along with our train, that's great. It's a lot of fun. We enjoy having these things happen to help meet our incentives, but whatever you are able to give, especially if you're able to put it towards that incentive, makes all the difference in the world here in the room, at home, and for PCF.
Time for frogs. Also, fun fact, that chest we passed by actually has an elixir in it. Oh, no!
Yeah, it's fine.
I should have said nothing!
I saw it coming a mile away.
Why do I talk? I make things work. There we go. Shouldn't be too bad.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, at least we get the stagger here. Ideally, we clean those guys up and move towards the door with Cloud while Barrett and Tifa finish off the Protector. But it's not really that big of a time loss. There's worse places to get frogged. That's just mildly annoying.
Yeah, more of an annoyancer than anything. But we've got probably a little bit of running around before we get to kind of like a pseudo boss. So I'd say probably like 3 donations should fit.
I love hearing the phrase we're going to be running around. 50 run from Guogobo. Choo-choo! Happy to support PCF and an awesome run.
$5.07 from Young Ben Kenobi, adding in on favorite music themes, Smile to credit themes from 14 Dawn Trail. This goes towards beating those super bosses down good. Good luck on the run. Much love from the UK.
And $20 from Chastos. How about some love for the newbie? Final Fantasy XVI's mini boss song, No Risk, No Reward, is my favorite.
$250 from Caldazar. The Final Fantasy series has always had amazing characters and music. Final Fantasy VII was my introduction to the series way too many years ago, and it still holds a very dear spot in my heart. Its title theme has to be my favorite song of all time, and still evokes emotions I can't properly express. The remake or rebirth games have been an utter delight, and I'm loving this run. Thanks to everyone at GDQ for putting on this event and supporting PCF. I've been watching for close to a decade, and always look forward to this cozy time of year.
Thank you so much. And now we have the Iron Clad?
Yeah, I still call it the Iron Giant.
I call him Iron Giant too. Some people call him the Iron Chad.
I just call them all the old names. I'm like, no, the retranslation isn't good enough.
This is kind of a gimmick fight. Because we can't kill it immediately. We basically need to wait until we have to stagger it.
Yeah,
and we have to wait like 20 some odd seconds before we can stagger it, because it has to do a move called Sharpen for us to like properly get any sort of...
It'll make it self-pressured. Theoretically, you could stagger it without pressuring, but not an easy, most likely. You'd end up doing too much damage.
Kill it.
Maybe in like hard, I'm not sure. I'd have to take a closer look at it. For the most part, we just need to get enough damage in so that we can... Ooh, good job, Cloud.
Hey, at least it didn't come after me.
So Condemned is a one-shot kill. And it's kind of like a joke that we all deal with because a lot of us end up getting caught by it and lose runs to it, unfortunately.
There we go.
If you lose one character, it's not too bad. Also, it's funny that we can fast forward this. It took me a while to like realize. It's like, oh yeah, that is a cutscene. Oh, fuck. He just doesn't have enough ATB. That's annoying. Ideally, we could just one-shot the here, but we were just short of the limit for the just cross/set-and-forget method.
Yeah, it's fine. We just didn't take enough hits. It happens, but that's why we have backup strats.
Yep. So, for those wondering, though, the what is it, battle cry that you can get here, it's only stronger than the high caliber rifle for this fight and the Rude and Reno fight coming up. Turbulent Spirit is nice, but it's just not worth the effort of going out of the way and then equipping it and equipping abilities. Especially when Barrett really isn't a damage dealer in any of these fights. It is better for a short period of time, but we really don't use him too much in Rude and Reno anyway.
Yeah, he's just really Barrett at this point is just because honestly, this is with the exception of the finale. This is kind of the last fight he's going to be a part of, really, for a while. And yeah, he's just kind of like he's there for emergency cases if something goes off the rails and he needs to like maybe help. Stagger,
Reviving, at most debuffs and buffs. Because he's really quick at killing ATB with the overcharge. Overcharge and then status ailment or buff. And move on with your day.
But we've are coming up to the end of the
Cloudbearer Tifa section.
Yeah, the Cloudbearer Tifa section.
A little bit too far.
Oop, I've never ran that far. That's fine.
I've done it once before, but it was a while ago. I feel you though.
New level of autopilot.
I have walked into walls. Like I've gone on autopilot, looked away, then looked back, and the next thing. But they get super fast. This is a wise magnify to pull the frogs in, but it's like once again the each to his own because the amount of time that it takes to get that equipped and set up on your shortcuts can be a waste of time.
Hey, that time I think it turned into a frog.
Reno Rude here. We're going to start off with a Berserk, follow up with a Power Cleave. Used Sonic Boom now that we... Well, I use Sonic Boom here. Braver is a good call too. But we're basically just going to bully them with Power Cleave here as much as possible.
I was just that away from I was like, why am I not Sonic Booming? No, I had one more hit.
Like mash. You have like, so like the ATB is like 3,000 points versus 1,000 from the previous game. So he's like 14.99. just needed one more penny. Luckily, once you hit him while his barrier's up, he'll go to his knee, and then one more hit will automatically pressure him from there. So he can be pretty easily to take down if Rude decides to put the barrier up. But that's the problem, is you need to get Rude to put it up. The trick is like you have to hit his barrier with like an ATB move or a Power Cleave to make him drop to his knee.
Oh my.
That's so frustrating.
Yeah, it's fine. It happens. Cloud will finish. Tifa will finish.
Wow. That is a powerful barrier.
That is a powerful barrier. That is a powerful barrier.
Rude.
I just wanted to give everyone more time to...
one Rude dude, yeah.
To do their...
it's an outer world.
Yeah, for the rulers.
Hey, speaking of that, we are now at 15,000 to go and counting down, everybody. Great job. Keep it up.
So...
Yeah, but I want to remind you, you may think you have about an hour left. You have 10 to 15 minutes less than that easy. Possibly even less. So do not take that as granted. Get on to gamesdonequick.com. Hit the donate button, go to gdq.gg, tell your friends on social media. They have enough time to get in here. If you're just joining us first, welcome. This is Awesome Games Done Quick 2025, running live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. You are neck deep in a Final Fantasy VII Rebirth run, getting just into the last couple of segments of the run, but you have time to bring people in to watch the rest of this amazing run and send in love and, if possible, donations to Prevent Cancer Foundation.
So the segment here with Aerith, Yuffie, and Red is probably one of the more hard segments in the game, if not the hardest. A lot of these enemies are kind of non-standard and are very defensive in a way where they force you to interact with the game. Right, there you go. But you have to interact with them in a non-standard way. The Archdragon has a reflect if you try to hit it with magic. Woadyb actually did that fight perfectly because the reflect came up and he forced it out with Yuffie's attack so that the arrow from Aerith actually hit. Right here, Windstorm's pretty free, but this is kind of where Savage Dagger's a little bit better because Windstorm and her ranged magic attacks are going to hit harder. And if you're going to be relying on her for magic damage, it's probably the right play. But if you're going to be using hybrid, it's a little bit better with the Crystal Cross. Luckily, it's like right on the exit when we're chasing Kate Sith down. Now, these Hektites are kind of weird. I'm pretty sure the way that they work is they get pressured if they're affected by a status ailment. So we take advantage of that by using hazardous material to pressure them to remove the reflect. Otherwise, we could just use subversion to remove it as well, but hazardous material is way more funny. See? And then from this point, like a Soul Drain or a Thundera would work just fine too. But we want to make sure to get the hazardous material in so that we get the reflect, so that we don't get reflected here. And the only unfortunate part is they always separate like that, so you usually have to pray to absorb them separately, which can be a bit frustrating. We also want to do a little bit of healing depending on how much damage we took, but for the most part, the next fight will be more or less the same, so we can probably do a donation or two.
Yeah, absolutely. How about this $1,000 anonymous donation? No comment, but your generosity is heard loud and clear. Thank you so, so much.
You and everyone else here help put us over the 70%, now 72% of the way. We are picking up speed on that train. Jump on board, everyone. $525 from Justin BOFHT. Some car upgrades for everyone donating. Never played many of the Final Fantasy games, but love the music of all of them. Answers from 14 is still a favorite, though.
And Big Sid sending in $25. I'm here to gas you up as always. Outer Worlds is not ready for Woad Master B. Well, it's got to get ready because we only have about 13,000 to go.
And about 30 minutes left. Sonic Kurosaki with $500. Rebirth was the game I was playing when my mom broke the news to me that she had cancer, but thanks to early detection and appropriate action, she is cancer-free a year later. Good luck to all the runners, and let's meet that incentive.
That's Big Sid, gassing me up as always.
That's right, City B.
Not you calling me City B.
I mean, we're talking about trains, we're talking about drifting. Part of my, the music that's going in my head is just, gas, 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 it's gonna step on the gas.
So we're heading into the other two Turks now. We're actually going to be dealing with Elena Sung here. Sung is weak to ice, Elena is still weak to lightning, so now we have all four elements between the two of them. This fight's a little bit more straightforward. Spellbound Blast does some heavy lifting in this fight. The only thing that can really catch us is they both have a couple of stun moves. Mainly we're worried about the stun grenade hitting either Yuffie to prevent our Spellbound Blast or Sung hitting us with a move that would cause us to get stunned as well.
Targeting got a little wonky there, so not quite the people I was trying to hit, but we'll make it work.
You know, you could have convinced me that it was your strat. And we would have been fine. So Thundaga usually can pressure or stagger both of them here. An alternative method is to pull them together with Windstorm, but normally we do it when they get to the very far edges of the room because we can kind of get them stuck in a corner and just kind of bully them from there. The hard part about this fight is that Red kind of does whatever he wants. So when you're trying to do Spellbound Blast, he can knock them apart. Fight went fairly well, though, even with the little bit of targeting snafu in the beginning. As normally want to just burst down Elena, but it's fine. We worked over Sung, so the second phase was a little bit easier anyway.
Yeah, with the fact that Elena wasn't like staggered, she has like the tiniest health bar of like all the Turks essentially. So like I knew like the Thundaga was gonna like essentially explode her like HP bar, so I wasn't like too worried about kind of the ultimate outcome there. I was like, yeah, just Thundaga and just like nuke. All right, we are coming. So this section's kind of an interesting kind of story thing. So we're gonna have a pretty good amount of time for donations here. So what's happening story-wise? Just kind of talk about it before we pass it over to our host for probably a few minutes here. Is we've caught up with them. We've got the materia now. Some of the other details are a little hazy, but we're basically having to experience some sort of like trial. Like every character is going to have to go through this like trial. So this segment here is going to have me play as like each character through like non-combat sections, basically reliving some sort of past
Trauma.
past issue or trauma that they may have went through. That kind of like led them to where they are today. And so, really here it's just kind of running from point to point. So I'm gonna let our hosts do what they do the best, and will gas me up on stage, and the donations of our donators.
All right, hey T-Tree, do you know why it's called Final Fantasy?
Why is that, Jaypeg?
Because we're almost getting to the end of it, and some of our donors have had the same feeling. Specifically, $50 from Anonymous, helping towards our incentive with, I had no idea you could fight the Nomai in Final Fantasy. Wait, that's Rulers of the Outer Wilds.
Outer Wilds mentioned. Thank you, Jaypeg. $25 from Matrimony. Everyone, the strats used in Rulers of the Outer Worlds are so sick and flashy, I promise you want to donate to meet the goal in time. This counts as 5 tickets on the train. Let's go.
$25 from Shilly91. Here's to Woadyb for braving the upcoming 84 final boss stages. We believe in you.
A Sly Cactuar sending in 25 to PCF. Hi, GDQ. My favorite Final Fantasy music moment was watching the Maria and Draco opera performed live with professional opera singers accompanied by Nobuo Uematsu at a Distant Worlds concert. I cried. Yeah, no, I would cry. I would cry a lot.
And I'm crying tears of joy for this $1,000 anonymous donation with no comment. Thank you so, so much. By the way, we are now at less than 12,000 until Rulers of the Outer Worlds.
$100 donation from me because I made this donation. Because I wanted to say, let's go Twitch chat, let's go. Let's go Twitch chat, let's go. Thank you, Spike Vegeta, for picking that up with me. Appreciate you, buddy. Oh, I mean, we should.
We can.
I mean, you got time. I mean, if you want to.
No, we've got more donations. We've got more generous people out there. We recognize them.
Oh my gosh. Okay, $10 from Ravenite. I am Libere Fatale from Final Fantasy VIII Enjoyer. However, picking just one song from the whole Final Fantasy collection is a difficult task considering all the amazing music series this series has. Keep up the great work, GDQ.
Dylan J. Hamilton sending in $5. Greetings from England, donating to help the runner reach the Rebirth incentive. Good luck with a run.
And $10 from Fig Leaf saying, favorite Final Fantasy song for me is Easy. To the Edge from Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers. Still the best trial in the game.
Wrathlord sending in $10. Favorite song from Final Fantasy is the FF6 opera. It's such an incredible sequence. I wish 6 would get the same remake treatment 7 has gotten. That would be my forever game. I could see that.
And $50 from Side of Beans. My favorite song is Gact's Redemption from the best Final Fantasy VII entry, Dirge of Cerberus. Oh, Dirge of Cerberus enjoyer in the audience.
Hottest of takes.
Everyone,
we're dirging.
Pretty hot
I assume
take.
everyone cheering saw that run last event. Moonblaze Wolf sending in $20. There's so many good Final Fantasy songs, but Away from Final Fantasy XVI is an incredibly underrated song from an equally underrated Final Fantasy game.
And
Wise words from a Final Fantasy XVI runner.
And a delightful $25 from any percent. My favorite Final Fantasy song is Eyes on Me from Final Fantasy VIII. I had to purr on that one.
No, of course.
There were multiple R's, just so everybody is aware.
Nice.
Hey, keep it rolling. We're only on Yuffie. We still got Barrett and Aerith.
Oh,
All right.
we
Evil
got
J
Cloud,
donating
too.
$50. My favorite Final Fantasy song? A Long Fall from Final Fantasy XIV. It's the only song that I will religiously pause my music playlist to listen to when the twinning pops up in my dungeon roulette.
all right. And $10.14 from Lyft. We recently got to meet most of the voice actors and John Bentley at Umicon in Detroit. He was the nicest person. We told him our son Aaron loved to run and play as Barrett, and he turned around and made a video just for him, including the dun-da-da. The rest of the cast was amazing and kind, too.
Can verify John Bentley's a great guy.
Ryoko Strifer donating $20. Favorite Final Fantasy song, To the Edge from 14 Shadowbringers. A song that composer Soken actually worked on while fighting cancer in the hospital. That is inspirational.
And $25 from Sif Moonweaver. Love Final Fantasy. Thank you all for raising money for a great cause. You all rock.
A mystery donor helping us reach our incentive with $20 saying, my favorite Final Fantasy song changes over time, but right now I'm going with Battle with the Four Fiends from Final Fantasy IV.
Nice.
And $100 from Joypunk. FF7 was the first RPG I played as a kid. It fills me with so much joy to see these remakes bring the story to a new generation of kids. Let's get that Rulers of the Outer Worlds incentive met. I could not agree more.
Another donation with no name but a $25 amount and a lovely comment, no love for Man with the Machine Gun? Also, OC remixes FF6 album version of the opera scene, rock opera 100%.
$25 from, I'm going to read the name, Some Loser. My favorite Final Fantasy song is anything by the Black Mages, Uematsu's rock band. That includes a version of One Winged Angel, but it's with an orchestra and an actual Latin choir with the band. It breaks my brain and it's awesome.
First off, be kind to yourself. That's my friend you're talking about there with that donation. And second, thank you so much for your generosity. $250 in from Brock_42. Best Final Fantasy song is Terra from Final Fantasy IX.
And $25 from another anonymous donator. I gave myself a tongue twister there. Best Final Fantasy song is Corridors of Time from Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is the best Final Fantasy. I want to say that was written in as one word.
Yes. Deets donating $10 to PCF. An underrated gem of a Final Fantasy song, get ready for this one, is The Dream Within from the Spirits Within movie. The movie itself is something, but the track is so good.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah.
That's fair.
Hey, you can have good music.
True. It's almost harder for a Final Fantasy game to not have good music.
All right, everybody, we are in the home stretch, by the way. We have hit 10,990 to go, so less than 11,000. You're doing great. Keep it up.
All right, almost to the 10,000 mark remaining. You have maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Let's go. Who gets there first? Woadyb or Twitch chat? $1,250 from Friends of Mark. It's great to see Woadyb run this amazing remake. Our friend Mark passed away in November from an aggressive cancer. He was an avid enjoyer of Final Fantasy and games done quick. We make this donation in his memory and to help stop cancer that's so often not expected and found too late in young adults. Yet stand tall, for our journey will never end. We love and miss you, Solander. Less than 3.
And $10 to the Prevent Cancer Foundation from X7 Strife, saying, Woadyb, do not forget to not fast forward during the drop-in. Good luck for the finale and make us proud.
Should have seen that one coming. Maybe we probably could watch that one battle scene because it's pretty epic.
Kami with $25, run like a chocobo and stab like a tonberry.
And $15 from Sias. My favorite Final Fantasy song is the best battle music in the franchise. Sadly, it was criminally underused. Feel My Blade, Sword of Fury from FF9.
$5 in from Joey. My favorite Final Fantasy theme, is it cheating to go Longing by Gact? Otherwise, I'll have to go with the Boundless Ocean from Final Fantasy III. Leaving the floating continent for the first time as a kid, priceless.
And a truly relevant $25 donated by Gavin F. My favorite Final Fantasy song is One Winged Angel. That's a fair point.
So I use that on Tifa by accident.
I should need an MP, don't worry about it.
All right, probably time for a couple more. We've got one more set of trials to go through, and that's for Cloud, and then we'll be back to the game.
Okay, Slowpoke has sent in $50 and says, $50 to my favorite game.
Now, did that show up 6 hours ago, or was that? Who knows?
They had to pre-plan that.
And to be fair, even if it was 6 hours ago, still the same game.
Just like part of the. Okay, read this 6 hours late.
Exactly. $50 from Keishan. Had to donate during the run of my favorite Final Fantasy in the series. The games bring up memories of a time when me and my brother would speedrun the first reactor. Good luck to the runner. Also, from favorite songs, Final Fantasy XIV, Who Brings Shadow, FF10 Xanarkand, and FFX2 Crazy Chocobo.
And a very scary $250 from Evil Bilbo. Getting on the Final Fantasy music train, battle with the 4 fiends from Final Fantasy IV.
Nice.
$40 from Valentine, donating in solidarity with all of my fellow Dirge of Cerberus enjoyers. Our remake is coming out soon too, right? Right?
A bit of interesting tech here. Like the game forces you into combat here as soon as you get close to the door, but it removes that trigger after it's been done once, so we can actually skip this fight in a very awkward way. We kind of go into the no combat zone, go in, reset. Yep, there you go, on the other side of the door. Continue.
Yeah, that door is normally locked until you defeat the enemies there, but by, like Sid just explained, like if you go to the force trigger point, because you have to do it at least once, then you retry the fight, then you do it again, but then you get close to the door and then come back into combat, it changes the like retry point to behind the door.
So like technically soft locks us in here, but we've kind of been soft locked in here since the very beginning with the boat, which is why the warning's there to begin with. I think we got like a couple more fights, but we have some very slow walking in between those fights.
Yeah, I'd say we have time for probably like 2 donations while we listen to the Cetra tell us about their story.
Certainly. Melvin sending in $25 to the Prevent Cancer Foundation. My favorite Final Fantasy song is the FF7 main theme. Not sure if Kingdom Hearts counts, which it does. We've established that clearly with the audience before. But Simple and Clean and Sanctuary are bangers as well. Good luck with Rulers of the Outer Worlds. I hope we get there. We have very little time.
Speaking of which,
we still have 20% to go. Jaypeg, give us that update.
Yeah, actually, we have less than 10,000 to go. I know you can do it, everybody. We're so close, and I know that you have this.
If you've been waiting, now is the time.
Yeah, if you're waiting for a sign, here's your sign. This is the moment. I'm talking to you. Take your left hand off of your face, untrimp your back, and come on in and donate. So $25 from an anonymous donor. I haven't heard it mentioned, but a favorite song is Civilizations from Final Fantasy XIV, though I suspect most people know it as Lahi.
Much like Violet Jellyfish sending in $5 and saying, do you know Lahi? $20 from Germ. My favorite Final Fantasy song comes from the inside of a big lovable robot named Alexander. Metal Brute Justice Mode.
And another mention of a specific song, $50 from Corgiba. My favorite Final Fantasy song, have you heard of Lahi? Trans rights.
One more?
Yes, actually, yeah, where you've got another kind of dialogue for slow walking moment.
Got it. One more with no name, but with $25 going to PCF. The best Final Fantasy song is the Blitzball theme from 10. Nothing gets me more hyped up. When will we get our own standalone Blitzball game? I feel like that's something that's probably shown up. Like, it was probably on mobile during the Java era.
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
I've seen a lot of Java jank.
I'll take a standalone triple triad.
I hear that.
I'm here for it.
So we got to wait for this next fight to start, but this is going to be one of the ones with the big turtles that a lot of people have troubles with.
Hey, do you think I'm turtle enough for the turtle club? Turtley turtle.
Yeah. My route here usually uses a Fyra to get it pressured and then follow up with a Blizzard and a focus thrust. But you can do plenty of different things here as long as you open up the turtle some way and get it pressured. As long as it gets staggered, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, really all you want is the limit from killing the Planet Protector here. So that puts you halfway there. So the limit gain bonus that we actually got on Ingenious Saber really helps with this. Because it means that 2 staggers will get us a limit consistently versus the normal 3 that you would need. Because the limit system, as far as I can tell, gain is exactly the same as Remake, which it would normally be 3 or 2 and some damage. But because we get the extra 10%, it's enough. We're going to heal up a little bit before we get in this fight because this hallway will lock out our menu because it's trying to show us important things. But we don't care. So we are just going to hop over all this nonsense and just pretty much jet right past this cutscene with all these set animations. It's a pretty big time skip. The problem is sometimes you get stuck on things. The game sometimes doesn't let you down. You get stuck on these walls. It's a little bit hard when the game kind of grabs the camera from you.
So yeah, that's the first time I've seen
While
this.
you make these skips, mind if we ask if Twitch chat can help us skip these last couple $1,000 left of the incentive? $8,500 left to go. No incentive left behind. Let's go, Twitch chat. Let's go! Woo!
So, as usual, we're going to start off with a Berserk here to boost our damage, do a couple of power cleaves, get the Sonic Boom set up for the next phase. Demon Wall is pretty easy to take care of. Okay, all right, we're fine, but some power cleaves is going to clear what we need here. The big thing is now you may see that there's actually 2 of them now. We just want to get rid of this Demon Wall A and then move back behind and take care of Demon Wall B. They'll both lock their HP. That's unfortunate. So Cave-In is pretty frustrating in general. As long as we're doing Power Cleave, Braver, Focus Thrust, not anything that's a actual like will have keep. Your regular attacks or trying to do like a Berserk stab, you'll get knocked by the Cave-In. So this fight can be a little bit chaotic. But more or less, your best strat is to just make sure you're always in a move, or if you're not able to do one, to move out of the way of the cleave. GG. We charge up that last power cleave to clip him as soon as his vulnerability wears off, or invincibility wears off.
He surprisingly has more HP there than you would think, so the power just make sure he goes down.
Yeah. I've failed to kill there a few times, and I've let Barrett finish the fight up because I bring Barrett with me because he has the bravery and deprotect. You can pretty much carry anything as long as it's like Tifa Cloud. They pretty much solo that fight.
Hey, speaking of soloing some fights, chat is doing a phenomenal job because we have less than 8,000 to go. Everybody, keep it up, keep it up.
We actually have a little bit of time while we're escaping, I think. Right,
I was going to say, yeah, no, definitely keep it up because this is the end of chapter 13. We have one final chapter, and it's a short chapter because it's basically just some story progression into 2 very dope boss fights.
Yeah, you're going to want to watch those fights. So if you want to watch with your attention uninterrupted, get a donation in now.
Like this one, $50 from Albert C. just saying, take my money for Rulers of the Outer Worlds.
$50 from Matt. Who doesn't love the Happy Turtle jingle?
And $200 from Call of Bacon. Buckle up, incentive ahead.
$5 from Odie Lazarus, probably showing my age here, but my favorite piece of Final Fantasy music is Kefka's theme from Final Fantasy VI. Another dancing mad enjoyer, you'll love to see it.
$10 from Dr. Karate. The best Final Fantasy song is One Winged Angel from Trombone Hero. Or almost anything from Final Fantasy 6 and 10. Be said, Xanarkand and Terra all get me in the nostalgia.
Aaron is with a $7 donation train getting started with $7,000 left to go. $7 donation train, Outer Worlds. Let's go!
And a $250 anonymous donation. Not easy to choose a Final Fantasy song, but Precipitous Combat from Final Fantasy Tactics is perfect. And speaking of precipitous, y'all are making those donations rain because we now have less than 7,000 to go, 6,974 specifically. Y'all are going to crush this.
I can say Cloud does a really good Titan impersonation from a Titan with the way he runs here.
Give black materia now.
But yeah, I mean, I'd say because once we get into the final 2 boss fights, I don't know if we're gonna have too much time for some donation. So let's keep them rolling for now.
Last gas.
All right, $10 from Meto Karatere. Favorite underrated Final Fantasy song, the orchestral arrangement of Bluefields from the Arranged album. Totally transformed the song to hear that gorgeous oboe in there. Ambivalent, yearning, and glorious.
$20 from Anonymous. My favorite Final Fantasy song can be summed up with the phrase, do you know Lahi? I will play Lahi.
Cypher Signal with $50 to PCF for the great Gilgamesh. It is Morphin time!
Good old Greg.
And $10 from D-Ball. Favorite Final Fantasy songs? Lightning's theme from 13. And y'all are zipping through this donation like lightning. Thank you so much.
Tiger Lily with $15. Love this game. Great job, Woadyb. My favorite boss battle was against Bahamut in Final Fantasy 16. It felt so epic. And meeting that incentive would be just as epic. I want to see you do it, Twitch chat.
And $50 from Jonid the First. Shh, I'm at work right now, cheering on in silence. Hey, I know you're at work, but we have $6,544 to go, so we're gonna keep on rolling.
Yes, absolutely. Do what you need to do on your end to protect yourself, but get a donation in. GamesDoneQuick.com/donate, GDQ.GG. Make it happen. Use the incentive dropdown as you put in your donation. Dr. Bear with $50. Deep cut, but my favorite song is Rival Wings from Stormblood. Gotta love that lo-fi beat.
$20 from Hollow One. So excited to see Rebirth played at GDQ this year. Thanks to all the effort of everyone involved and to the organizers to allow a 6-hour speed run to happen. And y'all, we are closing in on that right now. With 6,000 to go, I know you can do this. Keep up the good work, everybody.
AmpCD33 with $10. I'm so hyped to watch the end of this Rebirth run. Woadyb has been submitting the 7R series to GDQ as long as I've known him. It's so inspiring and amazing to see the fruits of your labor pay off on the big stage. I can think of no better person to show this game off and represent the 7R community. Shout out to the awesome commentary as well. Good luck and have fun with the finish. Less than 3.
Hey, thank you so much. Another one of our runners.
Tremendous. And just as tremendous, less than $6,000 left to go. We are at like 11.5%. The last 10% is all downhill. Let's roll our way into this bonus fight. Make it happen, Twitch chat.
And that's made possible with wonderful donations like this one from Coley, sending in $25 and saying, best Final Fantasy song is from Final Fantasy XIV, and it's To the Edge. Love GDQ, and thank you.
A donation with no name or comment, but sending us all the luck we need, $77.77. Thank you so much. Another Greg appreciator, Big Skinty with $5. $5 donation train, 5 as in Final Fantasy 5. Get your donations in because it's morphin' time.
And another $5.50 donation from Nathan Bowman. 1 ticket for the Outer Worlds train, please. Yes, keep that train a-rolling.
$50 from Il Maestro Muko. My favorite Final Fantasy song is The Fierce Battle from 6. It's great to hear everyone's opinions on all these absolute bangers, though. Let's get that incentive. We're almost there. Hype! Hype!
And Wushu Pork sent in $25 to say that what we are all thinking right now. More Final Fantasy VII, please.
Yes, please and thank you.
We have just crossed the $5,000 mark. We are now 4,724 away. Y'all, you can do this. I believe in you. I have never believed in anything more in my life.
$10 from Sinister on the train. Train hype! Hype!
And $50 from BK. Love FF7. Let's beat cancer.
Blazing Dynamo, one of our friends, going a little outside the box, $25. My favorite Final Fantasy song is the menu music from Legend of Dragoon. Not like two ships passing in the night.
I'm in the same company.
The best Final Fantasy is Die Hard vibes, for sure.
We do have another unorthodox pick, but much closer. In $25 from Jamie, the best Final Fantasy song is The Girl Who Stole the Stars from Chrono Cross.
Nice.
Lady Applesauce with $20 to PCF. My favorite song is the Song of Hope segment of Footballs from 14 Endwalker. The fact that there isn't a full song version is personally devastating.
$4,141 to go.
Yes.
You're making this happen as we are talking. Let's go. Come on, come on. I'm watching it happen. I know by the end, I'm sure by the, yeah, there it is. By the end of that sentence, we were going to be under 4K. 3,991. I love starting sentences with the wrong number because you prove me wrong. $10 from Eric. I have no idea what Outer Worlds is, but I know I need it. Yeah, me too.
Another appreciator of Final Fantasy XI, $50 with no name attached, but the best Final Fantasy music is the Play Online installer for 11. Thank you for keeping the meme dreams alive.
And Hooligan sending in $150. More Final Fantasy, please.
Kubaru sending in $10 for my favorite track that's difficult as there are so many great ones, but I'll probably give it to the man with the machine gun from 8. Unfortunately, I can't watch this full run as I haven't finished the game yet, but I'll watch what I can. Best of luck on the run, Woody, putting my donation towards Rulers of the Outer Worlds.
Mr. Rister sending in $50 to PCF. Absolute blast to watch this FF7 run this morning. Gotta appreciate a 6-hour RPG run for a great cause. We haven't even hit 6 hours yet, and hey, we're going real fast.
3,500 and counting, 3486 left to go. Thanks to people like Mischief Squid, singing $25, one of my favorite Final Fantasy songs, Melodies of Life from FF9. Such a beautiful song about moving forward after things have changed.
$60 from Muffin Lord, donating 10 times the game with my Final Fantasy music pick, Dancing Mad from Final Fantasy VI. I think my playthrough of VII Rebirth was 100 hours, so completing it in 6 has my attention.
And sending in $5 to PCF and to our incentive, I love the final battle theme from Final Fantasy X. The piano goes hard.
$7.77 from Nekodachi that just simply says, choo-choo!
31.88 and counting, less than 7% left to go. We are on the home stretch, but so is our runner.
Yeah, we are about to begin our final kind of slow walk into the finale, into the finale 2 fights. These are some pretty epic fights. Maybe I don't know if it's a hot take or not. To me, they're 2 of the best boss battles I've experienced in a long time.
I think it's literally the best final boss fight I've ever had. Given the like emotional impact of the story into a very cathartic, strong fight where you can just completely unload and let out all that rage.
Yeah, let's land with two final donations before we lock in for the finale.
All right, $60 from GG. Late for the $5 train. Will $6 do? 6 hours hype!
Hype! And a very simple, very powerful from Valeria Rex, $50, simply saying, Lahi!
And
I just want you to know, we will shout at you when we reach the incentive. Other than that, commentary ho.
Less than 2K.
Less than 2K.
So we got one last segment here we really don't have to interact with, so we're just going to kind of chill out. Looks like you guys are going to hit it before I even need to hit the commentary.
Fun fact, though, I don't even need to, you don't have to mash these buttons. You can just stand here.
Yeah, it's a...
I was saying, we're going to hit it before I even start the fight.
moment, yeah.
We're 540.
From 1,800 down to 500.
400?
450.
Oh, no.
3?
You got to do it. All right, so with Genova here, we're going to start off with a Berserk and a limit from red, a couple of power cleaves, and that'll push us into the next phase where we're just kind of waiting for things to happen. Perfect time for you guys to finish this up. Just want to hit the barrier one shot, and now we're just...
And now we wait.
Now we wait,
yeah.
And one of the best things about this fight is you can hear Aerith's theme is mixed in, but what's going to happen is it's going to get interwoven with Genova's theme as it slowly takes over throughout the course of the fight.
It's currently Aerith's theme. It's going to start transitioning to Genova's theme.
After this phase.
After this phase, yeah.
We want to set up a Sonic Boom here now that we're getting ready to get in the next phase and a Berserk. We're going to wait a little bit so that the damage actually means something. I usually do it a little bit early, but it's 6 or, six to half dozen of the other. Ooh, we are going to get it during the cutscene.
Hey!
All right.
The two of us both looked at each other for a solid second.
So we're going to start up this phase
$1 remaining.
And land a couple of power cleaves, build some extra ATB here. Now that we're in a pressured phase, we just want to do some actual damage. Power cleave builds a lot of pressure. So the Bravers and Dive Kick are to supplement the damage without pushing more pressure. What we want to do is end this phase with a full pressure bar. And we want to do it by swapping off on characters. That way, whenever we get back to this phase with the group, we can instantly stagger. We don't have to worry about the barrier or reflect coming up, which we normally have Breach for. These phases are pretty straightforward. We Unbridled Strength, Omni Strike, Uppercut, Dive Kick, Limit, GG, next phase. It's very nice. We start this Genova fight with Limit on everybody but Cloud, which is an interesting...
Very thematic.
Story statement, yeah. We're going to build up a little bit of bar here so we can add Bravery to increase our damage. Luckily, Barrett still has his limit, so we can fire that off as well. And then Red also blocked a couple of hits there, so we can use our Vengeance to get some extra damage and get a Sidewinder in. GG next phase. Now it's Cloud and Yuffie here. You can handle this a couple of different ways. Spellblades are pretty nice. The big thing is, like, you want to try and get the Berserk in early so that you don't get blown away by that, but the main problem is Cloud's ATB gets reset in this phase, and you kind of come into it and deletes all your buffs as well. So this phase is a little bit more annoying than it needs to be.
I've decided I will not fast forward this.
Yeah, this saves quite a bit to fast forward, but I'm going to be quiet so we can enjoy it.
One of the coolest cutscenes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I kind of got mad that there was fast forwarding because it messes this up so bad.
We
drop in because we thought we'd swing by.
So yeah, that initial phase set up so that the pressure bar is maxed out here. Luckily, this is a very long multi-part boss fight, so we get a lot of heals in different phases. That was a very weird camera angle. But now that we've got the stagger here, we can pretty much just clean up with the limits at our own discretion. A couple of spell blades, power blades, whatever we really want to do here. The limit doesn't last or get carried over to the other phases, so we might as well just use them. Sephiroth here, this is going to be the first place where we use the Punisher cancel very heavily. Enter Punisher stance and simply hit the guard button to reset it. As long as you don't hit it at the perfect timing, you'll get counters galore. We're trying to take a certain amount of damage here to build up limit. He pretty much staggers himself in easy, and normal you have to perform some extra actions. One of the things we just want to do is get him out of here as quickly as possible. Everybody kind of has a different setup in the final boss. This is a point where a lot of people diverge.
What's Zach doing here?
Yeah. But we get to use Zach here for a bit, and there he goes.
And
there's
gone
gone.
here. Yeah, this is like a 5-phase battle.
Yeah.
This is now entering phase 2. Actually, it's still phase 1, really.
Yeah, so we're going to see a familiar face here, or, well, I don't know. What do you call it?
What's Bizarro Sephiroth doing here?
Yeah.
Yep.
So you can clear up the body a couple of different ways, but if you're going to do it physically, you have to wait for a second, because if you try to just run over there immediately, Bizarro Sephiroth will just push you back over and over again. So we had to wait till the wing came down. You could also use spells there, but it would require equipping certain materia, which can lose some time, so we're doing this a little bit differently. But we also get to tank enough damage here so that we have a limit, which will make the next phase a lot quicker. We can just fire that off immediately in this route. Honestly, the ×2 speed may look really silly, but it made practicing this boss fight much better.
It also saved like 3 minutes of the fight. Because there's so many cutscenes in this fight that like fast forwarding through and saves like 3 minutes.
Between this and the buggy minigame alone, it's 5 minutes. And we really haven't like gone through and timed the rest. But it's like little bits here and there. That's why I keep like saying around 10, because I'm like, if it's just 5 minutes here, there's like another 5 hours of the run. But we just fire off a limit here so we don't have to deal with nothing. Some routes push a bunch of pressure here, but we just want to get enough damage to get on out of here and move on to the next thing.
Yeah, we don't want to build the stagger bar up too much, because in the phase after this one, it's going to allow us to try and get through it without staggering, so that way the final one of the final phases can go a lot quicker. But the affection system throughout the game has also led us to like the order of teammates that we've had at this point, because there's like a specific order of like which teammates will join you in which phases between the last fight and this fight.
Tifa, Yuffie, Red, and Barrett are not seeded. Kate Sith and Aerith are. So the affection values with all of them matter, which is part of the reason why it was just Tifa and Aerith and Kate Sith. Not only for like reasonability of like the amount of time lost on it, but also because if we start doing everything else, we'd have to reroute all of these fights. So here we're just going to be using a lot of Bravery, Tifa's, uppercuts, dive kicks, and Omni Strikes as we feel. But yeah, Tifa kind of goes burr.
The wings are healing it.
Oh, nice. But yeah, the wings should die to like an uppercut and a dive kick, or an Omni Strike and an uppercut. Depends on how you want to look at it. But the same with the first phase. The stagger bar carries through, so we have to make sure to not overjuice it, or else we'll waste the stagger early. And we want to save that for the phase after this.
You know, I feel Zach is just as confused at what's going on.
Yeah.
Because...
What in the hell is going on?
Yeah.
Actually, I love this line here. I'm not going to fast forward through because I just love the way it presents itself.
Oh yeah, the honor.
Yeah. Just the dynamic of the two. It's lovely to see.
Embrace your dreams. And whatever happens,
Protect your honor as a soldier.
It's a little bit less awkward without the Dino Blade, though. So we're going to establish Bravery here to give Zach a buff. So in all the like extra missions you can fight, there's one fight where you can use Sephiroth, one where you can use Zach. Sephiroth is a more like balanced and defensive and recovery-based approach. Zach's is a lot more aggressive. So some people have challenges with some of the two different VR fights, but luckily Zach has a very good kit, honestly. High Braver here is extremely strong. If you're at charge level 3 and you High Braver, the last hit does a ton of damage, but it consumes your charge. It's a pretty good fight, you got to be careful, though, because like you notice we almost staggered there. But at this point, we should be able to stagger with just about anything. From here, we want to have Yuffie hard carry here, so we're going to give her Faith to increase her magic damage. Remember, with the Savage Dagger on earlier, so she's going to have enough damage to clean up these wings pretty easily. The first phase is fire, then it goes into ice, then it goes into lightning. Some people wait for the ice and lightning phases. I do myself. But if you're very confident, you can go for the ice to break the fire wing. But Blizzard really has a kind of a small hitbox, so I don't trust it further than I can throw it. I used Overcharge here to just tank through the wing. And because Barrett's going to be getting the stagger after this, he'll have a limit. I hope that wasn't too soon. But I've done it too soon here, and he's whiffed. Nice. Yeah, it was right time. If you fire off that focus shot too early, it just whiffs and gets like deleted in between the phases, unfortunately. It's not normally a thing, but in speedrunning, we end up in self-inflicting damage quite often. But yeah, we pretty much clean this phase up. We're looking like we might get Heartless Angel. Yeah, which will put us all to 1, but we should be able to finish off.
Nope.
Oh, wow. The very last second. Nice.
All right. Final phase time.
Yeah, we're looking at a similar setup to the phase that we had with Cloud and Zach.
Thank you.
I'll take a bow in a minute.
He's back.
Yeah, like I said, Aerith's position is seated, and this is why. So it's the final phase of the final boss, so time will be coming up when his HP hits 0. You'll know because he's going to do a big laser beam on either hand, and then we're going to kill him right then. So we're going to take advantage of those Punisher counters. We want to get a Sonic Boom set up and then start using Spellblade here. This is why we added the magic attack bonus earlier on, so these Spellblades actually hit reasonably hard. There was an older route where we used to put Crystal Sword back on so that this was a little bit more bearable. But we need to make sure our buffs stay up the majority of this, or else we're going to have a hard time dealing damage, because Spellblade is based on Cloud's magic. It does not matter what Aerith's magic is at. Alternatively, if you're in a harder difficulty, you can actually use the counterattack between Cloud and Aerith there and get an automatic pressure. Using the limit here is pretty efficient. Gets min-max damage, and then we can get a Thundaga. We made sure the lightning materia was level 2 and then gave her the level boost way back in Gagaga, and it was basically leading to these setups for the entire game. Thundaga is just her go-to. All right, it's time.
All right, we are very close.
Time is coming soon.
Very soon.
It should be... Oh,
time.
Well under estimate. When we even watched some extra cutscenes for fun.
Yeah, I was like,
You probably lost like a minute to like a half a minute to the drop-in segment, but it was worth watching. It's really good.
all right. No, that's the run, but it sounds like we're not done yet because we've met an incentive. Guess we'll plan as we jump just straight. I got to switch profiles for that because Rulers of the Outer World can only be accessed as a New Game Plus thing because you have to do a lot of like VR and combat sim things. So you can't quite just like
pretty
go
much
straight
the final
into
challenge.
you can't go into like a New Game file. So we're gonna go ahead and load up my pre-planned save.
Lucky the battery looks like it was about ready to give out.
It was.
We just die on Sephiroth. Well, what did I die or did the battery die?
So I'll go ahead and load this up, and we'll get straight into it. So Rulers of the Outer World is it's 5 matches against some very high-end enemies. So because I'm going to have to focus here in a little bit, the fights are basically against Phoenix and Kujata. Then it's against Bahamut Arisen and Titan. Then Odin and Alexander. Then Gilgamesh. Yes, he's in this game. Spoilers alert. And then against a virtual Sephiroth.
It's so good to see. I've been traveling, but I'm having
All right, let me get to the...
I'll let you know as soon as we start up the fight.
Yeah.
It's basically once we click yes.
Yeah, once we acknowledge our team order, that's when we'll count us down. Let's
rules,
team.
1, 2, 3,
all right,
and...
So let's go ahead and count it down. So we'll do from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go!
All right, I'm going to try and explain this the best I can because this is very convoluted and it's going to be very, very quick. Starting off here, we have Haste on Yuffie via an accessory. We have Choco King Cape on Aerith to make sure her ATB is reasonable. And then we also have Genji Glove on Cloud to break damage limit. The reason I was talking about Cloud being very strong is that break damage limit, he will be able to hit 20, 30,000 with the right setup. But what we're doing right here is we're laying down our ATB ward. And Yuffie is spamming Brumal Form. Brumal Form refunds some ATB on use, and with Haste, she basically goes net positive here. And as you can tell, ATB is just flooding the place. ATB Ward gives 30% of the ATB spent back to the other party members. Functions a lot differently than it does in Remake, but basically this enables us to just gas our party indefinitely as long as Yuffie is spamming Brumal Form.
For chewing down there.
Yeah, part of the other reason that we can get that much damage out is also because we are using ATB Assist, which also offers extra ATB to the rest of the party. And for the most part here, we're also taking advantage of... The reason Cloud died here and the others two didn't is we actually have Elemental Fire set up on Aerith and Yuffie so that just in case we don't one-shot Phoenix, because you can one-shot Phoenix before the revive, but it is very hard to do since it's weak to ice, and it tends to move around the arena, plus ice takes a little bit of time to explode. But Cloud getting run over is not surprised, especially when you're dealing with Phoenix Flame. Basically, we're using a lot of high damage magic. A lot of what we have is like magic up, high magic bonus on weapons. The folio that we used a little bit earlier is actually maxed out, so there's a lot of skills that offer additional ATB back on every move used, on weapon abilities used. So there's a lot of reasons that we're gaining so much ATB compared to like the normal run where we were struggling to get ATB most of the fight. We also have Magnify because a lot of these are 2v3 fights of the summons, the ones that are from Gilgamesh's Island, but they are very much beefed up. And we also have the Arcane Ward laid down underneath, so not only do we get 1 spell, but we get 2. I'm not 100% sure if it functions the same as it did in Remake, because the Remake would be a half cost, half damage, but it is sufficient to increase our damage output exponentially. We also have multiple MP Absorb materia in this game so that we can set up the MP Absorb so that we just don't run out of MP. We could use Efficiency to reduce the cost by 50%, but that would only be for 1. MP Absorb has been massively buffed in this game, so it is 0.03. 0.01 was more than enough in Remake, and now we have Genji Glove to break damage limit, so there's like no way anybody with a proper setup for Genji Glove before you cast will be able to run out of MP unless they somehow miss over and over again. We are applying Faith to the entire party as well to get that buff. That 30% is massive. Another thing that we are doing in the back end is we're also adding in some magic focuses. We only have 1 magic up materia, which is a 25% buff, but we also have magic focus, which increases a specific adjoined materia by 25%. So if we say use fire, magic up, and then magic focus on fire twice, that's an additional 50% fire damage it deals. So we're not really too terribly worried about focusing on the weaknesses. We're more so worried on just massive DPS as quick as possible. This fight can get a little bit tricky. Odin can disappear, or it'll be fine. It really depends. Odin can be a bit of a frustrating one to deal with. So each fight is basically the same setup. We'll throw it on the ATB Ward and start spamming Brumal Form to get everybody ATB, which ATB Ward and the ATB Assist is doing. We do have other ways to build ATB, but it's not really efficient to loop Skill Master and other things like this when you can just go one spell. Especially Magnify here is incredibly important. It can make this fight incredibly quick. What you may have noticed there is that you heard one enemy getting hit, but Odin is obviously not getting hit. Magnify has a very weird mechanic where it will only hit 2 additional targets in addition to what you're targeting, and it's not like it hit Odin in both the arms. It cannot hit limbs. It only can hit 1 target on an enemy, and then it will hit 2 additional targets. But there is a range limitation, so if Odin is over here and Alexander's on the other side of the room, he won't hit both. It looks like we are clipping through the second phase really quick here. Actually, it's round 3.
That's round 3.
Round 4.
We are headed into these 1v1 fights. Good old Greg here is quite the troublesome guy. On the island, he was nowhere near this strong. He's much more aggressive, much more powerful. So we need to make short work of him or he'll make short work of us. So we do have some ATB boosts and some other building material in the background that we can take advantage of, but basically, we want to try to get the same setup, but we need to do it safely. So we need to kind of get Greg stun locked to slow things down. And then from there, we're going to start laying down the arcane wards. Gilgamesh is weak to fire, but we have to try and set that up if possible.
So that actually was the wrong move because I need ATB ward.
Yeah, the problem is the menuing in Rebirth is a little bit more sluggish than it is in Remake. So it's very easy to make menuing mistakes, even when in tactical menu, because sometimes inputs just flat out get eaten. Obviously, devs can't plan for the rapid amount of inputs that a speedrunner will get to. It's much higher, like APM, than other players, so it's not really reasonable to expect it. But now we got Gilgamesh. Looks like we've got everything set up, so now we can pretty much stun lock him at this point. Just took us a second to get there.
Yeah, just give us a moment. We should be able...
So once we get the stagger here, we're just going to fire. So we're alternating between Ga and Ra spells. Ga spells are much better. It's about 2.5 damage and has much higher keep. So you pretty much can't get interrupted. You may notice the 13k there. If you min-max and get like Prime Braver and a bunch of other buffs going, you can hit for about 50k, but it's not easy to set up with this because you really need to focus on the A to B battery portion. Luckily,
most dangerous one.
Yeah. This one is we're basically on a timer, or else it's GG. We need to get our stuff set up immediately. I have seen a few recoveries on this, but Virtual Sephiroth can be a very rough fight. He has a move that will bind your party, and there's a few ways to guard it, but basically what we want to do is kill him before he puts it out, so we don't have to worry about it, because if it hits the AI does not guard it properly. You have to be in control of the character, which makes it very hard to do a 3v3 with him. But it looks like we've established the lock here.
I think we might be okay.
Yeah. Once we start getting him with Ga spells, we can basically juggle him fairly easily. But we were weaving in some Ra spells because ATB gain was, can be a factor. But we just need to make sure that we keep them locked. And this is some skill master chicanery in the background. Seems to be what we've actually been doing, so I lied a bit there.
Should, I believe, finish him off once he finishes the animation.
I think time is very soon.
One more cast.
I think this is it. Yes, it's the...
And time.
Yeah, time. GG, Woadyb. GG.
Oh my God! Even with a lot of the mistakes, we still got under 8 minutes.
Woadyb.
Woo! Oh yes, thanks.
Great
Sorry,
one.
yes.
Great one.
Oh my God! Thank you all so much. Oh man, like 6 hours flew by in a flash there. I mean, I honestly, I don't even know what to say. 4 years ago, I was watching AGDQ during a very weird time in the world, going through some things personally, and this brought me out of that. 7 Remake brought me out of it. I decided to pursue speedrunning as a secondary hobby on Twitch. Here I am 4 years later running Rebirth. Honestly, I couldn't have asked for a better circumstance for me. There's so many people I would love to name. I probably will forget some names here, but the entire Final Fantasy VII art community, just keeping me, hanging out with me, keeping me on my toes, pushing me to be better and better as a runner. The entire Final Fantasy community for accepting me into their community, especially because I run a number of their games. The Onimusha community, the Nier community. I'm in so many different communities, all very welcoming and accepting. I want to also shout out directly, of course, my family, my wonderful fiance, my buddy Cosmic, to push me out of my moments of like sadness and depression whenever I get in my head about things. But yeah, now this is a dream. 6-hour run. I couldn't have asked anything better. GDQ, thank you so much for letting me showcase this run I've worked over a year on. Thank you so much. And then my couch.
I mean, I don't have much to say. The community's great. I'm glad that I met people like Woadyb. It's fantastic to be here.
I'm just glad to be here for this great game and a great run.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you all for your donations, and enjoy the rest of GDQ. We still got plenty of more runs and incentives to meet.